nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde Licht an diesem Morgen, in dem das Alte neu erstrahlt. Erscheinen wird, was noch verborgen, in Farben bunt das Leben malt. Es werde Licht für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde Kraft an diesem Tage und Mut zum Wirken in der Welt. Und sind in jeder neuen Frage, die heute uns zur Rede stellt. Es werde Kraft für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde Glück in Augenblicken für alle, die voll Sehnsucht sind. Du wirst uns einen Engel schicken, den Hauch von deines Geistes Wind. Es werde Glück für die Menschen in jedem Land. Halt über uns deine segnende Hand. Behutsam leise nimmst du fort die Dämmerung von der Erde, sprichst jeden Morgen neu dein Wort. Es werde.
Es werde ein neuer Morgen, in dem
Let it be. It's a new morning. In the booklet of our assembly, on page 57, you find a picture with two open hands, open for what might come and what might be, open for everything. For me, this picture, a shot by Herbert Gries, it is an image of the Church. It is not in our hands. Things are given to us in our hands. Life is unpredictable. In Christian terms, we call that grace. We receive as a church, each individually. We are all brothers and sisters. Things that are given to us, the fullness, the riches given into our hands.
lebendigen Gottes.
Let's be open for the Spirit of God, for the things He wants to do. It's a picture for the Church,
Für uns am synodalen Weg heute.
for us here at the Synodal Assembly today.
Bild der offenen Hände möchte ich
This
verbinden
picture of the open hands is also a symbol
Rabanus Maurus und von ihm ist
of
nicht
the
ganz ursprünglich der
hymn
Hymnus
to the Spirit.
Komm, Heiliger Geist der Lebensschaft. Sie finden ihn
Come, Holy Spirit, creator of life. You find that hymn on page 59.
des Heiligen Geistes, aber schon
Well, that was a phone call. Maybe the Holy Spirit is not calling, but maybe something important anyway. You see
gerne so machen, dass
the hymn here on the pages, and we will read it out to you,
weiterklingt,
and music
wer möchte,
will play,
ein Wort,
and whoever wants to
die in mir jetzt nachklingt,
can take a verse that especially resonates with him or her and can just press the button of their microphone and read it out.
Komm, Heiliger Geist der Lebensschaft, erfülle uns mit deiner Kraft. Dein Schöpferwort rief uns zum Sein. Nun hauch uns Gottes Odem ein.
Komm, Tröster, der die Herzen lenkt, du Beistand, den der Vater schenkt. Aus dir strömt Leben, Licht und Glut. Du gibst uns Schwachen Kraft und Mut.
Dich sendet Gottes Allmacht aus, in Feuer und in Sturmesbraus. Du öffnest uns den stummen Mund und machst der Welt die Wahrheit kund.
Entflamme Sinne und Gemüt, dass Liebe unser Herz durchglüht und unser schwaches Fleisch und Blut in deiner Kraft das Gute tut.
Die Macht des Bösen banne weit, schenk deinen Frieden allezeit. Erhalte uns auf rechter Bahn, dass Unheil uns nichts schaden kann.
Lass gläubig uns den Vater sehen, sein Ebenbild, den Sohn verstehen und dir vertrauen, der uns durchdringt und uns das Leben Gottes bringt. Amen.
Schenk deinen Frieden alle Zeit.
Strömt Leben. Der die Herzen lenkt.
Beistand. Dir Vertrauen, der uns durchdringt.
Durchdringt.
Schenk deinen Frieden alle Zeit.
Entflamme Sinne und Gemüt.
Uns Schwachen.
Öffnest uns den stummen Mund, unser schwaches Fleisch und Blut.
was Liebe unser Herz durchglüht.
Halte uns auf rechter Bahn, dass Unheil von uns nicht ausgehen kann.
Kraft und Mut.
Frieden. Die Macht des Bösen banne.
In deiner Kraft das Gute tut.
In diesem Vertrauen, lebendiger Gott, bitten wir dich um deinen Segen für diesen heutigen Tag.
Lord, we ask you for your blessing for this day, for whatever we consider, for our decisions, for the people that are close to us in our hearts, the people that we represent here. We ask you for your blessing, for the blessing for everything that is inaccessible and sacrosanct in our life.
Und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Das Geschenk des Lebens,
The gift of life,
am heutigen Tag in einer besonderen Weise ein Grund zum Feiern für eine
is something that we celebrate, especially Claudia Lücke-Michel is celebrating her birthday today.
Zum einen dir, liebe Claudia, ganz herzlich gratulieren und ich möchte das
Congratulations, dear Claudia.
Wir haben überlegt, dass
And I'm not alone here. It's a birthday marking a decade that you celebrate, and the musicians will sing happy birthday for you. We're not allowed to sing and join singing, but we are obviously allowed to hum, keeping our mouth closed. So we will hum along happy birthday again to you.
Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all deinen Wegen, Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei. Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all deinen Wegen, Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei. Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all deinen Wegen, Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei. Viel Glück und viel Segen auf all deinen Wegen, Gesundheit und Frohsinn sei auch mit dabei.
Herzlichen Dank für alle guten Wünsche.
Thank you so much for your good wishes, and thank you for being able to start this new year of my life together with you here, all working and together with you in the morning prayer. So this is truly a special birthday. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Ms. Heim and myself, hopefully everybody rested well during the night, and we want to start our deliberations and reports today. We stick to the original agenda. The items that were left open are left open since yesterday are going to be completed at another point. We start today with the reappraisal and clarification of sexual abuse, and I would like to ask Bishop Ackermann, the commissioner of the German Bishops' Conference responsible for this aspect, to share his report with us.
Liebe Synodale, einen schönen guten Morgen.
Dear Synod members, good morning. In our statutes, it is stipulated that the Commissioner shall report about the progress in the area of reappraisal, intervention and prevention, and that he speaks at each meeting. So this is in the context of fighting sexual violence after the presentation of the MHG study. I am sorry to say that I didn't make the text available beforehand. We tried to keep it up to date with the Synodal Office. There have been meetings, but I can tell you that after my report, the text will be available online at the site of a Synodal Pass. Okay, I'm going to give you a compact overview of the report and just get into the most essential points. All the rest, or a more comprehensive view, will be available in the documentation. So it has been clear after the MHC studies that there are gaps in documentation, especially in the area of crimes of abuse. In the past, well, I don't want to get into too many details, but either the files were not kept up to date, it was covered up, or files were deleted, eliminated, and this is a deficit, a gap we want to avoid in the future. This is why we decided to establish a regulation for the personnel files that should be applicable in all dioceses. And on the 1st of January 2022, this regulation came into force. The criteria are binding. It's a transparent process of documentation that is prescribed, and this also includes documentation on allegations of abuse. What is also important in the context of this personal file regulation is that there is a right to inspect the files for third parties. That's important for the reappraisal committees to have this legal means of recourse, the access to the files. So this was often discussed in the past, but it's now regulated. There's a law, so to speak, as a foundation for it. Okay, second point, the independent reappraisal commissions that we committed to set up based on our joint declaration together with Mr. Rührich, the Commissioner of the federal government. Then the joint declarations have been implemented in the individual dioceses, and on the homepage, web page of the German Bishops' Conference, there's a category where you can actually get informed about the status of the ongoing investigations. And in most dioceses, the independent reappraisal committees have taken up their work. I have met twice with spokespersons or chairs of these committees. Over the past year, there were a lot of remote meetings or digital meetings, but it has been planned to have in-person meetings. A conference is to be held in April. What is decisive in this context is to have an exchange among colleagues, that you can benefit from each other's learning, so that not each and every reappraisal committee has to start from scratch and do their own work. It's also about standardization in record keeping, so that the results can be compared. Yeah, so this was another important aspect, to have common criteria and standards. I would like to add that something that was mentioned in the context with the publication of the Munich report, the Church cannot do it alone. Yes, we said from the very beginning after the MHG study, we cannot do it on our own. We need external help, be it by the state, by expert, by victims, affected persons. We need their expertise, and this has been described in the joint declaration. And if we continue to walk along the path that is stipulated by the joint declaration, the participation or support by the state is secured because it was a result of the work with the Commissioner of the federal government and representatives of the Victims Advisory Council and other associations of affected persons. So the government was involved from the very beginning, and the state governments, the governments at Länder level, are to send at least 2 persons, external persons, experts that are to be nominated by the state government. So help from or help support by the state is guaranteed. We have met several times with different representatives in the context of the recognition payment system in order to compensate for the suffering. We have had discussions with members of the Independent Commission on Recognition Payments, representatives of the Victims Advisory Council, of the German Bishops' Conference and the German Conference of Religious Superiors. And it is important in the context of this recognition or amends system to have a unified system, so to avoid that the dioceses choose a different approach than the religious orders. And it is important for us to have a harmonized system nationwide that can be applied in all orders or all dioceses in order to ensure justice. However, there has been criticism, and we have faced this criticism. We have had 3 meetings. The last one was on last Wednesday, and one point of criticism was the duration of the time to work on the papers, the motions. So we have extended our body. We have now 11 members, and if you look at the status quo at the end of January, there were 1,598 applications that were submitted, and about 580 have been sorted out. So the committee's work took on speed, and we have actually reinforced our staff in order to work on these applications. There's also the question of the amount to be paid for reimbursement and of the system itself. And against the backdrop of the MHG study, and in order to renew the old system was the system of the Central Coordination Office, and we want to stick to the framework of the amounts that were decided before. But we are looking at the potential for optimization of the system, and I think Mr. Norput will refer to this. It was also a subject in our discussions last Wednesday. So the idea is how to ensure a greater level of satisfaction in the system. And if there's persons who think that the decision taken is not satisfactory, there's the possibility to object and to have the decision of the committee reviewed. And we are actually seeing how the rules of procedure could be changed. Another important aspect, or an important event, was a meeting Monday, a fortnight ago. We had a meeting with the working group on speech and communication. There were 4 representatives, and we have had talks for about 2 hours regarding a use of language and communication that is sensitive with regard to the victims and affected persons. I think that was a very honest and open debate, and I think I can speak on behalf of the bishops when I'm saying now that this was really helpful in order to support us to be more sensitive in our reactions or responses. Okay, at the level of the Bishops' Conference, we are still planning and organizing trainings, especially when it comes to the persons of contacts. It becomes more and more clear how important this interface is for communication. And of course, the persons of contact sometimes change, and even after 10 or 12 years, you might have to introduce somebody new to the system to familiarize them with the system of recognition payments, a sensitive dealing with the affected person. So we have organized many trainings in the past, and we are going to continue to do so. This is a really essential building block in this whole construction of dealing with victims, with affected persons, so that they feel heard and understood. Another point is about the regulations that we have evaluated and put in place. First of all, there's the prevention regulation that was implemented on January 2022. So there's a sort of a manual or guideline providing for guidelines were published in order to support those involved, and the criminal code in the context of a church law was renewed, and of course it needs to be aligned to guarantee good dealing with abuse cases. So there's the prevention regulation on the one hand and the intervention regulation on the other hand. We have adopted them, and it will be published in the official journal in time. So it was about, smaller alignments to be made, and there are also accompanying guidelines for those who are in charge in the dioceses, and these guidelines will be published shortly. Thank you, Bishop Ackermann. I would now like to ask Johannes Norput of the Victims Advisory Council to take the floor, who will respond. And while he's approaching the stage, I'd like to remind you to keep your mouth-nose covering on all the time. Thank you.
Ich darf die Maske ablassen.
I'm allowed to take it off. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Synod members, Bishop Ackermann has just reported in his report on a number of points and issues that have affected us, especially also as Victims Advisory Council, and I would like to comment on that and present also our opinions. One aspect that Bishop Ackermann mentioned is the resolution on personnel file system, and that is good. That is good and accurate. And it needs to be said at this point, yes, the German Bishops' Conference has used and exploited the possibilities offered by data protection law. And this is why the Victims Advisory Council agreed on that personnel file system. And you will understand later on why I would like to underline this aspect at this point. Unfortunately, on the way to the adoption of the resolution, regulations on the transfer of personnel data to the diocesan appraisal commissions got lost, but we found a good solution. It's going to be interesting how the implementation of this personnel file system in the diocesan administrations and beyond, because we speak about a cross-diocesan communication, that communication that goes beyond the diocesan borders, and we'll see if things can really be implemented. I hope so, because this system and regulation is only a good regulation if it is going to be implemented in everyday life at an administrative level of the different dioceses. You heard Bishop Ackermann's report with regard to the recognition payment system, and it sounds very bureaucratic, but for us as the Victims Advisory Council, it was really important, and we would like to reflect also on the times passed since the last meeting. And a lot of opportunities were not used, and more damage has been created. Since the constitution of the council, we as a council, vis-à-vis the Bishops' Conference and also vis-à-vis Bishop Ackermann's, we continuously underlined the new problems in this new system for recognition. And I would like to underline that this perspective is not only based on the perspective of the victims, but also the contact persons in the different dioceses and the vicar generals who have criticism and share and underline the lack of the regulations in different ways. And only after we clearly formulated our criticism in writing to the Permanent Council and the Plenary Assembly of the German Bishops' Conference did the rounds of talks described in Bishop Ackermann's report take place. In particular, with regard to the volume, we proposed a supplementary instrument that would be in line with the previous decisions of the German Bishops' Conference. So both in terms of the system and the level of services. And we need them to be urgently implemented, but it was rejected by the Permanent Council. And you can certainly be divided on the factual issues, but in view of the current situation and in church politics alone, there is really no way around a joint solution by those affected and the bishops. We need to come to a solution, a joint solution. And regardless of this, the decision of the German Bishops' Conference not to invite the Victims Advisory Board or Council to the consultations in the Permanent Council in November, that is clearly more serious. Although the Advisory Council for those affected had expressly requested this 1 year after its constitution. Dear bishops, also, given the situation that we had yesterday, you have been preaching, and we have been preaching for weeks and months about synodality, about shared responsibility for overcoming this crisis, about openness and transparency. But you decide otherwise. You assign us at best a place at the cat's table in one of the central topics of coming to terms with sexualized violence. And at the same time, you hope in the press conference, for example, after the permanent committee, you hope for the continued willingness of cooperation by the Victims Advisory Council. It is your Victims Advisory Council. You hope that we continue to engage in dialogue. And the oftentimes mentioned working at an equal footing looks differently. What, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Synodal Assembly still has to happen for a clear and unambiguous position to finally be taken on the issue of recognition of suffering. After the intensive discussions, the Advisory Council has decided to continue to seek solutions together in talks with Bishop Ackermann, the Secretariat of the German Bishops' Conference, the Conference of the Religious Superiors, and the Independent Commission on Recognition Payments. Most recently, on Wednesday this week. We hoped we were able to take a breath after that, and we hoped on part of the Victims' Advisory Council that the joint solution that we urgently need takes shape finally. And I really do pray for that. Bishop Ackermann, you just pointed out at the beginning of last week, there has been finally a first push in communication between the German Bishops' Conference and the Victims' Advisory Council through a discussion in the Permanent Council. And the subject was the communication with those affected for an individual and on an institutional and individual level. And this was, and I may say that on behalf of all the members of the Victims' Advisory Council who took part in the discussion, it was really a very good form of exchange and discussion, and it's a sign of hope on how the communication between the Advisory Council and the Bishops' Conference should be organized in the future, in a structurally anchored way, in a direct, continuous and personal exchange within the framework of the meetings of the German Bishops' Conference in the Permanent Council. And this direct exchange and conversation gives us the opportunity and provides a great support on this way that will still be a long one. And now you might think that at this point there is a glimpse of hope. Unfortunately, a few hours after our exchange in the Permanent Council, this positive impression was swept away with a wave of a hand, or shall I say, with a signature under a decree of the president of the chair of the Bishops' Conference. It's about the recognition of the Catholic Scouts of Europe by the German Bishops' Conference as a private canonical association. Some people celebrate that as an expression of diversity in our church, and that leads to irritation and incomprehension and even sheer horror in the Victims' Advisory Council and far beyond. Within the framework of the activities of this organization, within the framework of the activities of this organization, numerous acts of sexualized violence and spiritual abuse are known, and one victim is a member of the Victims' Advisory Council and also present here in this hall. So, were we consulted on this issue before the decision? No. The fact that the Victims' Advisory Board at the German Bishops' Conference comes to a completely different position about this organization than the German Bishops' Conference itself must not be surprising and should only be mentioned in passing. Even if the wish was expressed from different sides, we don't assume that the decision by the German Bishops' Conference is going to be reviewed or reversed. So we only have the option to try to limit the damage done. With the appointment of the Catholic Scout Organization of Europe to a private association in canonical law, also obligations emerge. Bishop Betzing, Dr. Gilles, and Bishop Bertram Meyer, I call upon you to fulfill the supervision tasks that you have and to make clear to this organization in an unmistakable and timely manner that inadequate prevention, lack of will to systemic reappraisal, which would also include corrections in theology and spirituality of the organization, and that any form of unruly handling of abuse victims will automatically and without any reserve lead in consequences under canon law. If you make such an appointment, you have the duty to fulfill your supervisory duties consistently and fully. Therefore, we recommend you expressly and urgently to accompany and evaluate the necessary reappraisal in this organization by episcopal supervision in a very closely manner. The contents conveyed by this organization, and I don't say value, values are basically the pure opposite of all the values that we represent here in the synodal path. This too makes a decision that has been taken not only incomprehensible, it leaves us at least concerned, doubtful, and speechless. Doubtful whether the claim of conversion and renewal, so clearly formulated in recent weeks, and especially in recent weeks and also expressed yesterday, is really an inner attitude, or is just another smoke candle, so to speak. It's just another excuse. The German Bishops' Conference has decided to cooperate with the Victims' Advisory Council but it would be only natural to take it seriously and accept the advice of this body, to make use of our expertise. The past month and weeks have shown all too clearly that this is urgently needed. The fact that we, as those affected, despite our experience we have had to make, we continue to walk on this synodal path and did not stop walking with you, clearly shows that we are prepared to help, to support and advise. Because at the end of the day, all of us here in this synodal assembly, clergy and laity, progressive and conservatives, people of different genders, whether we have covered up or cleared up, whether we experience ourselves more on the perpetrator side or on the victim's side, we have one thing in common. We are a community of responsibility whose task is to tackle the problems in this church in a courageous manner, to look to the future but not to lose sight of the sorrowful past. The experiences of the past must be a lesson for all of us for the future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Norpoth. Before opening the debate, we are going to hear a report by Esther Goebel representing the working group on the community of responsibility. This is something we already heard about. Ms. Goebel.
My name is Esther Goebel, as you already heard. I'm the delegate of the Federal Association of Pastoral Workers, and I am a co-initiator of a cross-forum proposal to the Synodal Committee, which originally ran under the unfortunate keyword confession of guilt, and which in the meantime, with the cooperation of the Victims' Advisory Council and the Synodal Committee, further developed. I'm not primarily committed here for women becoming priests while they should, or for priests being able to marry while they should be allowed to. I got involved in the synodal path to do something about the systemic abuse structures and to do away with them. And if the ordination of women, a synodal council, a different image of the priests contribute to this, that is good. But I'm less concerned with pushing certain issues than with helping to ensure that our church once again becomes a community that protects the weak, cares for souls, and focuses on the liberating message of Jesus. I hope, like probably most of you, I'm not a perpetrator, and I do not bear any personal guilt that I need to confess. But I do see and I feel a personal responsibility for the issue of sexual abuse in my church. So it's not about communitization of guilt. The guilt is and remains with the perpetrators. And it's not about responsibility or co-responsibility for coming to terms with the past. That lies with the bishops, and they must bear this responsibility. It is about recognizing that we all have a part in this systemic entanglement, which we must free ourselves from and turn away from. We want to initiate a reflection on our own individual responsibility for this conversion and renewal. This includes the critical retrospection where myself, perhaps, to put it in rather pious terms, did nothing bad, but omitted good, where I did not want or could not admit
things that happened where I perhaps overlooked or failed to hear. We want to stimulate a debate and the personal conversation and discuss the question on how we all can, in word and deed, stand credibly by the side of those affected. This discussion will be difficult to conduct in the forums or in the Synodal Assembly. Therefore, we have requested that a group be established to consider how our shared responsibility for the issue of abuse can be dealt with. So this group should work out a way or a method of this debate, whether it is ultimately a liturgical form of lament or rite of penance or something similar, needs to be worked out by this group and proposed to the Synodal Assembly. So we ask you for your cooperation in that group, because we would like to have one forum member in the group and 4 other members that should be elected from the Synodal Assembly, people who do not participate in the forums. In addition, Bishop Bode has already assured cooperation, and I'm also glad that Johannes Norpot, as the representative of the Victims Advisory Council, has declared his willingness to critically accompany this group. We believe that in addition to all the other topics of the Synodal Pass, this step is needed, and we hereby solicit your approval and support. Please consider, if you are not part of a forum, if you would like to support this new group, and if you would like to do so, please let the Synodal Office know. You can send an email to the Synodal Secretariat today by 8 p.m. So tomorrow we can have the election of the 4 further members of this group. Thank you. Thank you, Esther Goebel, and thank you to the working group for the initiative and for the things they have already launched. I'm not sure if everybody was able to hear the email address. If you have questions where to refer to, please reach out to the Synodal Office. I would now like to open the debate on this topic of the agenda. We open the speakers list with pressing 1 and OK on your remote device. You can put yourselves on the speakers list.
Frau Dr. Stetter-Karp.
Dr. Stetter-Karp, first, please. Good morning, everybody. I would like to say thank you to Ms. Goebel first. I think it was really helpful how you differentiated this term of a community of responsibility. I think it is helpful to be, not in a black and white point of view model. There are nuances, and this is really important to have this differentiated understanding of responsibility. And this is why I fully support you. Bishop Bode is next. Yes, I agree. I'm a member of this working group as a delegate of the Synodal Committee, and we've had a very constructive debate which inspired me to engage with it. And I think this term of a community of responsibility or shared responsibility, we can adopt a differentiated approach. And I would be happy to know that we find 8 persons, 8 elected tomorrow, 4 and 4. 4 who will be elected, 4 who represent the forums. And it would be great to have this set up. And I am in favor of it, and I would like to thank Ms. Goebel to present it in such a differentiated manner. It was a great conversation we had with a small group. Okay, speakers list is closed now. Next on the list is Barbara Wieland. What is important to me is an aspect from the report of Bishop Ackermann, the question of common criteria and standards for the reports on reappraisal. Just to give you a background, I'm a church historian, and I've had some experience in the field of reappraisal recognition payments in the area of forced labor. So joint criteria were established in this case, but at the end of the day, the results were really disparate. So the question is, who is going to fix the criteria? Who is going to be involved? Of course, I assume it's the Victims Advisory Council. Another question is whether the dioceses who already have reports should have them reviewed. Next question is, what about these documentations, because sometimes there were lateral displacements within the dioceses, you know, one bishop or a clergy member who committed abuse then was sent to another diocese, and many dioceses now try to clarify how to deal with these reports, and it would be helpful that new reports already could use these criteria and include also demands put forward by the dioceses. Sister Philippa, question to Bishop Ackermann. From my, I admit, limited perspective, I see that independent clarification and reappraisal is being dealt with very differently in the different dioceses. I am convinced that all victims and affected persons, however, have a right and are entitled to benefit from the same degree of clarification. And I would like to thank Ms. Goebel. I think this community or shared responsibility is very important, because many of us have closed their eyes and ears for too long. Brigitte Vielhaus is next. We are losing members daily in the community of Catholic women in Germany. Women are leaving church. They are saying that they have adopted or aligned their lives to the church, and priests intervened in their lives, in their family, in their sexuality. And now they learn that these priests have covered up things, have committed abuse. So now these women are asking themselves whether the teaching they have been following for so long is still fitting for them. And in order to help rebuild trust and confidence, these people need a confession of guilt by the perpetrator. So please help avoid more women leaving the church. Nia, I have a question to Bishop Ackermann. Has it been taken into account that you have to deal with the publication of new reports and studies? Because since the MHG study, there have been many, and there will be more opinions, reports, studies, and it always seems to be new results. And I would like to know how this is going to be handled, so that this is going to be published or made available to the general public. And I think it would be helpful to not only hear about the dismay or shock or consternation by the church leaders, but really a specific approach. And I can only share my shock with you regarding the recognition of KPE. I think it was really, unbearable. I thank you for your attention. Juliane Eckstein is next. Thank you for this differentiated response and your report. I've got 3 points I'd like to mention. First of all, thank you for this overview on the German Bishops' Conference homepage. There's a good overview, and I recommend all of you, all who are on a live stream as well, to have a look at it, to check what's going on in your diocese and confront your bishop with what is happening there. Second aspect is about prevention. Well, there are good regulations. However, the implementation seems to be sometimes lacking. It depends on where you are. So there might be special persons who put a brake on the whole process. And the third aspect is I have to express my disappointment with regard to the fact that the work of the Victims Advisory Council, especially with regard to recognition payments, was not followed up accordingly. Okay, regarding KPE, I'd like to say that the KPE had not been admitted for several years by the Central Committee. However, so 5-6 years ago, there was a new dialogue initiative because KPE claimed that they had changed, and we tried together with AEG, KPE, and a representative of the Central Committee of German Catholics to have a dialogue in order to see whether things had really changed. And I don't remember why, but this dialogue didn't come to an end. So, well, but I think it is important in this context. You have to assess what position the KPE stands for today and then make a decision accordingly. Professor Lob-Üdepohl, thank you. I'd like to point out a construction site, so to speak, that has not been mentioned yet. We are faced with a number of reports, expert opinions, mostly by law firms. So their analysis follows legal criteria, whether it be civil law, criminal law, administrative law. You have to differentiate that from scientific studies. They are not better, not worse, but different. And the MHG study is a study, a research study, not an expert opinion. And this study also recommended that more scientific studies deal with questions of sexualized violence. I'd like to point to the recommendation you find on page 12. The results make it clear that the research process needs be intensified. And in my opinion, this research should have an interdisciplinary approach, looking at micro-political, micro-sociological professions. The study in Münster is an important step into this direction. This is a study with historians, so I think a scientific accompaniment of this whole process of reappraisal is crucially important. Volker Sehi, yeah, I'd like to share that I totally agree with what Esther Goebel said. It really touched me. I also support the initiative to really ask for something like this confession of guilt. This would be in the line of what John Paul II said a long time ago, and Bishop Bode repeated 12 years ago. I read at Faznet a newspaper article. I said that the debates were just a farce because the opinions raised were not included into the proposed amendments. I would phrase it differently, but however, I feel kind of unwell here too, or I feel an unease. I honor the work of the Motions Committee. However, what is more important than fast votes is a thorough work. And what is more important than reaching any decision is the dialogue between us. And what is more important than the impact, the external impact this may have, is the culture amongst us, the culture of communication. And more important than what we do is the work the Holy Spirit does amongst us. Thank you. Christoph Uttenreuter, I'd like to comment on the confession of guilt. I am not alone here. Well, we have said during the first sessions already, the first meetings, I've said that besides these long texts that won't be read by anyone in the general public, we need short, concise texts that are directed at the German public. So once again, we need short, concise messages that we can communicate in our parishes. So like a pastoral letter, it could be actually distributed in our parishes or communities, especially with regard to the confession of guilt. This seems important to me. And I think one important message to send to the German public should be that nobody will be forced to leave a church because he or she is living in a homosexual partnership and marriage. And I think this should really be adopted and published. I would like to say something on the KPE. We, as the BDKJ, and also the Scouts associations were involved in discussions with AFJ, but we have not been consulted when it came to the question of recognizing KPE or not. Especially the Scouts have been rather surprised by this step. And at the same time, other associations like the KAB were no longer supported. I would like to get back to what Mr. Lob-Hüdepohl said. He mentioned the importance of scientific studies. I totally agree with that, because in the youth associations, we have often asked for that, and the Bishops' Conference is not always honoring our demands, and especially in the context of sexualized violence, the work of youth associations is very important. We have entered first discussions with a Bishops' Conference, and we would like the bishops to think about the clear support of youth organizations. And the last point, I'd like the bishops to commit with regard to a change of the state's legal system as well, in order to guarantee the protection of the victims. It's also a huge, major problem in the German criminal law system. So maybe, we could also do something in order to have this changed. Wolfgang Kloß is next. Okay, thank you. 4 buzzwords. First, this shared responsibility. We, on the synodal path, of course, have a common responsibility on our way, on our journey, but we as a ZDK also have a responsibility when it comes to the question of what happened in our communities, what happened in our parishes, where did we have a responsibility and did not assume it in time. Second point, please support the parishes, because very often what we are forgetting when we deal with reappraisal and clarification of abuse cases, we forget what is actually happening at the grassroots. So there are deep cleavages sometimes there. Third keyword, regarding KPE. I've known KPE from a very long time ago. I've seen them in Berlin, and I still have this form of organization in mind. So I don't know whether this change that had to be performed to be accepted by the German Bishops' Conference was really done. So this might have to be reviewed. And the fourth aspect is, well, there might not be new results that were presented in the recently published studies. But I think it would be really interesting to have more studies with a historical background. Münster and Paderborn are just two examples. I think this is really important. I can tell you that with regard to KPE, we will hear Auxiliary Bishop Jücke as the president of the Youth Conference. But let's continue first of all with Cardinal Marx. Yes, speed against thoroughness. This is always an important topic, but I don't want to discuss on that. You have to find a middle way. My experience with the Bishops' Conference is that you can spend days and days and turn around and talk for hours without getting to any result. But I can tell you, well, that I have participated in all the hearing where the bishops had the opportunity to say what they had to say. Okay, interdisciplinarity in the context of reappraisal is another important building block. Of course, we need different approaches, personal perspectives, biographical perspective, historical perspectives. All of this is certainly true. And a last point regarding what Ms. Goebbels said. Yes, very true, but I think we also need, whether we call it confession of guilt or not, we need a theological reappraisal as well. It cannot simply be a confession of guilt. You have to put it in the context of a history of violence that has lasted for centuries. Yes, I saw the a report on TV about wars in the past, the 30-year war, for instance, and we have this history. Priests and lay people, we are one church, and it is not always easy from a theological point of view, and I think it's a good approach to have this worked out in the working group. Weihbischof Löhr is next. Yeah, I wanted to support Ms. Goebbels' initiative. I don't have to give reasons for that now because many things have been mentioned. I'd like to emphasize what Mr. Klose said, the challenge the parishes and communities are facing. That's all I wanted to, say. Ulrich Hoffmann is next. Yeah. As regards KPE, my background is that out of necessity, I had to deal with KPE, Engelberg, and other groups due to the fact that I live in that region. And if they were to be recognized, I would really recommend to have reappraisal work regarding the past of those groups. I think that many things have been changed, but I know so many families, so many young people who have experienced serious violence in the context with these groups, sexual but also spiritual abuse. And I think we must avoid that a black pedagogics ever takes place again or gains space. So I thank Mr. Norpoth for putting this point forward so thoroughly. Thank you very much.
Professor Söding, we need spaces for lament. We need spaces for repentance. And we need spaces for hope, despite all hope. And we have these spaces available in our church. And one of the most important spaces for me is liturgy. There are liturgies of lament, of repentance, of hope, despite all hope. In individual dioceses, people started this already, and I think we need to go a step further. We need something like a repentance and memorial service, and we need a service of hope also in our church. Franziska Kleiner. Dear bishops, I'm truly irritated of your recognition of KPE. You will have your motives or your motivation, and I'm looking forward to what Auxiliary Bishop Wibeken is going to clarify. But I do think that it's necessary, and really necessary, that you double-check and monitor and accompany the KPE very thoroughly in the area of prevention and abuse. Please take on the responsibility that comes from your decision. We rely on you. Auxiliary Bishop Wibbe. Yes, I would like to connect to what Stefan Vesper already said. Ms. Moore also explained things to me during the last days. She wrote to me, since 2012, there are annual meetings between the AFJ and the KPE federal management, and all the topics that you mentioned have been talked about there. And after many conversations, and people realized that the topics you mentioned have been tackled, and then the Youth Commission in 2019 got the proposal to deal again with the recognition of KPE. And it has also been considered that the headquarters move to the Diocese of Augsburg. Bertram Meyer, supported by Bishop Werner, have been having conversations with the management of KPE for more than a year. And what Georg Potschun said is true. So the youth associations were part of the conversations, but they were not consulted with regard to the decision. And also the conversation with the Victims Advisory Board did not take place. As Johannes Norpot said, we are going to meet this afternoon also in order to make sure that we can accompany the situation. And we take this really serious. We take your claims serious. We are going to accompany KPE. And if I say we, this is going to happen on a legal level by the Diocese of Augsburg, in the Diocese of Augsburg, and we will take on all the issues that you just mentioned here. So we are going to close this topic of the agenda. Bishop Ackermann, please be brief. Please answer to the questions. Thank you so much. There were several questions that were raised. Answer to Sister Philippa, Andreas Wiebern, and Mr. Hüdepohl with regard to the common criterion and standards. And the things that have been expressed is laid down in the common declaration. There should be a room also for the dioceses to implement that into what they already do, to put things in the bigger picture, bigger context. And the community among the chairs of the Commission should be a support to create similarities insofar that is possible. This is a process, of course, and there were major debates and intensive tackling with the people and the topics. And the question, what does good reappraisal mean? You know, this is not an easy answer, and this goes for all the groups dealing with this topic in our society. It's a process that needs to be precised. And to accompany the groups, as Hüdepohl said, is good also with regard to the federal government. How can studies be carried out also on a scientific level in order to make further progress? And Sister Philippa said the dioceses were under pressure. Different studies had been commissioned. And as Cardinal Marx said, these are all elements that need to be involved and implemented implemented in this joint process on common criterion and standards? And what about the publications? That was another question. And with regard to the systemic questions, and this has been reported on several times with the Munich expertise, there won't be many new aspects. We also already drew the conclusions with regard to the systemic aspects, and it's important for the dioceses and the religious orders to appoint responsibilities, even though this is not of major interest and of major news for the public. But we owe that to the dioceses and religious orders. Who was responsible? And we need to, and if we have major tremors again, thinking that we start from scratch, just as we thought the last days, it's not in our hands. Many things will depend on the questions how the responsible people are going to react. And this is a question of communication also before publication. So how are people dealing with their responsibility? This can be helpful or can create larger scandal. And then the confession of guilt. Thank you for presenting us with the initiative, Ms. Goebel. I would like to say from my perspective, from my function, it is going to be important for this working group that there are gestures that are filled with life. So this is a gesture that we carry out, and it is supported by the consequences of the reappraisal and the consequences to make sure that there's no large gesture that is then not supported by consequences and insights. And so maybe towards the end of the synodal path, we could set such a sign. That might be good. And I would like to thank you also for the differentiated responsibility, that aspect. I have this task and have had it for 12 years, and I got the mandate last fall how to further develop these things in the sense of community of responsibles. Not taking away the responsibility of the perpetrators and the bishops, but as Mr. Klose said, how can we put things on a larger level, national board, like other bishops' conferences do, because we see that there are new aspects coming up: spiritual abuse, abuse and sexual and violence against women. So we need a larger scope. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the thorough contributions to this point of the agenda that I close now. We move on to 4.1. This is the implementation text with regard of a promise of celibacy in the service of priests. Yesterday we spoke about texts in the second reading. Let me underline that this is the first reading. So we have a text at hand that we consult on and deliberate on for the first time, and this has consequences once we move on to the voting process. And I would like to ask Stefan Buttgereit and Bishop Genn, the chairs of this forum, to come up. And I would like to ask them to present the text. Members of the Synodal Assembly, dear Synod members, the participants of Forum 2 are pleased to present you today some of the results of their work. Bishop Genn and I would like to thank all four members, but especially the editorial teams, the motion committees, and the two executive officers, Ms. Dietrich and Mr. Metzlaff. Before we get to the substantive work, I would like to share with you some information that may be important for you to be able to engage with the texts at hand. You all have experienced the discussion on our foundational text in the context of the Second Synodal Assembly. In our forum and in the text editing team, we have taken on board the constructive criticisms and have decided that we will bring a revised version to the Fourth Synodal Assembly for a second reading. We are doing this for three reasons. First, we want to constructively address the legitimate criticisms and incorporate them into the revised text.
version of the text. Second, the time between first reading and the deadline for submission for the second reading would have been way too short. Third, we wanted to specify our topics once again, especially in the implementation text, and refer to them once again after their first reading in this Synodal Assembly in order to avoid duplications and to keep the text lean in its length. For this, however, it's first necessary to deal with our implementation texts. After this Synodal Assembly, a hearing for all Synodal members on this text will also be offered. Our forum has worked constructively right from the beginning, identifying the many themes of the forum priestly existence today. After an initial collection of topics, we narrowed down to 10 topics, which we wanted to present in implementation text to the Synodal Assembly. In the course of further works, 8 implementation texts emerged, which would have done justice to the diversity of topics of our forums. Editorial groups worked on all 8 texts. There was a close and constructive cooperation with Forum number 1 on the implementation text on the professionalisation. Following a decision by the extended Synodal Committee, the number of implementation texts per forum was reduced once again, with the result that our forum was only granted 1 foundational text and 3 implementation options. Despite the discontent that this decision had caused among the members of a forum, the forum members, the editorial groups, the executives, and the forum management agreed that we want to merge the 8 available implementation texts into 3 implementation texts. We succeeded in doing this, especially through this constructive work of the editorial teams with the forum's management. Of course, the condensation from 8 to 3 implementation texts has also taken its toll. As a result of the condensation, some points of view might have lost their depth, and some statements may be found in a spectrum of topics that all of which would have merited a more detailed treatment. However, these disadvantages are counterbalanced by the advantages that we were forced to bring to the floor, those aspects that seemed important and relevant to the majority of the forum members, and that could not be missed in any case. From our point of view, the 3 texts presented contain the basic topic with which the Synodal Assembly, the German Bishops' Conference, and the Universal Church must deal, and with the aforementioned groups can continue to work when the corresponding resolutions are passed. The motion committees will address the feedback given on the platform Antwort Antragsgrün in their introductions to the text and in the recommendations on the motion, so I will not dwell on the content of the 3 implementation texts at this point. As you know, our forum includes most of the bishops and clergy. Thus, their perspective has obviously also been taken into account in the drafting of the texts. We are pleased that the majority of bishops and clergy from our forum also supports these texts and presents them to the Synodal Assembly for debate. Everyone involved is aware that these texts need the necessary debate in order to move forward on these important issues. Before we get now to the substantive work, I would like to briefly give the floor to Bishop Genn. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Synod members, what Mr. Buttgereit presented does not need any further comment. I would just like to underline everything and would like to thank the members of the forum for their thorough work in order to draw up the variety of texts. Personally, I would like to underline one aspect that was very important for our activities in our forum, an aspect that is dear to our heart, also in order to progress in a synodal way. You can tell from the next implementation text that is going to be presented, we were guided by the 3 steps that Pope Francis recommended us. So what do we perceive in the landscape of that topic? What does that mean for us, and how can we interpret it? And what can we recommend in terms of action from these interpretation? And this is how we drafted the texts, especially with the different votes, to make clear this is about a phase of decisions due to the discernment of spirits. Also with regard to the most hot
topic, the celibacy, the life in celibacy of the priests. With regard to the inner attitude, we were basing our considerations from the perspective of safeguarding also the opinions of the other. We were clear that that celibacy is going to play a role, but we did not want to narrow things down to that and focus on that, but we wanted to create an overall picture, a larger context that are going to be presented by the 3 implementation texts. How can we safeguard and rescue the opinion of the other before judging that opinion? And we were supported by that, by these 3 steps of perceiving, interpreting, and recommending. So these are the 3 steps that we were guided by. I would like to hand over the floor to Sister Katharina Klutmann.
So, dear Synod members, let me say something on the text on celibacy, the implementation text. We have presented a text that I hope you all have had a chance to read. The text is weight, but not balanced yet. We come to a clear direction. The text is weighed in the sense of a discernment of spirits, just as Bishop Genn has said. The text affirms the value of celibacy, also for priests, not only for religious. At the same time, it comes to the conclusion that celibacy should be a free choice. So it is a pro-celibacy and, at the same time, pro-freedom. Thus, we remain on the ground of tradition and refer more often to Eastern Catholic churches that live this way and have lived this way without interruption. In order to be able to come to speedy steps, we argue from the status quo, that is, we speak only of men. And this is not a statement for or against the ordination of women. For example, when we are speaking of viri probati. The text tries to remain focused and thus lean. In the first part, it emphasizes that celibacy is so valuable that it should be freely chosen. As Father Christoph Uttenreuter commented, if God has given celibacy to the Church as a gift, then it will continue to exist without it being mandatory. The second part is about priests who have had to give up their ministry because of a partnership, a relationship. And this is a survey of the situation with a focus on specific human and spiritual issues, on the care of the employer and the legal security of the priest who leaves the ministry, as well as the possibility of continuing to work in the pastoral field. As regards the implementation text, 204 proposals have been submitted, which Dr. Edgar Büttner, Father Arno Zahler, and myself, on the part of the motion committee with the indispensable help of Ms. Charlotte Dietrich, have thoroughly reviewed and discussed. So we thank all of those who have made a contribution and now come to the proposed amendments. And you know about the first one already. There were a lot of different motions. And it was requested that the Synodal Forum acknowledge the following: formalities to the language structure of the text, notes on shifts within the text. And the Motions Committee recommends that this multitude of basic suggestions be adopted. We would like to thank Julia Knob, who made a very helpful suggestion regarding a restructuring of the text in order to make it more focused and lean. But thanks to all the contributors. Second proposed amendment. Several amendments requested that the Synodal Forum acknowledge the following. The previous title was not considered to be so fitting. So the idea is to change the title, The Celibacy of Priests, Strengthening and Opening. Sorry to interrupt you, sister. Maybe we can save time if you put a focus on a certain proposed amendment, because we are going to read them out during the voting procedure. So you don't have to do this now. Okay, then I try to focus. Some amendments deal with clarification as regards the contents. First of all, there's the common priesthood to set the priest or the ordained priesthood in this context of universal priesthoods. And then we have celibacy and other life forms, such as being single. So clarification was asked for there. And another point that is being discussed very was very much further. So should we, based on the MHG study, which made the systemic causes clear, but on the one hand, there's this argumentation, the MHG study, the systemic causes. On the other hand, there's the discussion of the right of believers to receive the sacraments. So we recommend that these two aspects should be linked. Okay. Regarding the evangelical councils, there's also a need for clarification, which might be included in our text, but this should also be included in the not in the orientation, in the foundational text. It became clear in the hearing with the Bishops' Conference that the question of succeeding life forms, in this case, a succeeding life in celibacy. And of course, the important question is, what can we support? The first motion here is something that many of you rejected, and the Motions Committee recommends to adopt this rejection. However, there was an important appeal included there to learn from the Eastern Catholic churches. I think this should be integrated elsewhere. The second motion is in favor of free choice. So again, along the model lived by the Eastern churches. Then we have in the third motion, the viri probati. At the end, we will have to vote upon the entire text, and there will be members of the Synod who can only support, let's say, motion number 3. They say, okay, viri probati is fine, but the thing about celibacy is not something I can support. Here we will have to find a compromise. Now, regarding the priests who leave their office because of a partnership union, people or priests who are ordained and want to be free from their promise of celibacy. Another motion was about homosexual priests, and we think that there should be a text dedicated to this subject. So we put it into a footnote and say that the Motions Committee recommends that to adopt the motion for the need of a particular text on this topic. Okay, thank you, Sister Katharina, Edgar Büttger, and Professor Dr. Zalauer for their work in the Motions Committee. We would now like to open the general debate regarding this implementation text, and afterwards we will vote on the individual proposed amendments. First of all, the debate, and now it's again time to use your devices to put your name on the speakers lists.
Bischof Feige.
Bishop Feige is first. I think it is possible, and I would welcome the possibility for priests to get married. I've got two critical comments on the text. First of all, regarding the viri probati. This is something I would welcome as well, but with regard to the Amazon Synod, it is mentioned that a first step could be to ordain men who are members of the permanent diaconate as priests. I think this is rather difficult because the permanent diaconate is a charism of its own, and this is not something we would want to change. I find it interesting that somebody once asked for such a change, and he himself was a member of this permanent diaconate. Okay, I would like to point out another little discrepancy here. The tradition of the Eastern churches is being mentioned. On the other hand, an appeal is made to dispense already ordained priests from their promise of celibacy. However, in the Eastern churches, married men can be ordained. However, already ordained men cannot marry anymore. So there's a discrepancy of this, on the one hand, this desire to follow the model of the Eastern churches, and this point of ordination and marriage on the other hand. Okay, again, we are not in time anymore. This is why we have to close the speakers list, and we need to limit the time. 1 minute, please, per speaker, even though this is difficult. But let's give as many as possible the opportunity to take the floor. The next person on the list is Christoph Uttenreuter. Okay, 1 minute is really not long. I have put forward a very long proposal for amendment that was not taken into account. I am in favor of appreciating, honoring the life form of celibacy and of granting a freedom to choose. But I see such an idealization of celibacy in the text, which goes too far, because there are dangers of celibacy. I think it needs to be taken into account that there's a negative impact of the mandatory celibacy on the whole abuse situation. And I had put forward very many arguments which met with approval. So my question is, what about the perception of the situation? Is that really included or taken into account in the text? I don't think so. Professor Bishop is next. Yeah, thank you. I have a motion regarding viri probati. According to my perception, the urgency that is mentioned here lags behind what the Synod and the Würzburg Synod said 50 years ago. It is a question that we discussed when I was a student of theology. And it is time to have this viri probati introduced. When we look at the Catholic Church, we need to create possibilities, and this problem is not a German problem, but the problem of the universal church. So we do need a global approach here with regard to the universal synodal path, and the urgency must be stressed, the urgency of this topic to be considered. Thank you. Professor Sellmann, I'd like to sustain the prudent desire that was expressed here. I think we should not have a package of solution here. I think for the second reading, it would be better not to vote on these texts as a package, but to be able to consider them with their nuances. Thank you for these specific comments, Dr. Neher. Only two brief comments. There are also Catholic priests in the Roman Catholic Church who are married. They are former Protestant priests who became Catholics. So their spirituality needs to be taken into account here too. Second aspect regarding the Eastern churches. In Eastern churches, the bishops were only chosen amongst religious who are not married. So simply referring to the Eastern churches as a good example is quite difficult here. Dorothea Schmidt is next. I would like to point out a positive aspect of celibacy. First of all, with regard to what Father Uttenröder said, from forensic science, we know that, of course, you can be critical toward celibacy, but to couple celibacy and sexual abuse is not scientifically founded. Celibacy is an expression of love and dedication, of a yes to the vocation of God. And this can be a vocation. Celibacy can be a vocation, as marriages can. We know from the Protestant Church that marriages can fail if the priest doesn't have time for his wife because he has so much to do for the parish. And the vocation of being a priest is to be placed before the vocation of being a family man. And a priest is the job of a priest is not to care about him or herself alone. So the community is more important here. Thank you, Birgit Mock. Maybe to add to what Ms. Schmidt said, of course, the MHD study did not establish a direct link between celibacy and sexual abuse, but still, you have to consider the question of the development of sexual morality. And our job is also to have a reappraisal or a new or re-evaluation of our sexual teaching. Sister Katharina pointed out that it is important to review the criteria for admission to priesthood and also to take into account the sexual orientation or gender orientation. We will certainly see this on the agenda tomorrow. The text on Forum 4 deal with that. And I would like to point out this link here because I think it refers well to what already appears in your text. Gregor Potschun. To abolish mandatory celibacy is something that is quite urgent, and I think also strengthening the celibacy as it seems to be the case, and the text goes too far. I have another comment on sexuality. I find it important that, there should be also focus on homosexual priests. And again, in this text, there are only two options, celibacy or the sacramental marriage, as though there are no different forms of life. And this is, again, a discrimination against people who choose other life forms. Okay, Professor Sattler is next. I'd like to thank the Forum for their work. And maybe I didn't understand it really, but I'm quite irritated that, we have like 4 motions, and I think they should not be voted all together in a package because there are a lot of differences. And this solution of a dispense in this context seems quite problematic to me. So I'd like to ask for clarification here, and I stick with the others. Yeah, I especially see a problem with this dispensation issue. And there are difficulties when it comes to shaping a celibacy life. Yeah, thank you, says Professor Himmel. I think the text has really improved. When you compare it to the previous version, it's much more weight. Gregor Potschun pointed out developments in societies that can be seen as signs of the time as well. And I think the text falls short of them because there's a lot of ambivalence when it comes to loneliness. For instance, in England, there's a ministry dealing with loneliness, with isolation. There's a lot of research at German universities as well. We are speaking about involuntary celibacies, the incels, and this ambivalence should be pointed out more. At the same time, when it's about an inner or outer alignment with a community, with a parish, which is a sign of priestly existence. I think this ambivalence, which is also an aspect of life itself, should be better worked out in the text. Professor Tiefensee is next. I thank the Forum for presenting this text. I think it is a central text, really a central text, because it brings out the most important aspect of priestly existence, at least the most important aspect in our perception. Celibacy is always being mentioned when it comes to this topic. And in the parishes, for instance, people do not understand it. And many people think that this is a double standards and that there's secret marriages of priests, and and there's the high number of single households everywhere. So I think that, the advantages of celibacy should be mentioned in the text, but also the shadows of the regulations that have been in place so far. So I think this is the most essential implementation text in the Forum of priestly existence today. Bishop Voderholzer. My question has been put forward by Dr. Neher in a certain way. He reminded us of the Eastern churches that see not being married as an example, following the example of Jesus and the disciples. So it's actually for the sake of the kingdom of heaven that you choose celibacy. And the bishops were chosen amongst the religious, amongst the monks. But do we have enough monks to have enough candidates for the bishops? This is the question the Forum has dealt with. However, this way of referring to the Eastern churches is limited in a way. Thank you.
Professor Söding, the last Synodal Assembly has been criticized by the public because seemingly we had put into doubt priesthood. I would like to thank the group from the forum from all my heart that they proved that the opposite is true. We need priests in the Catholic Church. Enforcement and opening. These are the important aspects. We need an encouragement. Let's take a look at the low numbers of those who are opting for the sacramental priesthood. And on the other hand, we need an opening. And when it comes to this opening, having married priests in the Catholic Church, one thing is important. They are a charism for the Church. They are truly a gift. Erzbischof Hieser. I'm in charge of a diocese that doesn't have a single seminarian. I don't know how to take care of the parishes in the future or how to take care of the Eucharist in my diocese. This is why I welcome the text. You know, don't compare things with the Eastern churches. This is not helpful. I don't know if we want this type of image of priest, because sometimes people say the priest just celebrates the Mass. So I would be cautious with regard to that comparison. I would like to speak about the lifestyle of priest. It's not only about the function and functioning, it is about being priest. I think we should add on that. And we also need to add about the formation, because if we think of priests that can be married, we also need to reconsider formation of priests. Two thoughts that I would like to share. Frère Roger of Thésée in the past spoke about his conversation with John 23rd. He said only one time we intervened in the preparation of the council when it came to keeping up celibacy. Second, what Bishop Kreutler and Bishop Lober reported on from the Universal Church, I would like to support. Number 3, motion number 3, dispensation and all that. The Eucharist is the center of the Church and needs to stay there. Professor Schlosser. What has been said about the Eastern Church, I would not like to repeat that. Also, the understanding of marriage is a different one there. I have a question referring line 104 and following. The question is whether the sacraments and the number of priests are put in a estimate that is realistic. I refer to Germany, Switzerland, and Austria only. And connected to that, is there any study why seminarians give up that way? As far as I know, there are many reasons for that, not only celibacy. And we don't we speak about the connection of priesthood and life in celibacy. If we give up that link, we need to know that celibacy can be seen as a personal, pious lifestyle and is not connected anymore to priesthood, and this is going to have an impact. Sister Maria Schwarzach, from my own perspective, I worked in Russia for many years in a diocese. The Roman Catholic bishop is the ordinarius also for all the Catholics in Russia of the Byzantine Rite. There are parishes with Greek Catholic and Roman Catholic faithful. And given the difficult pastoral situation, you have either a Roman Catholic or a Greek Catholic priest being the head of the parish. That means Roman Catholic faithful celebrate Mass with a Greek Catholic priest. And it has never been a problem for them, for the faithful. It is all about somebody coming and celebrating Eucharist with them. If he's married or not, they don't care. I always experience this as a blessing. Theovida? I would like to thank the Forum for the text. Nevertheless, I'm not completely happy with it. Sometimes it's too open or too vague, given that it should be a signal from this Synodal Assembly. The priesthood and the celibacy is way too idealized. As an assembly, we need to be very concise in the way we give a signal, how we see things. And we need to do away with the mandatory celibacy. The idealization goes way too far, because saying that a married priest does not have time for his tasks, that cannot be an argument in modern times anymore. From my own experience, I can tell you that I had 4 chaplains in 10 years who gave up their career despite great conditions and preconditions that they brought, because they didn't want to live a life in celibacy. So if we continue this tradition, we lead people to into depression and despair and stop careers. Bishop Oberbeck, I would like to underline the dramatic situation of most of our dioceses. We lack young priests, and we won't have them. They just will stop existing. So it seems wise to me to extend the introduction of the text, extend on the cultural background, that the background of priesthood in general, not only with regard to celibacy, but also with regard to the other tasks and lifestyle. We live with many people, not alone. And secondly, we need to ask ourselves, what does that mean for being church? And if we take the bigger picture, not only Sundays services, we gain different perspectives. And that would expand the scope and perspective of the text. Apart from sacramentality, we would focus also on the support of the other tasks of priests. This is important for the image of a priest that we need to stand up for in the future. Many of us discussed with the Forum too and asked for more clarity. Thank you for the increasing clarity in this Forum, be it for the text itself, be it for the new proposed title in the amendment. I think this is a great journey, and we learn over and over again how we can be on the way together. Second aspect, yes, encouragement and foster, but not in a way of over-idealization of the priest who has to be available 24/7. I'm not available 24/7, and no other priest should be. This is not healthy. And the second aspect is, when we open priesthood, we should not hide behind traditions of Eastern Catholic churches, but the problems that we have, the issues, are a sign of their times on their own, and they are connected also to other questions of the Amazon Synod also, for example. So we should not hide behind other traditions. We should recognize things as a sign of the times of their own here with us. With regard to abiding the mandatory celibacy, so we have double standards with regard to celibacy. It's not about the individuals, but the institution. So when it comes
to abolishing mandatory celibacy. We know about the perpetration, the violations, and they are shared about, they are integrated in the normal life, but only if a priest decides to get married, to stand up for their woman and their child, he loses everything. A professor loses the nihil obstat and all the other consequences. So beyond other considerations that we already had, this is a negative damage that we all need to take care of. And I don't see the willingness to deal with things in a different way here. So this is an important aspect once we speak about abolishing or doing away with mandatory celibacy.
Ja, damit beenden wir die Aussprache.
We come to an end of the general debate. We move on to the amendments, and we have a point of order.
Ich möchte den Antrag stellen.
I would like to ask that in addition to the aspects that we are going to deal with, that we decide that the negative aspects of mandatory celibacy should be clearly mentioned. In my contribution, I expressed everything in a very concise way, and other people also mentioned them. And I don't see that the motions consider that aspect. I want to make sure that this is going to be included in the text. I see an urgency behind your request. This was not a point of order according to the rules of procedure. In the first reading, this is the first reading, I would like to underline that. In Antragsgrün in the portal, you can also make use of the option to comment also with regard to a second reading. We are here in person. We can speak about things in person, and we cannot solve things with a point of order. We are going to decide on the motions that you find in Antragsgrün. And I would like to speak about the first amendment. You can see it here.
Und ich werde ihn einmal vorlesen.
And I'm going to read it out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Numerous different amendments have been tabled requesting that Synodal Forum number 2 acknowledges the following formalities to language and structure of the text, notes on shifts within the text, suggestions on the individual aspects of the topics. The motion committee recommends that this multitude of basic suggestions be adopted. I think this is a motion that doesn't need any further clarification of the Commission. And like last time, it goes again that we vote on the recommendations of the motion committee. And you're invited to do so now. If you want to follow the recommendation of the motions committee, as soon as the devices are ready, you're invited to do so. 1 yes, 2 no.
Mein Gerät ist noch nicht so weit.
My device is not ready yet.
Erstaunlich, dass ich ausgeschlafener bin als die Technik.
Interesting that I seem to be more awake than technology. Well, it's always helpful to turn on your device. Obviously, I'm not that awake.
Einschalten auf OK und danke, wenn ich nicht die Einzige bin.
So turn on your devices, and I would be grateful if I wasn't the only one who forgot to turn the device on. Wonderful. So we have 193 votes cast.
Ich zähle innerlich auf 5 und beende die Abstimmung. Wir haben 181 Ja-Stimmen, 9 Nein-Stimmen und 8 Enthaltungen. Und damit ist der Änderungsantrag 1 angenommen.
Wir gehen weiter zu Änderungsantrag 2. Mit mehreren Änderungsanträgen wurde beantragt, dass das Synodalforum II Folgendes würdigt. Der bisherige Titel ist wie folgt zu verändern: Der Zölibat der Priester, Bestärkung und Öffnung. Die Antragskommission empfiehlt, dies anzunehmen. Ich glaube, auch da braucht es nicht noch einmal eine Erläuterung. Wenn Sie der Empfehlung der Antragskommission folgen, drücken Sie bitte Ja. Wenn Sie nicht folgen wollen, Nein.
Adopt that title if we want to adopt the recommendation of the motion committee with regard to the new title of this implementation text. Please cast your vote now.
Dann schließen wir die Abstimmung.
So we close the vote.
Wir haben 175
in favor, 19 votes against, 4 abstentions. Adoption of motion number 2. We move on to motion number 3. Several amendments requested that the Synodal Forum 2 acknowledges the following. The priestess of the service needs to be included and integrated into the universal priesthood. We are going to dwell on that in the basic text, in the foundational text, and we're going to include that also in the implementation text. This is the recommendation of the motion committee. Would the motion committee like to comment on that?
Wenn dem nicht so ist, dann gehen wir in die Abstimmung.
If this is not the case, we're going to cast the votes. If you want to adopt the recommendation of the motion committee, please press 1 for yes and 2 for no. We close the vote.
Wir haben 176 Ja-Stimmen.
176 in favor, 15 against, 9 abstentions.
Und wir gehen weiter.
We move on to motion number 4. Several amendments requested that the Synodal Forum 2 recognizes the following: the relationship of marriage, celibacy, and other forms of life to each other and to the ministry should be made clearer. The motion committee recommends that this be accepted.
Auch da, glaube ich, braucht es keine weiteren Erläuterungen.
I don't think we need further explanations, so we can start the vote.
Und wir können die Abstimmung schließen.
So we close this vote.
Wir haben 171
in favor, 70 against, 8 abstentions, and we move on to number 5. In several amendments, it was requested that the Synodal Forum number 2 acknowledges the following. There are opposing motions. One, call for strengthening the starting point of the right to receive sacraments. The others demand the starting point to be taken more strongly from the MHG study. The Motions Committee recommends that the divergent requests be adopted in the following. The MHG study and the right of the faithful to receive the sacraments are both to be weighed and need to be linked on an argumentative level so that they can strengthen each other. I think it's clear what we vote on. Yes is 1, 2, and 2 is no.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
I close the vote. (145 in favor, 33 votes against, and 15 abstentions. Number 6. Motion number 6. Several motions requested that the Synodal Forum number 2 acknowledges the following. The statements on the
Die Antragskommission empfiehlt dies in folgender Form.
On the evangelical councils are not yet clear enough. The Motion Commission recommends that this be adopted in the following form. A theological interpretation of the evangelical councils into the whole of the text and the possible consequences will find their place in the foundational text. If you would like to follow the recommendation of the Motions Committee, vote yes, otherwise no, or abstain.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
We close this voting process.
Wir haben
173 in favor, 9 votes against, 8 abstentions. Motion adopted. We move on to number 7.
Mit mehreren Änderungsanträgen wurde beantragt.
Several motions requested that the Synodal Forum 2 acknowledges the following. It should be explained how a good civil life culture in celibacy can be successful in the present social and ecclesiastical situation. The Motions Committee recommends that this be adopted in the following form. A more in-depth presentation will be made in the foundational text. The implementation text will also dwell on this aspect. If you agree, cast your vote yes, number 1, or no, 2.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung. Es gibt 159
159 in favor, 20 against, 13 abstentions. Motion adopted. This brings us to motion number 8. Several motions requested that Synodal Forum 2 acknowledges the following. Motion 1 in the implementation text promoting the understanding of the Evangelical Council and thus also celibacy is to be deleted. The motion committee recommends that this be adopted in the following form. Motion 1 is deleted without replacement. Only the last part, learning from the experiences of the Eastern Catholic Church, is going to be re-edited and put in a different place in the text. Do we need an additional explanation by the motion committee? After all we heard, the last sentence needs to be deleted as well. With the experiences of the Eastern Catholic Churches, there are many things that we could say here. But in a nutshell, I wanted to say that this motion shall underline that the Forum Committee would like to acknowledge life in celibacy and of the evangelical councils, also including the religious. So we need to clarify, what about the last part of the sentence and what is going to be deleted? I don't know if this is the right point to mention this. We cannot change a motion at this point. If I understood things correctly, Bishop Genn suggested to reconsider the question of learning from the experiences of the Eastern Catholic Churches and not just to place it in a different point in the text. So he suggests from the motion committee not to adopt this motion now, but to bring it back to the forum in order to have it re-elaborated. So we vote on the motion. If you agree with what Bishop Genn just mentioned, this is a misunderstanding, sorry. Okay, please give us some information. So we're currently asking ourselves, point of order, Franziska Kleiner. We are just asking ourselves if this is possible in the ongoing procedure, given that Bishop Genn is not part of the motion committee. Because we need to clarify that with regard of the rules of procedure, if the chairs of the forums can change the motions of the motion committees during the course of the procedure. We did not do that until now, and if we continue not to do so, we would like to acknowledge the motion committee at this point by them saying whether they would like to adopt that or not, because otherwise we undermine the work of the motion committees that we set up in the first place. Thank you so much. This is a point of order that we'll not agree on. I suggest that we consult on that, how to deal with this statement, and we will come back in a short period of time how to deal with it.
Die Präsidentin hat sich zu Wort gemeldet.
The president asked the floor. Yeah, we agreed very quickly. We do believe that what Bishop Genn said is legitimate. That means we vote on the motion just the way it is presented? Yes. Sister Katharina. Well, basically, we vote with this motion on the question whether our first idea, strengthening the understanding, that we say we don't do that. So the motion committee recommends to adopt this motion. So not doing this. The idea of to learn from the Catholic Eastern churches can be maintained. We can learn from them even if we don't do things like they do. So this is a minor aspect. The focus is
on deleting this sentence, and the motion committee recommends to have it deleted. Thank you so much for giving us some additional information, and let's take a look at the motion again. You vote on the recommendation of the motions committee. I would like to ask for your vote now.
Gut, wir schließen die Abstimmung.
Okay, the vote is finished. (117 yes votes, 63 no votes, 14 abstentions), meaning motion number 8 is adopted. We continue with number 9. With several amendments, it was requested that the Synodal Forum to acknowledge the following. Amendments 2, which is about the celibacy as in the Eastern churches, and 3, viri probati, particular ecclesiastical regulations, dispensations, are not to be seen as alternatives, but belong together. The motions committee recommends that this be adopted in the following form. Motion 3, viri probati, particular church regulations, dispensations, begins as follows. The Synodal Assembly asked the Holy Father, pending the implementation of the previous motion, to take the following specific steps. So if you agree, I kindly ask you to vote yes, no. If you don't agree, please vote no. Please cast your votes now.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
So the vote is closed.
(104)
154 votes in favor, 29 against, 13 abstentions. So motion number 9 has been adopted. Continue with number 10. With several amendments, it was requested that the Synodal Forum to consider the following. Motion 4, which is about the possibility of subsequent release from the promise of celibacy, is considered questionable and should therefore be deleted. The Motions Committee recommends that this be rejected. Is that clear to everybody, what we are voting on here? Okay, then please cast your vote now. So we close the vote. There are 143 votes in favor, 46 against, 3 abstentions. Thus, the motion number 10 has been adopted, and we continue with the last one for this round, number 11. In an amendment, it was requested that the Synodal Forum 2 acknowledge the following. The treatment of the question of homosexual priests needs its own implementation text dealing with this issue. The Motions Committee recommends that this be accepted. The Synodal Forum 2 will be commissioned with its preparation and will network with Synodal Forum 4 for this purpose. My point of view, it is clear what we are voting on. So if you agree with this recommendation, 1 means yes, 2 means no.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
So vote is closed now. 151 votes in favor, 38 against, 6 abstentions. So motion number 11 has been adopted, and we can continue after voting on all individual motions. We can now continue to vote on the entire implementation text. So, implementation text on the promise of celibacy in the service of the priest is up to the vote. 1 means yes, 2 means no.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
So the vote is closed now.
Es sind 159
votes in favor, 26 against, 7 abstentions. Thus, the implementation text on the promise of celibacy in the service of the priest is accepted, adopted. With you to the time, we have just agreed with the Secretariat that we cannot continue with the agenda and the next implementation text, personality development and professionalisation. However, we have an implementation text which is the framework regulation for accountability that we couldn't work on yesterday evening. This text is only, it's only about voting on the amendments, so we will use this time before the break to do so, and the technology will help us to show the text and the respective motions so that we can continue with this.
Wir sind im Synodalforum 1.
So, where we are now, Synodal Forum 1.
Oh, ein Geschäftsordnungsantrag.
Oh, there's a motion pertaining to the rules of procedure. Maybe it makes sense that I just present in 90 seconds what this is about. Yes, of course. The text we are going to vote on now specifies the work of synodal councils, the dioceses and parishes, and suggests 3 very specific processes. First of all, a common binding pastoral planning of the synodal council, and the priest or the bishop at the beginning of the office or the mandate of the Synodal Council. Second, at the end of this mandate, an accountability of the responsible priest or bishop regarding the implementation of the plan, and at the end of the mandate of the council, or if necessary, several step procedure to assess the trust of the priest or the level of trust of the priest or the bishop. If trust is not granted, then the priest or bishop shall be asked to resign. In the present draft, the procedures regarding accountability and also the clarification with regard to trust, which comes down to a vote of confidence, are differentiated here. So they should be treated separately. I think this was very helpful here, just to remind us of the content of this implementation text. So I think we can now see the motions. It's the implementation text, framework regulation for accountability, and the motions committee recommends the adoption. And now you can vote yes or no. No by pressing 1 or 2 on your voting device.
Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
Okay. A little comment regarding our rules of procedure. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the 5 motions have not been voted on. And what we saw here was the vote on the global text. Yes, exactly. That's what I was asking myself. So first, we will look at the motions. That was quite spontaneous now, so we couldn't actually deal with it. This is why I'd like to ask, for the presentation of the motions or the proposed amendments.
So, das ist der Änderungsantrag 1.
So this is number 1. It's the usual. The motions committee recommends editorial changes, as we have. Okay. Another subject-related point of order. Well, this has been voted on last time. We have to continue with number 2, motion number 2. The last session was interrupted, was suspended after the vote on this point. Yes, everybody is nodding their head on the Synodal Committee. So we continue with number 3? No, number 2. Number 2. Okay, to say it for everybody, to make it clear. This was the moment when we didn't have a quorum anymore, if you remember. And I asked for this quorum. That was at the end of the meeting. This is why we had to interrupt. So now we continue with number 2. Okay, I present number 2 to you. With the motion regarding the accountability, it was proposed that the leadership should give an account once a year. The motions committee recommends that the motion be rejected. The financial accountability at diocesan level is regulated in the motion on the framework for diocesan finances. Confer line 101, an annual financial and substantive content-related accountability report would tie up a great many resources and would actually put a burden on dioceses and many parishes. In addition, this is about the formulation of minimum standards. Each diocese is free to define its own annual accountability. So now we are voting on this motion.
Es kommen keine weiteren Stimmen.
Okay, no other votes are coming in. Yes, a few.
Und trotzdem möchte ich die Stimmabgabe beenden.
However, we would like to end the vote here.
Es sind 148 Ja-Stimmen.
148 votes in favor, 24 against, 7 abstentions. So the motion number 2 has been adopted.
Und damit können wir weitergehen zu Änderungsantrag 3.
So we can continue with number 3.
Hier wurde beantragt,
An amendment was proposed that relates to lines 87 to 91, and which is about the Synodal Council finding by a two-thirds majority that the trust is not in force or has not been restored even after an arbitral committee, the bishop to submit his resignation to the Pope or the priest to resign. The motion recommends that this motion be deleted. Now the motions committee recommends that the motion be rejected. Why? If a multi-stage problem-solving procedure does not lead to a positive result, it should also be recorded what the a threefold negative answer to the question of confidence means, that there's no longer a basis for cooperation and therefore a need for a new beginning, for which the offer of resignation by the incumbent would be a first step. So now we are voting on whether you follow the recommendation of the motions committee to reject this motion. So if you do, please vote yes, otherwise vote no, and you can start now.
Wir beenden die Abstimmung.
Vote is closed.
Es sind
136 in favor, so yes votes, 34 no votes, 5 abstentions. Thus, this motion number 3 has been adopted, and we can continue with number 4, sorry.
mit einem Änderungsantrag wurde
In one amendment, it was proposed
nicht nur
that not only the respective person in office, but the entire leadership of the Synodal Council of the diocese or parish should present an accountability report. The Motions Committee recommends that a distinction be made between, on the one hand, the accountability report on the implementation of the plans and agreements on goals by the bishop or a priest, and on the other hand, an accountability report by the joint leadership of the Synodal Council on the work of this council. It therefore recommends that the motion be adopted as follows. So it's a modified adoption. Add the following to lines 99 to 101. The Vicar General shall present his report to the Synodal Council of the diocese at least once per term of office. And the Economic Officer annually to the Finance Council, the leadership of the Synodal Council at the end of each term of office. If you agree with this recommendation to adopt this modified version, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote no.
Ich gebe noch ein wenig Zeit.
Okay, a little bit more time shall be granted. But now the vote is closed.
146 Ja-Stimmen.
So 146 yes votes, 20 no votes, 13 abstentions. Motion number 4 is thus adopted, and we continue with number 5. That's the last one in our list regarding this text, and it relates to lines 64 to 101. In several comments, it was pointed out that a clearer distinction should be made between accountability and the adoption of the accountability report on the one hand, and the vote of confidence on the other hand. So the Motions Committee agrees with this comment, and it therefore recommends to refer this aspect to the Synodal Forum number 1 for further working on it. If you agree with this recommendation, please press 1. If you don't, please press no.
Und dann schließen wir auch diesen.
Okay, we come to close with this vote. 160 votes in favor, 8 no votes, 6 abstentions. So the 5th motion has been adopted as well, and we can now proceed to the vote on the entire implementation text framework regulation for accountability of the Synodal Forum number 1. Okay, so we will directly start with a vote. If you agree with this implementation text, 1 means yes, 2 means no.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
Okay, I close the vote.
Es sind
152 yes votes, 30 no votes have been cast. There are 4 abstentions. Therefore, the implementation text framework regulation on accountability has been adopted. I thank you for your disciplined cooperation.
Eine lange Wegstrecke seit heute Morgen.
So we've made a long way since this morning without any break. Thank you for your patience and this focused work. Now we have really deserved a good break. It's now 1:45 noon. 15 minutes break before the celebration of the Eucharist. Please show a discipline as well. Continue to be disciplined. We want to start with the Eucharist at noon. This is also due to the fact that we have an audience online. Okay, enjoy your break and see you at noon.
glauben allermeist, dass uns behüte an unserem Ende, wenn wir heimfahren aus diesem Elende. Kyrie eleis, du heller Schein, du lebendig Licht, Geist des Herrn, der unsere Nacht durchbricht. Lass uns Gott erkennen, ihn Vater nennen und von Christus uns nimmermehr trennen. Kyrie eleis, du stille Macht, du verborgene Kraft, Geist des Herrn, der in uns lebt und schafft. Ohne du uns inne, uns anzutreiben, bete du in uns, wo wir stumm bleiben. Kyrie eleis, du mächtiger Hauch, unerschaffene Kraft, Geist des Herrn, gib du uns neuen Geist des Herrn, dass wir Gottes Liebe den Menschen künden und als Schwestern und Brüder uns finden. Kyrie eleis, erleuchte uns, o ewiges Licht, hilf, dass alles, was durch dich geschieht, Gott sei wohlgefällig durch Jesum Christum, der uns macht heilig durch sein Priestertum. Kyrie eleis, Kyrie eleis, Kyrie eleis, Kyrie
Im Namen des Vaters und des Sohnes und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Die Gnade unseres Herrn Jesus Christus, die Liebe Gottes des Vaters und die Gemeinschaft des Heiligen Geistes sei mit euch allen. Lasset uns beten. Allmächtiger Gott, du hast dem heiligen Rabanus Maurus die Gabe der Weisheit und des Wortes verliehen. Du hast ihn gelehrt, den Menschen deine Wahrheit nahezubringen. Öffne unser Herz für das Licht deines Geistes, damit wir dich erkennen und deinen Sohn, unseren Herrn Jesus Christus, der in der Einheit des Heiligen Geistes mit dir lebt und herrscht in Ewigkeit. Amen.
Lesung aus dem Buch der Weisheit. Gott, der Väter und Herr des Erbarmens, du hast das All durch dein Wort gemacht. Den Menschen hast du durch deine Weisheit erschaffen, damit er über deine Geschöpfe herrscht. Er soll die Welt in Herrlichkeit und Gerechtigkeit leiten und Gericht halten in rechter Gesinnung. Gib mir die Weisheit, die an deiner Seite thront, und verstoß mich nicht aus der Schar deiner Kinder. Ich bin ja dein Knecht, der Sohn deiner Magd, ein schwacher Mensch, dessen Leben nur kurz ist, und gering ist meine Einsicht in Recht und Gesetz. Wäre einer auch vollkommen unter den Menschen, er wird kein Ansehen genießen, wenn ihm deine Weisheit fehlt. Mit dir ist die Weisheit, die deine Werke kennt und die zugegen war, als du die Welt erschufst. Sie weiß, was dir gefällt und weiß, was recht ist nach deinen Geboten. Sende sie vom heiligen Himmel und schick sie vom Thron deiner Herrlichkeit, damit sie bei mir sei und alle Mühe mit dir teile und damit ich erkenne, was dir gefällt. Dann wird dir mein Handeln gefallen. Ich werde dein Volk gerecht regieren. Wort des lebendigen Gottes.
Dank sei Gott.
Du sendest deinen Geist aus, du sendest deinen Geist aus und verwandelst das Angesicht der Erde. Halleluja, Halleluja.
Der Herr sei mit euch. Aus dem heiligen Evangelium nach Matthäus. In jener Zeit sprach Jesus zu seinen Jüngern: Ihr seid das Salz der Erde. Wenn das Salz seinen Geschmack verliert, womit kann man es wieder salzig machen? Es taugt zu nichts mehr, es wird weggeworfen und von den Leuten zertreten. Ihr seid das Licht der Welt. Eine Stadt, die auf einem Berg liegt, kann nicht verborgen bleiben. Man zündet auch nicht ein Licht an und stülpt ein Gefäß darüber, sondern man stellt es auf den Leuchter, dann leuchtet es allen im Haus. So soll euer Licht vor den Menschen leuchten, damit sie eure guten Werke sehen und euren Vater im Himmel preisen. Evangelium unseres Herrn Jesus Christus.
Halleluja.
Liebe Geschwister,
Brothers and sisters,
Synodenaula,
here
liebe Schwestern und
at
Brüder
the Synodal
am Livestream
Assembly,
und
brothers
alle,
and
die
sisters
uns bei diesem
joined
Gottesdienst
remotely,
begleiten.
and everybody who's with us here.
Professor Dr. Stetter-Karp and myself, we do believe that these two lectures that we just heard on the occasion of the Memorial Day of this bishop who was active here in this area, they are really an enrichment for us here. Reading from the Book of Wisdom is a prayer of Solomon, addressed to the Jewish brothers and sisters who lived at the turn of those times. It's the oldest book of the Old Testament. They lived in Egypt, in Alexandria, in an urban setting. They wanted to give witness to their faith. They wanted to live their faith in depth. I think it's wonderful to focus on this aspect here now. What does faith mean in the world, in the midst of the world? What does it mean in terms of enrichment? What does it mean in terms of profiling faith on debate in the individual context of time? This is what the reading speaks about. And that book, written in Greek, is very positive. It says the world with psychology, art, with the insights into nature, with science, with everything. This world has been created by God. It's not our enemy, not the enemy to the faithful, but it is an inspiration in order to go in depth with our faith. We spoke about the signs of the time yesterday, grappling with the question, is it a place in time? Do the signs of the time that we see enrich what the effectors tell us, what people in the different forms of life show us, and what they expect from us? Is that an enrichment for our faith? Is that the way we can see things, that we can rediscover our faith and unfold it in a new way, further progress in our faith in our time using the Book of Wisdom? This book encourages us to do so. How do you find wisdom? In the center of this book, and the prayer we just heard is taken from that part, is a prayer. And that reminded me that I read once that Peter Rust, a philosopher, he comes from the Saarland, from my home parish. At his concluding lecture, he said, I'm asked, how do you get insights that can be implemented in your everyday life? How do you reach wisdom? And I tell you, it is not by studying alone or by pondering things. My source is prayer, because the prayer gives you an objective perspective and it turns you into a humane being. That is something this great philosopher says. The path to wisdom that can be implemented in everyday life. That's also about the debates that we are currently carrying out here on an equal footing. But it refers also to the individual and personal prayer that links us to the wisdom of God and brings the wisdom of God to our midst. So this is really a wonderful inspiration, the book of the prayer of Solomon. You are the salt of the world. You are the light of the world. This is a strong statement.
Ein berührender Text für uns Christen, persönliche Herausforderung.
And before that, in the Bible, we listen to the blessings.
Eine klare Ansage an die Gemeinschaft der Jünger. Ihr
So the blessings are an expectation to the disciples. You are responsible for the world. We just heard that. We are the disciples of Jesus today. And we can translate that into a very personal address. You are the salt of the world. You are the light of the world. You are the salt of the soil. And this is not about a product. You know, we tend to turn people into commodities. And let us not be induced to this zeitgeist. But we can rely on the fact that we are called into life as individuals in diversity, colorful, unique, even though that we always have to continue our search, how we can become one, how can we renew ourselves on a path of individual conversation, of repentance, of doing without, of orientation. Personal acknowledgement and appreciation is part of this approach. You are the salt. This is a strong image, salt. But we can also be people who stand up with our talents for His message. Thinking of salt, I love cooking, so it's easy for me to come up with different herbs and spices, but I will stick to salt. Salt is something that I translate with human kindness, with trusting the other, even though he is different from me, a different gender, a different biography, a different perspective to the world. But nevertheless, we are on our way together wherever we can. This means to me to be the salt of the earth, to focus on the small, those who are at the margins, reaching out to them, give space to the holy things, keep up longing, live hope, give life. Giving life is something very special to us as women, and then to release it. This is a challenge to mothers and fathers.
Und dann zum Wir.
Let's speak about us, about the we, the dimension of we. And let me stop here for a moment. If we listen to the call, you are the salt of the earth in 2022. You are the light of the world. With this type of church, this bruised church, how Francis puts it, you know, with the weaknesses, the individual weaknesses, but also the weaknesses of the communities, with our entanglement in on wrong paths. And also, this refers to the contempt vis-à-vis other people. But I don't want to stop here. I don't want to close on this note. When we were invited to be the salt of the world, the salt of the earth, I thought of the largest salt desert in the world. We went to the Uyuni Desert, 3,700 meters high. I will never forget this day. I would like to give you that picture. And, you know, I'm mesmerized by so much light and so much salt. Let's take it as a vision, how we can unfold our power in the next years if we stand together for this strong message that frees all of us, the message that we are all on our way with.
Komm, Heiliger Geist der Lebenschaft, wir bitten dich um deine Kraft.
Für die Stummgewordenen, die Sprachsuchenden, die für Menschenrechte Eintretenden,
für die Schwachen, die Resignierenden, die ohnmächtig menschlicher Gewalt ausgelieferten.
Für die Atemlosen, die Gehetzten und von Unruhe Getriebenen, die ihren inneren Frieden verloren haben.
Für die Sehnsüchtigen, die Leidenschaftlichen und Mutigen, die mit überfließender Energie Gesegneten.
Für die Widerstand Leistenden, die auf das Kleine Achtenden, die auf das Entschiedene dennoch Setzenden.
Für die um ihre Grenzen Wissenden, die auf die Weite des Geistes Hoffenden, für uns und alle, die unseren Herzen nahe sind.
Dass wir dir vertrauen, der uns durchdringt und uns das Leben Gottes bringt. Amen.
Das die Hoffnung nährt, Freude, die der Trauer wehrt, Lieb, das die Welt umkreist, das die Welt umkreist. Wolke, die die Feinde stört, Ohr, das von Rettung hört, Lieb, das die Welt umkreist, dass die Welt umkreist. Wort, das das Schweigen bricht, Trank, der die Brände löscht, Lied, das die Welt umkreist, dass die Welt umkreist. Regen, der die Wüste tränkt, Kind, das die Großen lenkt, Lieb, das die Welt umkreist, das die Welt umkreist. Kraft, die die Lahmen stützt, Hand, die die Schwachen schützt, Lieb, das die Welt umkreist, das die Welt umkreist. Das sich selbst verzeiht, Hilfe, die zur Hilfe eilt, Lied, das die Welt umkreist, das die Welt umkreist.
Lasset uns beten. Gott, unser Vater, wir treten mit dem Opfer des Lobes vor dein Angesicht. Gewähre, dass er, der bei uns sein wird, mit dem Geheimnis seines Todes, unser träges Herz ergreife und uns löse von unserer Selbstbefangenheit. Darum bitten wir durch ihn, Christus, unseren Herrn. Amen. Der Herr sei mit euch. Erhebet die Herzen. Lasset uns danken dem Herrn, unserem Gott. Wir danken dir, Vater, Herr des Himmels und der Erde, und preisen dich durch unseren Herrn Jesus Christus. Durch ihn, dein Wort, hast du die Welt geschaffen und lenkst sie in deiner Weisheit. Ihn, deinen menschgewordenen Sohn, hast du uns zum Mittler gegeben. Er hat deine Botschaft verkündet und uns gerufen, ihm zu folgen. Er hat uns erlöst durch sein Kreuz und mit deinem Geiste besiegelt. Er ist der Weg, der uns zu dir führt. Er ist die Wahrheit, die uns frei macht. Er ist das Leben und erfüllt uns mit Freude. Durch ihn führst du deine Söhne und Töchter zusammen zu einer einzigen Familie. Darum rühmen wir jetzt und in Ewigkeit dein Erbarmen und singen mit den Chören der Engel das Lob deiner Herrlichkeit. Ja, du bist heilig, großer Gott, du liebst die Menschen und bist ihnen nahe. Gepriesen sei dein Sohn, der immer mit uns auf dem Weg ist und uns um sich versammelt zum Mahl der Liebe. Wie den Jüngern deutet er uns die Schrift und bricht das Brot für uns. So bitten wir dich, gütiger Vater, sende deinen Heiligen Geist über die Gaben von Brot und Wein. Er heilige sie, damit sie uns werden Leib und Blut unseres Herrn Jesus Christus. Am Abend vor seinem Leiden nahm er beim Mahl das Brot und sagte dir Dank, brach das Brot, reichte es seinen Jüngern und sprach: Nehmet und esset alle davon, das ist mein Leib, der für euch hingegeben wird. Ebenso nahm er nach dem Mahl den Kelch, dankte wiederum, reichte ihn seinen Jüngern und sprach: Nehmet und trinket alle daraus. Das ist der Kelch des neuen und ewigen Bundes, mein Blut, das für euch und für alle vergossen wird zur Vergebung der Sünden. Tut dies zu meinem Gedächtnis. Geheimnis des Glaubens. Deinen Tod, o Herr, verkünden wir und deine Auferstehung preisen wir, bis du kommst in Herrlichkeit. Darum, gütiger Vater, feiern wir das Gedächtnis deines Sohnes, der uns erlöst hat. Durch sein Leiden und seinen Tod am Kreuz hast du ihn zur Herrlichkeit der Auferstehung geführt und ihn erhöht zu deiner Rechten. Wir verkünden dieses Werk deiner Liebe, bis er wiederkommt, und bringen dir das Brot des Lebens und den Kelch des Segens dar. Wir feiern das Opfer Christi, das er uns anvertraut hat. Er hat sich für uns hingegeben und schenkt uns Anteil an seinem Leib und Blut. Wir bitten dich, schau gütig auf die Gabe deiner Kirche und gib, dass wir im Geist deiner Liebe für immer verbunden bleiben mit ihm und untereinander. Barmherziger Gott, schenke uns durch die Teilnahme an dieser Feier den Geist, der uns mit Leben erfüllt. Erneuere uns nach dem Bild deines Sohnes, stärke unsere Einheit mit deinem ganzen Volk, mit unserem Papst Franziskus, allen Bischöfen, Priestern, Diakonen, mit den Ordenschristen und mit allen Männern und Frauen, die zu einem Dienst in der Kirche bestellt sind. Lass die Gläubigen die Zeichen der Zeit verstehen und sich mit ganzer Kraft für das Evangelium einsetzen. Mache uns offen für das, was die Menschen bewegt, dass wir ihre Trauer und Angst, ihre Freude und Hoffnung teilen und als treue Zeugen der frohen Botschaft mit ihnen dir entgegengehen. Vater, erbarme dich unserer Brüder und Schwestern, die im Frieden Christi heimgegangen sind. Wir denken an Joachim Schmiedl aus unserer Mitte. Wir denken an die beiden jungen Polizistinnen, die ihr Leben lassen mussten in ihrem Dienst. Wir denken an alle Verstorbenen, deren Glauben du allein kennst. Lass sie dein Angesicht schauen, schenke ihnen das Leben in Fülle. Wenn unser eigener Weg zu Ende geht, nimm auch uns für immer bei dir auf und lass uns zusammen mit der seligen Jungfrau und Gottesmutter Maria, mit den Aposteln und den Märtyrern, mit dem heiligen Rabanus Maurus und mit allen Heiligen dich loben und preisen durch unseren Herrn Jesus Christus. Durch ihn und mit ihm und in ihm ist dir, Gott, allmächtiger Vater, in der Einheit des Heiligen Geistes, alle Herrlichkeit und Ehre jetzt und in Ewigkeit. Lasst uns voll Vertrauen beten, wie Jesus uns zu beten gelehrt hat. Vater unser im Himmel, geheiligt werde dein Name, dein Reich komme, dein Wille geschehe, wie im Himmel, so auf Erden. Unser tägliches Brot gib uns heute und vergib uns unsere Schuld, wie auch wir vergeben unseren Schuldigern, und führe uns nicht in Versuchung, sondern erlöse uns von dem Bösen. Erlöse uns, Herr, allmächtiger Vater, von allem Bösen und gib Frieden in unseren Tagen. Komm uns zu Hilfe mit deinem Erbarmen und bewahre uns vor Verwirrung und Sünde, damit wir voll Zuversicht das Kommen unseres Erlösers Jesus Christus erwarten. Denn dein ist das Reich und die Kraft, die Herrlichkeit in Ewigkeit. Amen. Ihr seid das Licht der Erde, ihr seid das Salz der Welt. Lasst uns beten, Herr Jesus Christus, schau nicht auf unsere Sünden, unser Versagen, unsere Bosheit, unsere Verschlossenheit für dich und die anderen Menschen, sondern sieh auf unseren Glauben und schenke uns und der ganzen Welt nach deinem Willen Einheit und Frieden. Der Friede des Herrn sei allezeit mit euch. Friede sei mit euch. Friede sei mit euch. Friede sei mit
Lamm Gottes, du nimmst hinweg die Sünde der Welt, erbarme dich unser, erbarme dich unser. Lamm Gottes, du nimmst hinweg die Sünde der Welt, erbarme dich unser, erbarme dich unser. Lamm Gottes, du nimmst hinweg die Sünde der Welt, erbarme dich unser, erbarme dich unser.
Seht das Lamm Gottes, das hinwegnimmt die Sünde der Welt. Herr, ich bin nicht würdig, dass du eingehst unter mein Dach, aber sprich nur ein Wort, so wird meine Seele gesund. Selig, die zum Mahl des Lammes geladen sind.
Laudate omnes gentes, laudate Dominum, 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 laudate omnes gentes, laudate
Lasset uns beten. Gott unser Vater, dein Sohn hat uns von dir Kunde gebracht. Er hat uns erkennen lassen, wie du bist, groß in deiner Huld für deine Geschöpfe, gewaltig in deiner Hoheit, wehrlos in deiner Liebe. Vater, wir sagen Dank durch deinen Sohn, der sich uns im heiligen Mahl geschenkt hat, der mit dir lebt und herrscht in Ewigkeit. Amen. Der Herr sei mit euch. Der Name des Herrn sei gepriesen. Unsere Hilfe ist im Namen des Herrn. Es segne euch der dreifaltige Gott, der Vater und der Sohn und der Heilige Geist. Amen. Geht hin in Frieden.
Wer deutet die Zeichen, wer nennt uns den Weg, wer weiß um den Ursprung, der alles belegt, deine Spuren zu sehen, voll Vertrauen zu gehen. Hilf, gütiger Gott, deine Spuren zu sehen, voll Vertrauen zu gehen. Hilf, gütiger Gott. Wer rechnet mit Tagkraft und Heiligem Geist, setzt auf den Zeiger der Gnade, verheißt, deine Spuren zu sehen, voll Vertrauen zu gehen. Hilf, gütiger Gott, deine Spuren zu sehen, voll Vertrauen zu gehen. Hilf, gütiger Gott. Wer zieht in die Fremde, wer will sich befreien, wer wird mit uns morgen auf Wanderschaft sein, neue Schritte zu wagen, bis ans Ende der Tage. Hilf, freundlicher Gott, neue Schritte zu wagen, bis ans Ende der Tage. Hilf, freundlicher Gott. Peace is a state of confusion. Peace is a state of confusion.
just one comment, because I keep getting that question. What about the second reading on the bishop's appointment? We did not forget about that. We hope we'll be able to squeeze it in tomorrow. We'll see. Tonight we're having a planning meeting, but we do have that second reading on the back of our minds. But we're now going to continue with the one that was supposed to be handled before lunch, the implementation text on and professionalization. And personal development. And then we have the second implementation text, prevention and dealing with offenders. And then before the coffee break, I know it's ambitious, but before the coffee break, we'd like to start with the foundational text on women in ministries and offices in the church. And then after the coffee break will take place at 4:30. And after the coffee break, we can go on and vote on the foundational text. We know it is ambitious, but we call upon your discipline and the clear and concise discussion that we've been having yesterday and today in the morning, and we're therefore optimistic that we can make it happen. Now, just before dinner, hopefully, we can talk about the foundational text from the Women's Forum and vote on that, and also the two implementation text, women in sacramental ministry and the Diaconate of women. This is the planning for this afternoon and tonight. Now, we are now talking about the first reading of the implementation text, professionalization and personality development. We have Dr. Steinebach and Ms. Lempoda and Lambuda and Ms. Steinebach, and we will now hear from the Motions Committee. And we try to be as concise and professional as we're also trying in our text on the implementation text of our forum. 322 submissions have been made to the printed text that we, of course, have thoroughly reviewed and discussed on the part of the Motions Committee. We'd like to sincerely thank all those who have contributed comments to our work, and also grateful for contributions to the discussion that have contributed and will contribute to the clarification of the content and the editing of our text. In this context, we note that the basic tenor on the issue of professionalization of the priestly profession apparently meets with the approval of the commentators. Inquiries were primarily related to enforceability. There were a lot of comments, and there was a basic confusion about the fact that the text seemed inconsistent and put together. It is true, for the reasons we know, several implementation texts from different approaches and editorial groups were pieced together here with little editorial revision. We respond to this comment group with proposal for amendment number 2, which relates to a separation into 3 independent implementation texts. Amendment 1 relates to editing aspects. There was another focus of comments that was on the topic of priest formation. We'd like to disclose the fact that outside of our forum, there were different processing strands on this topic. For instance, as part of the working group of the German Bishops' Conference, which could not be taken into account in the forum with sufficient transparency so far. This should be urgently improved, and we also have received word that this should happen. And you will find more information in Motion 2 under point 3, and Motion 7 also addresses the issue of priest formation. And then there was a third focus of commentary, and this had to do with priests and secondary office. Here we had a wide-ranging discussion of content that ensued, which made clear that this section of the text requires further editing. We therefore recommend also in Motion 2 that this topic be dealt with in a more differentiated way in a consultation phase after the Synodal Assembly, simply because we believe that it's not so urgent and that it needs to be voted on as a matter of the plenary that we have here at the Synodal Assembly. I would like to make just some brief comments on the other motions. On the part of the motions committee, apart from the ones that were already mentioned, we have the following. Motion 3 takes up the wish to distinguish more precisely in the texts between the specifics of priests and other pastoral employees. We support that. In motion 4, we express the requests that we've heard several times to differentiate more precisely in our implementation text between the personality, role, and function of the priest. Again, something we support. Motion 5 combines various motions. We tried to have a discussion and put that into a motion. There were several comments on motions that related to the feasibility of professionalization. Provided that this is possible in all the dioceses, the resources were too scarce, is what we heard. But we also picked up other motions that said there is no alternative to this. There's no alternative to professionalization. And that is why we phrased the motion in a way so as to point out and consider these difficulties that relate to the dioceses with fewer resources. But on the other hand, we also requested implementation so that regardless of resources, professionalization be taken care of in the dioceses. Now, motion 6 refers to the request for dealing with the implementation of the episcopal office. This was also brought up in several motions. The motions committee modified this synodal forum will partially pick up on that in the professionalization implementation text. A more comprehensive dealing with the matter cannot happen. We don't see a possibility of also discussing this issue, the episcopal office, and therefore ask for that to be dealt with after the synod. Finally, we have motion 7, which deals with the priestly formation. We also had our own implementation text. We had a working group work on that intensively, and the wish is picked up on to make sure that the concept and the course of priestly formation be revised comprehensively, and to also align it and link it up to the other professional pastoral groups. This is a motion the motions committee supports, and we're asking for your support for that as well. Well, thank you very much to the motions committee, and I hereby open the debate. We're going to do it as we have previously. You can now submit your request for the floor when pressing 1. And I'd like to ask you to please limit your speaking time to 1 minute. We'll see how long the list of requests for the floor will be. We'll start with 1 minute because it has shown that if you can stay short and precise in your contributions, this actually adds to the discussion, and many individuals manage to state what they want to say within a minute. So let's stick to the 1 minute time frame. So we have Bishop Gerber as the first one. Okay, just a quick addition on what is happening on the priestly formation. Since 2017, all bishops' conferences have had the task to provide for a revision of the National Order on Priestly Formation. We have an editing team for the German Bishops' Conference, and that I have been heading since last fall. And then we also have a quality assurance scheme for the priestly formation, and we have a council and advisory council that is put together of different individuals, and it made a vital contribution to the foundations of priestly existence. So 380 and 319, I'd like to refer to that. And then we have the bodies of the Synodal Forum that are intertwined. And in our editing work, we already took a lot of the work that was done in the Advisory Council and in the Synodal Forum. And then also, if the basic order has the right shape, which I don't think it has, then there will be consultation and hearings with representatives of the Council of those affected, those in prevention, those responsible for formation, etc. And then lastly, on the 18th of February, and there will be a one-day event with representatives of all national heads of formation for pastoral services, the ministries, etc., in order to see whether and how we can start a joint process to simplify uniform standards for the formation of all pastoral professions. So this new order will be put into a larger context. Well, Bishop, thank you for the contribution. We let you speak a little bit longer because we have a short list of requests for the floor. So, Ms. Eckstein. Well, I'm also speaking on behalf of my delegation of the scientific new generation at the Catholic Church. So we support motion 7, and we do see a need for that to be included. And we also believe that the forum should submit statements like that and to forward the issue of priestly formation to the post synodal discussions. Ms. Mersch, well, thank you for looking into these issues. I'd like to reinforce something relating to the motions for amendment. That is a joining of different elements, but also a differentiation between the priestly professions and other professions. I believe the pastoral professions, from my personal perspective, are highly professional, and they also have many shapes and forms of education and further training and professionalization. They've already tried that out. It's common practice to have that, and I think we should build on that and extend that. And we should also try to see where there are different differences that and elements that need to be looked at separately. What else do they need, and what shouldn't happen? And what I found in the text is that you say, well, we believe there's not enough personal development, and that is why we impose it on others that are already doing it. I see this danger, and I believe this should be clarified a little bit. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Mersch, and it shows that the list of speakers will not be too long on this topic. I'll give you another 2 minutes to request the floor, should you wish to do so. Next, we have Professor Knoop. Well, thank you. I'd also like to refer to motion 7 that I was very happy to see. I'd like to explain that. Bishop Gerber already alluded to that. So I did not see this joint process as being so harmonious. I was actually quite irritated when I read the phrase, the Synodal Assembly supports the equality criteria on the reordering of priestly formation passed by the German Bishops' Conference. These are criteria that caused a lot of upheaval. So a lot of scientific elements were not in agreement with that. They were very critical, and they also asked to be included in the discussion process. And here it reads as if the Synodal Assembly is to be liable for supporting the criteria that it never discussed. So I'm supporting the motion, but I'd like to just point out that there is some critical element here in all of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia Knoop. Now Thomas Söding has the floor, and after that we are going to close the speakers list for this debate. My contribution is going to be very short. I believe it is extremely important to follow this motion, a motion for differentiating between different directions. We have a variety of topics at hand here which are not closely interrelated. I am pretty sure that if we have clear implementation texts, quick discussions and decisions can come about, and the Forum on Priestly Existence is warmly invited to move forward in that direction. Okay, thank you for that. The speakers list is closed. 5 more contributions. Bishop Bode. I have a minor commentary. Maybe it is a little late now, but maybe we can accommodate it in another motion for amendment. Actually, we should not talk about the priest's profession as a secondary job, kind of. Instead, it should be a person who has a civil existence, a civic existence in a, say, secular job, plus acts as a priest as well. Okay, thank you for that. Well, this is the first reading, and the editors committee can listen and can actually adopt what you said in the further editing process. Bishop Ackermann. Yes, item 3, in collaboration with the ordained priesthood. Yes, of course, they are the group that spring to mind first with a view to training, but I'm asking myself, are we clear enough about this move towards a more voluntary workers-based church from a professional worker or full-time worker-based church? We would actually have to look into this direction as well. Thank you. Irmgard Schwermann. I am part of Forum 2, and before the Synodal Assembly, before the first Synodal Assembly, we had a focus on the elderly priests. We had been admonished to do that time and again. And what has remained from that in the text due to the shortenings that employees, household employees or domestic workers should be able to remain in the household of the priest even after the priest has retired. It's not about a job guarantee. It is about making sure that a priest, even after he's retired, is appropriately cared for. Thank you. Archbishop Hesse. I am in favor of personality formation and professionalization. No reasonable person could be against that, but I'm asking myself whether we really have the time that is mentioned in this document. We found working parties and they will hold conferences for 2 years and then there will be a process. No, it's too late. I think we know quite a lot, and I would wish for this process to be much more rapid and swift. Thank you. Bishop Gerber had the first say, and now he is going to have the last say. Yes, I'm very much in favor of speeding up the process. Professor Knoop, we are talking about 2 different criteriologies. One that was adopted by the Bishops' Conference 1 year ago, which was about the sites, the institutions, and the other one based on the advisory council's work and the faculty council's work as a kind of starting point for content-based criteria, setting standards in priestly formation as well as the training and formation towards further pastoral ministries, such as what are the main qualities to be promoted, what are the main criteria to be promoted. And these are the items that we really need to keep on working on. It's not about what was published a year ago. It's about the second document that is currently under discussion in expert circles. Thank you so much, Bishop Gerber. This closes our debate. Ms. Labuda and Mr. Leineweber have informed us about the fact that so many motions have been submitted, and they explained to us how many aspects have been worked and merged into the document, so we now can move on to the vote on the motions for amendment. The technician team is requested to visualize the motions for us. This is the first motion with numerous different motions for amendment. The motion was put forward. First, formalities on language and structure of the text, indicating shifts and relocations within the text, individual aspects of the topic, and the motion committee recommends to adopt this variety of indications of principle. Now let's move on to the vote. The Motions Committee recommends adoption. So if you say yes, please use 1 or green. If you reject it, red or no. If you abstain, gray or 3. The vote is open.
Wir kommen langsam zum Ende der Abstimmung.
We are nearing the end of our vote.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
The vote is closed.
Das Ergebnis ist sehr klar.
The result is very clear. 170 yes votes, 97.7%, 4 no votes and 10 abstentions. Thank you very much. The motion has been adopted. So let's move on with motion for amendment number 2, proposed by the Motions Committee. It is about appreciating the following. The following implementation text should be differentiated into 3 different texts. The Motions Committee recommends adopting this motion, drawing up 3 texts. First, on professionalisation. Second, on theological aspects of the specificity of professional lay ministries in the German-speaking regions. And third, priestly formation. This implementation text, however, can only be edited and worded if there is a binding handing over of information, transparency and networking of existing work in bodies and working committees of the German Bishops' Conference. The topic of priests who also have a layperson's or civil life job will be outsourced and will be treated in a post-synodal process. If you agree with adopting this motion, press yes. If you don't agree, press no. The vote is now ongoing.
So, kommen Sie zum Ende der Abstimmung. Sie haben noch.
Please, let's close the vote now. 5 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. The vote is closed. 187 votes have been submitted. 159 yes votes, 21 no votes. So again, we have a clear result.
Ja, dann kommen wir zum nächsten.
Next, let's take a look at the next motion for amendment. Let me read out. With various motions for amendment, the motion was put forward that the Synodal Forum 2 looks into the following. The document should be revised and reviewed with a view to what votes are relevant to the specificities of priests and what votes are referring to the pastoral staff as in total. The Motions Committee recommends accepting or adopting this motion. So please press yes if you agree, no if you don't agree, and 3 to abstain. The vote is open.
Sind schon abgegeben.
188 votes have been submitted, so let's come toward the end of our vote.
Wir schließen jetzt die Abstimmung.
We are closing the vote.
Auch hier ist das Ergebnis.
Here again, the result is very clear. 169 yes votes, 13 no votes, 7 abstentions. And again, the motion is adopted. Thank you. Next, let's move on to motion for amendment number 4 out of 7. This is about... Thank you. The following should be considered, and this is suggested by the Motions Committee. The relationship of personality, role, and function in the life of a priest should be defined more precisely in the implementation text, and the focus should be precisely worded in the relevant paragraphs. The Motions Committee recommends adopting this change. If you're in favor, please vote yes. If you're against, please vote no. And if you want to abstain, please press 3. The vote is now ongoing. So we are coming close to our current number of 186, 87. We are slowly growing as a group. 88, 4, 3, 1, 2, 1. And the vote is closed. 190 votes have been submitted. 175 yes votes, 10 no votes, and 5 abstentions. Thank you. Now, let us look at motion for amendment number 5, and let me read it out. With various motions for amendment, the motion was put forward for a Synodal Forum 2 to consider the following. The problem in terms of deployment and staff planning as a result of the shrinking of the number of priests places challenges to the realization of professionalization standards in the professional group of priests. However, professionalization should be enhanced and guaranteed as part of quality assurance independently of the staff situation. It is necessary and it is possible, and the Motions Committee recommends adopting this motion. So if you want to follow the Motion Committee's recommendation, please vote yes. If you don't agree, press no, or else feel free to abstain. The vote is now open.
Bitte beenden Sie jetzt bald die Abstimmung. Sie haben noch die...
Please conclude the voting process. A few more seconds are left. We are coming close to 190, which is our maximum number, it seems. Now let's close the vote now.
Again,
we have a very clear result. 165 votes in favor, 12 against, 13 abstentions. So this motion for amendment has been adopted. Motion for amendment number 6. It runs as follows. The episcopal exercise of office and understanding of the episcopal office should be considered. The Motions Committee recommends the following. In the context of the implementation text of professionalization, this question will be dealt with. The theological dealing with the question of the episcopal office should be discussed in a post-synodal context. If you agree with this, please press yes. If you're against it, please press no, or else feel free to abstain. The vote is now open.
So, kommen Sie zum Schluss mit Ihrer Abstimmung. Wir sind jetzt
So please come toward the end of our vote. We are at 188. Maybe there are 2 or 3 more votes coming in. In just a couple seconds, we are going to close the vote. 3, 2, 1, closed. 189 votes have been submitted, 151 yes votes, 22 no votes, 16 abstentions. Thank you very much. And now let me retrieve the last motion for amendment, and it runs as follows. The concept of priestly formation should be completely revised. New ways in cooperation between the German Bishops' Conference, the Central Committee of German Catholics, and the Catholic Theologian Faculty Diet, as well as the relevant training heads, must be sought in order to find a common training and formation path for all pastoral professions. In this context, lines 318 to 320, the Synodal Assembly supports the quality criteria for rearranging the priestly formation at the level of the German Bishops' Conference. These lines should be deleted. The Motions Committee recommends adopting this motion, including the deletion of lines 318 to 320. So if you agree with this, please press yes or green. If you disagree, please press no or red, or else feel free to abstain. The vote is now ongoing.
Wir kommen schon wieder der Zahl von 190 sehr nahe.
We are coming close to the figure of 190, so please
Zum Ende zu bringen.
come toward the end of our vote.
Es ist eine etwas höhere Zahl. Es scheinen wieder mehr am Platz zu sein.
It is a somewhat higher figure, so some more people seem to have come back, and now we are closing the vote. Again, we have a clear result, 154 yes votes, 36 no votes, 4 abstentions, and this means that the proposed amendment has been adopted. Thank you. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the overall voting of the text in its entirety. In the first reading, all the 7 proposed amendments have been adopted, and now it's about voting on the text in its entirety, so it can be further edited by the forum. If you're in favor, please press green or yes. If you're against, please press red or no, or else feel free to abstain. This is about the implementation text, personality formation and professionalization, first reading.
sind wir bei 191.
We are at 191 now. If you still want to submit your vote, please do it now. We are closing the vote. We will close it in just a few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 196 votes have been cast. 170 yes votes, 17 no votes, and 9 that abstain from voting. Thank you very much to all of you. We have adopted a text in its first reading. Thank you for the good and disciplined discussion. We are doing very well in terms of timing, and now let's move on to the next implementation text. Thank you very much for making it possible so quickly, and we have 2 2 people waiting here for the next implementation text. This is about the first reading in Forum 2. It is about prevention and dealing with perpetrators. Here, the Motions Committee with Ms. Franzen, Mr. Moorkamp, and Father Seemann-Hacke. Ms. Franzen and Mr. Moorkamp are going to tell us about their work, their focal areas, and hot topics. Good afternoon. My name is Astrid Franzen. I am the Equality Commissioner in the Archbishopric of Bamberg, and I've been active in prevention work for many years, including reappraisal of what has happened in the Bishopric of Bamberg. In the Forum on Priestly Existence today, we have been looking into prevention and dealing with perpetrators, which is reflected in this implementation text. We looked into what rules are there. Bishop Ackermann this morning has presented quite some things that we have at hand, what is well known, what are the insights provided by MHG study and other studies, and we looked out for unmet needs, for gaps, where is there need for rework or for further discussion. Our aim was to always attain the best possible victim protection. We want to have as few perpetrators of sexualized violence in the church, and we want no repeat offenses by all means. It is important to consider all the regulations, be it about the protection concept, prevention or intervention. These regulations and rules must be applied everywhere. This is absolutely key. The dioceses must be at the focus of attention here, as must be the associations and other institutions. Everybody is challenged here. Our rules are pretty good, but they must be implemented, put into practice, and reviewed. In our motion, we described what we believe is key to priestly formation. We believe that there must be a feedback culture free from fear. Even minor transgressions must be voiced and dealt with. There must be a high-quality, sensitive, and well-trained way of having talks and discussions, in particular with people affected by sexualized deeds or by violence. There must be consulting offices for men, for potential perpetrators, and they should be advertised and promoted within the church. And what has become very clear in the forum discussions, especially from the feedback that we received from the bishops, is that there is a kind of unfilled space as to how to deal with the perpetrators, in particular when it comes to those priests who have not yet entered the field of what is criminal justice, or what is subject to criminal justice. But what do we do with perpetrators, with those suspected, with those who have never been sentenced, because there is a certain degree of unclarity? So we said, in addition to the existing rules and regulations, we need a disciplinary regulation for the priests. So the bishops can actually issue or impose clear instructions with a view to, say, therapy or treatment, and every perpetrator should be assigned a case manager in charge of monitoring the relevant person's further biography in order to prevent repeat offenses. Here, a committee of experts could be of great help, and that's what we are proposing.
Good afternoon. My name is Andreas Moorkamp. I work at Caritas in Münster, and for 20 years now I have been supporting the therapy of children. So I'd like to talk about the text. We had 109 remarks by the Synodal Assembly, staying appreciative, commenting, and amending the text. we'd like to say a great word of thanks for that. And this just reinforces our approach to the editing work we've had. So we summarized the comments in 4 motions, and a lot of motions, the request related to linguistic elements, and then the one comment was that nothing should be requested that already exists. In drafting the implementation text, the authors realized that a lot of these elements that we put together here was already put down in different texts, but we also realized that there were difficulties in implementing and enforcing what's already there. We also received remarks saying that the language of the text should be changed from the Synodal Forum asks to the Synodal Forum requests that this and that be done. Another aspect that became clear in the comments, and that should be pointed out here, in that consulting and therapy of perpetrators is not a substitute, but a complement to the civil and criminal law prosecution, because the only one that can prevent an offense from happening is the person, is the offender himself. This is only a first step that needs to be continued on, is what we also would like to add. Thank you very much. Well, thank you to the two of you. And thank you to the Synodal Forum for this key text. And we're now opening the list of speakers. So I suggest that we get started with a 1-minute time slot for your contributions, and depending on how much time we need, Professor Tiefensee, you are the first to request the floor. I'd like to underline 2 points. It's also about the culture in which you speak to alleged perpetrators. This is not pastoral work on the part of a bishop, of some that might have been trained in this pastoral work. This is an investigation. These are interviews. These are different rules that this relates to, different skills that this is required. And we also need to see whether an attorney supports the alleged perpetrator in these cases, yes or no. This needs to be defined. So who is the one doing these interviews in a professional manner? And then secondly, proactive investigation. It's impossible that children's homes, that orphanages are mentioned, and then all the current members are contacted, like the Collegius College did. Are you aware of something, etc.? You should not leave it up to the institutions. You need to intervene proactively and start the investigative process. Well, thank you very much. Professor Lüdepohl has the word. Well, thank you very much. I just have a tiny little remark that might not be unimportant. I like the motion, and it talks about closeness and distance to minors, and then to the protectees that are adults. I would rather say adults that are to be taken care of. These are not protectees in a closer sense of the word. This is about violence, sexualized violence, and this might also be from the part of employees. These are not protectees, but adults in a dependent position. So, next remark, please, Bishop Ackerman. I believe that the motions committee talks about that those that are in that are working for the church and then the protectees. Well, we can talk about that and see whether the terminology is aligned. I am very happy about the text, first of all, because among the bishops we've asked ourselves the question: how do we deal with perpetrators? So we looked at those affected over the past years, and the question question of the perpetrators was pushed in the background. There was helplessness, really, but also exchange among colleagues, obviously. But I believe a vote on a text like this is clearly something that allows us bishops to have more clarity on what to do. Well, thank you, Bishop Ackerman. I am astonished to see how few people request the floor. Mr. Hilkenbach is next. I'm also grateful for the text, and I would definitely support it the way it is, but I would like to see some deepening, something more concrete and something a little more tangible, because the language sometimes a little too superficial. I have a remark on point 6, talking about the service points that you can contact. We as the Church have the social, caritative work, hospitals, etc., etc. And I think it might need to be considered or looked into the fact to what extent any church institutions can be seen as such institutions that you can direct your issue to, because we have too few in Germany. Thank you very much, Mr. Hilkenbach. We are now closing the list of speakers. You still have 1 minute to request the floor. During the contribution of Auxiliary Bishop Schepach, who I'd now like to call to make his contribution. There's a study day on the 1st and 2nd April that the DRK and the Male Perpetrators Office is hosting, and it is about the perpetrators, the victims of sexual abuse, of spiritual abuse, in training of novices, amongst others, just to mention one of the possibilities. Thank you very much, Auxiliary Bishop Schepers. We are now closing the list of speakers. Ms. Franzen is next. Well, just to add to what's been said, because we talked about the counseling centers for perpetrators. We're saying the Church is supposed to support these counseling centers. We left it out in the motion because we were not sure. We first of all want to make sure that the affected are helped, and we know that these counseling centers are part of the protection of victims, but it's a two-edged sword here. That's why it wasn't included. Bishop Gerber. The fact that prevention is mentioned as a key element of priest formation is something I truly welcome. It also needs to be included in our rules and standards. We also have the dependencies that are mentioned in the text, and then also this applies equally to the formation of other pastoral positions. So, next request, Mr. Houston. Well, I only have one quick comment. I love it. Please vote yes. And then we have Professor Zellman that has the floor still. Also, I'd like to say congratulations on the text. In the motions, we just had a small discussion in that the seminary as a location of formation is to be tackled, and whether these structures and seminaries can give rise to abuse. And then we said, well, the seminary concept is not the one and only solution. It's not a perfect model. And that's why I'd like to just give feedback to the group. It's not about the seminary. It's about the settings in which we do priest formation, so that we can be very broad in our approach. And this was also covered in the discussion. Do we have them trained in seminaries, those candidates for priesthood? That's another question to be discussed. So again, open up this notion a little bit is what I'd like to ask you to do. Thank you very much for the discussion. We're now coming to the vote on those 4 motions for amendment. We're starting with number 1. We're just going to wait for that to pop up. Now, the Motions Commission proposes, it refers to the formalities to the language and structure of the text, suggestions to the individual aspect of the subject matter, and the Motions Committee recommends that this variety of contributions be taken note of and adopted. So if you're in favor of that, you press 1. If not, press 2 for no, and then 3 is abstentions.
Ich möchte Sie bitten,
I'd like to ask you to please use your right to vote on this. We only have 145 votes. Just a quick remark. There was another vote stored, so I think you should check again to make sure that this is the vote on this motion. Well, if your device says receive, is that correct?
wenn es Unsicherheiten gibt,
Then you've contributed, then you've voted. Okay, now we see another few votes coming in. Now, at first we could only say yes or no, and then it was discontinued. But I think now we're getting to that range of votes that we've been seeing previously.
Abstimmungszahlen 183.
183.
Dann würde ich
All right. So I hereby close the vote in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, closed.
Das sind
175 individuals voted in favor of yes, 2 nay votes, 7 abstentions, 184 votes in total. Well, thank you so much. So let's talk about motion for amendment number 2. And it reads as follows. It must be made more explicit that offender work is, of course, not to be understood as a substitute for prosecution under criminal and ecclesiastical law and its consequences, but exclusively complements them. The Motions Committee recommends that this be adopted. Reason: working with offenders is part of prevention and serves to prevent future crimes. If you are in favor of this, please press 1. If you reject it, 2, and abstention is 3. And we now open the voting process.
Bitte kommen Sie.
Please come to an end.
Und wir schließen.
And we're closing the vote.
Auch hier sehr
Again, clear vote. 183 yes votes, 3 nay votes, 2 abstentions. Again, this motion has been adopted.
weiter zu
Next motion for amendment number 3. Now, this relates to the sentence, ideally each offender is assigned by the ordinary a type of case manager, and the request is to delete ideally, as this should be the rule and not the exception. So the Motions Committee recommends that this be adopted. So to delete ideally, if you'd like to consent to that, then button 1 for yes. If no, then 2 for no, or 3 for abstention.
Wir kommen zum Schluss.
So please come to an end and casting your votes. We're at 185, 186, 3 more seconds, 3, 2, 1, and closed. 187 individuals have cast their votes. 174 in favor, 8 against, 5 abstentions. Again, this motion has been adopted. Now, let us come to the fourth and last motion for amendment. It reads as follows. The DBK is instructed to set up an expert committee to clarify the outstanding issues within 2 years at the latest. This committee will submit proposals on the following questions, among others: clarification of disciplinary rules, interviewing and obligatory further training, staffing of the case manager. In addition, this expert body is to be set up as a permanent instrument and report regularly. The Motions Committee recommends that this be adopted. We are now opening the voting process, and if you agree with the Motions Committee, you vote yes, the green button, or no, the red button, or abstention, if you wish. Now, please cast your votes within the next few seconds. So we've reached the threshold of 190 votes, and we're now closing the vote. Again, very clear result. In favor of the motion, 169 votes in favor of the motion, 14 against, 7 abstentions. So this has adopted the fourth motion for amendment. Now we vote on the entire text in the first reading. Again, if you support the text as it is right now, you vote yes for 1 for yes, 2 for no, or 3 for abstention. And we're opening the vote now. So this is for the entire text in the first reading.
So. Wir sind bei 188.
Right, we are at 188. Please make sure that you have really cast your vote, provided you wanted to cast a vote. Actually, there should be received on your device. So we are at 192. We are closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. Closed. 194 votes cast. 187 yes votes, 7 no votes, no abstentions, 194 votes in total. So thank you very much for this discussion and voting.
Liebe Synodale, herzlichen Dank, dass wir
Dear Synodal members, thank you so much for being so focused and working with so much discipline right after lunch. So both implementation texts that belong to the Synodal Forum 2 have been dealt with in the first reading. So we really made it happen. It's 3 p.m. and now we are going to switch to another implementation text on women in ministries. Sorry, it's a foundational text on women in ministries and offices in the church. To begin with, Bishop Bode and Professor Sattler are asked to present to us the text that we have to look at.
Ja, Frau Sattler ist schon hier.
Ms. Sattler has already arrived.
Ja, verehrte Synodale, wir stehen als Vorsitzende des
Dear members of the Synod, as representatives of Forum 3, entitled Women in Ministries and Offices in the Church, we are standing in front of you with a feeling of tension, filled with gratitude on the one hand, gratitude toward the members of the Forum, and in particular Director Lisa Singer, as well as the external facilitator Ursula Tölle, for their high level of commitment in the advisory work, in the consultations, in drawing up the text. So it is with gratitude and also with a high level of tension that we perceive the high level of public interest focused on us and on our topic. In many areas of the Church and beyond, in societal discussions, the topic of gender equity and equality is visible. We believe that it takes a sustainable willingness to enter into a dialogue on truly controversial issues. They have to be truly controversial in order to avoid the danger of drifting apart. We want to avoid a situation where people are no longer willing to enter into a dialogue, to listen to each other. This is a temptation that we are all exposed to. Let us trust on God's Spirit to be with us in this hour, because this is about quite a lot. It is about the foundational text of Synodal Forum 3, which will pave the way for crucial issues of the future of our Church. Pope John the 23rd asked the question of how women and men interact in this Church as a sign of the times.
Sehr geehrte liebe Geschwister,
dear brothers and sisters in the Synodal Assembly,
wir sind große Dankbarkeit und Sorge miteinander verbunden.
I am filled with gratitude and concern.
Gab es in der Geschichte der römisch-katholischen Kirche
Personally, I am grateful for these times, because there has never been a time before in the history of the Roman Catholic Church, as far as I know, during which the question of participation of women in all types of sacramental ministries and offices was discussed so broadly in the public space of the community. There has been no conciliar decision on this topic, so it has never been on the agenda, actually, and we are working towards listening to each other, guided by theological arguments. We are open to have controversies in the assumption that all those involved in the discussion are striving to understand and perceive God's will in our contemporary times. My concern is that we may not succeed in keeping together those who are legitimately impatient and those who, for various reasons, utter their concerns. The synodal path in Germany gives many women and men a voice which had not been part of the synodal process in the Universal Church so far. With our arguments, we want to send out a signal into the context of the universal church, based on our common mission in proclaiming the gospel of Christ. As forum number 3, from the beginning onward, it has been close to our heart to pick up on all the challenges associated with the topic of women in ministries and offices of the Church. This goes beyond the question of women's participation in the sacramental office. We also have to consider the charisms of all human beings, to appreciate them and to promote them. In view of the high qualification of both men and women for pastoral services, new paths should be opened up. Many things are going on in this field with a view to participatory congregational leadership and the ministry of proclaiming the gospel. In Forum 3, we want to strengthen the paths embarked on so far, and we want to encourage further steps. As early as during the Second Synodal Assembly, we actually proposed an action text, an implementation text, with a view to what is possible in the canonical context of today. The present foundational text was not written by a single author. This would not be in line with the idea of a synodal path anyway. So within the text group and within the forum as a whole, we consulted it various times and we adopted it with a large majority. I would like to ask you to follow our vote because it is so fundamental to our further steps, and it is so closely intertwined with what we decided on yesterday, because it is precisely in this question where the interplay of scripture and tradition on the one hand, and the practical reality of people on the other, the sign of the times, they have to be brought together. It is not just the roots and the trunk that a tree lives by, it is also its leaves, its crown, that is in living interchange with everything that lives around the tree, and that's something we have to bear in mind. This is a special case of application of what we resolved on in the orientation text yesterday that we actually adopted. For the further process, for responsible steps in the Universal Church's discussion, this text is of particularly high relevance, as are the two implementation texts that are to follow. So I would like to ask you to actually give your consent to this foundational text. I would like to ask you for a broad support. The present foundation text is a text that wants to link up many aspects, such as contemporary interventions in view of the shock over sexualized violence, including violence perpetrated against women, criticism of the anthropology of gender, informing the typologies in many parts of the Roman Catholic doctrinal teaching. Second, remembering biblical witness, historical developments, and systematic theological arguments that have been contributed to scientific theology by men and women alike. Third, perspectives on the path toward the future of a church where the statement that has been given to us by Paul, there is no longer Jew nor Gentile, slave nor free, male nor female. This should actually be brought to life at the salvation and sacramental level. The mission to represent Jesus Christ in this world has been given to all human beings of all genders based on baptism, and this mission takes place in places of diaconia, liturgy, and martyria. For a better understanding of the overall intention of our projects in Forum number 3, I would like to briefly explain the majority-based framework conditions of our considerations. We will keep the introduction to our implementation texts very brief later on. We share the following conviction by a majority in Forum 3. First, the question of what God's will is in our area of consideration is a question that we have to face with all means of theological argument and discernment. Second, in view of the desirable proclamation of the gospel of Jesus Christ by baptized human beings in his discipleship, the exclusion of human beings due to reasons or criteria of gender must be well and plausibly reasoned. The question is whether this has actually happened in the existing magisterial documents and how binding they are. Third, the Bible tells us about the participation of women in the ministry of proclaiming the gospel. Fourth, a distinction between the diaconate and other forms of sacramental office can be historically traced and proven. 5. The question of the representation of Christ must be distinguished from the question of a natural similitude with a man. 6. All arguments must be discussed in a universal church context based on sound theological knowledge. Ecumenical talks, including the Orthodox churches as well as the churches of the Reformation, should be considered here. 7. It is up to the responsibility of German local churches to act in the context of the canonical framework, taking steps in their own area of responsibility and reaching out to reach an understanding and communication in the context of the universal church. At this point, we would like to get your approval for further work on this foundational text, of course, considering your legitimate critical input. We are in the first reading, and we ask no more and no less than your trust in our willingness to adopt and accept good thoughts and ideas. Thank you.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, Bischof Bode und Frau Professorin Sattler. So, wir haben im nächsten
Thank you very much. And now, to Bishop Bode and Ms. Sattler. And in the next step, we have the Motions Committee, including Professor Eckholt, Dr. Eckstein, Professor Wuckelt. They are going to talk about their work and explain to us the focal areas of their work, so the motions for amendment can be discussed later on.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Well, thank you so much for giving me the floor. I would also like to thank from the part of our Motions Committee. I'd like to thank everyone. We have 197 comments. Some of these were double in content, but they contributed to the fact that our foundational text was improved in its quality. And we will gladly take note of these many valuable contributions. When we looked at the comments and remarks, we tried to cluster them into categories. And as I phrased it previously, we also found out that we definitely wanted to make sure that we wanted all the phrases and content that you had approved of, that you had added to, commented on the different parts and phrases that you suggested. So we wanted to consider as many of them as possible. We also found it helpful to see your comments on formal elements and the structure of the text. All this is a wealth of motions for amendment that we'd like to take up on and appreciate. And we'd, again, recommend that you vote yes on these motions. What are these motions? Now you took the guiding principle of equal opportunities for both genders, taking note of the fact that this is closely linked to the cause of the synodal path, and this relates more closely to the sexualized violence and the spiritual abuse also in girls and women. The text, and this is why this is so important, we also approved of that. You also said that charismas are to be considered in all individuals that want to provide for that, and they want to support the spreading of the gospel. You also said that social, scientific, theological, scientific arguments are necessary in order to make sure that we can have equal opportunities in the church and to provide access of women to all offices in the church. We also have arguments of the Bible, the Old and New Testament, the traditions story, and this just goes to show that there are different perspectives and considerations on excluding women from sacramental offices. And we also have the revelation theological aspects that you contributed to, and you provided some valuable insights and comments in order to improve the text in these regards. At the end of the day, it's also about the question, and Ms. Sattler already alluded to that, whether it is possible to begin with to make sure that the will of God can be recognized clearly. You also approved our arguments on ecclesiology and sacramental theory. And you approved of our findings in the worldwide ecumenic efforts. Thank you again for those comments. That we ask for your approval for. And if we had really taken on all the contributions, we would have had double the length of the text, and this would be difficult. So we'll do everything we can in order to pick up everything that is important to you, that you signal to us is key. And that also corresponds with the discussions we've had in our forum. And we will then gladly, in a second step, provide you with aspects for discussion. These are motions for amendment relating to the deletion of phrases that were put forward. There are motions about corrections, about being more precise, or about additions. These will be discussed in detail together with you.
Dankeschön. Wenn ich das richtig sehe, wollen Sie die Anträge jetzt oder den ersten vorstellen?
No, I mean, you have 12 motions for amendment. If I see this correctly, would you like to introduce these now?
Dann stelle ich den ersten, der ja schon
Yes, because we of course have time for the debate, and we are not going to vote on them. But did you want to introduce that more specifically so that we have a basic discussion and then a vote on that? Well, the first motion was actually already mentioned, and it is about the fact that we want to appreciate foundational views and perspectives on the issue at hand. We then also wanted to take note of individual aspects relating to the issue at hand, and we would also adopt proposals on parts of the text, paragraphs be moved elsewhere simply because they improve the flow of the text and make the text more understandable, because as often, and it's been said before, it is a text that was written by different partial groups and put together so that in the final editing. Some things might not have turned out as beautifully as we wanted, and we also shortened some elements. So that is why we need to also take note of the formal comments on the language and structure of the text, which is due to the text having been revised several times. So yes, we would adopt all that. These are several motions for amendment, about 150 motions that are behind that. And we just want to appreciate the content of these motions, and we recommend adoption of that. So this is the first motion for amendment. And are there any other fundamental remarks on the motions for amendment? I mean, probably not for all 12 in total, but before we start our debate, anything else you wanted to add to that? Well, thank you. I do have two specific remarks for the biblical part of that. Again, we had a lot of constructive criticism that we will look into. So we have 3 questions selected for the assembly, and I'd like to just comment on 2 more specifically. The first one relates to Amendment 8, and if you can manage to put this on the slide, the question was asked whether lines 408 to 428 were necessary or whether they could not be deleted. And in these texts, they deal with prophetic texts in which the rape of women is described in order to metaphorically criticize the unfaithfulness of God's people. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be rejected. The sections were explicitly requested by members of the forum. From a biblical perspective, they complement Section 2, which deals with violence against women in the church. And they are factually related to implementation texts that call for greater participation of women in ministry, as well as a greater role of feminist theology. Amendment 9, which you will have to pull up yourselves, is another amendment that I'd like to briefly comment about. There are several comments that question the term hierarchy, and they recommend using the more common term of patriarchy. The Motions Committee recommends staying with the term hierarchy as, and at this point I'd like to give you the reason for that. Firstly, it is a term that has been introduced in exegesis. It was not invented by us, and it also is used in more and more fields of research. It is one of the few terms that have been coined in our time of theology, and from there has found its way in other sciences, and that process is still ongoing. And then secondly, this term describes more precisely how power and discrimination structures function. The term hierarchy can capture the observation that even in hierarchy, women can exercise power, but not all of them, and only in a certain way or certain ways. The foundational text comes back to this, for example, in line 670 to 683, when a distinction is made between the businesswoman and Deaconess Phoebe and the freed slave Junia. Thirdly, the term hierarchy helps to better grasp how biblical texts partly presuppose the social order, but also partly break it. The foundational text also shows this in several places. However, you are right in your comments, regardless of the discussion on this terminology. The forum is faced with a challenge to be more consistent in the whole text and to better communicate the term with the other parts of the text. Well, thank you very much on explaining these items. So we now open the list of requests for the floor so that we can have a debate on that. We already received a request for the floor from one of our online participants, Ms. Schumacher-Gurman. I would also like to go ahead and give you the floor right away so that the others can put their names down on the list of speakers requesting the floor. I assume quite a few requests for the floor, so let's start with the 1 minute of time that you have. Depending on the number of requests, we can be more generous, but we'll see and take it as it comes.
Ms. Schumacher-Godemann, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I am a pastoral officer, and I would like to thank you for this text. I like it. In the introduction, you start off by dealing with gender equity, gender equality, and this is what it's really all about. It's about ending sexism, ending discrimination of women because of their sex and gender. It's about time that non-males stop being discriminated in the Catholic Church. And it is necessary because as long as we keep discriminating against women, we will be outside the foundational context of our society. So gender equity is not a maximum demand. Instead, it's something one should take for granted. And that's why I expect the Synodal Assembly to cast a clear vote in favor of the same rights, equal dignity of all members of this church. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the internet connection was not quite stable. Let me summarize in order to make sure that I understood. You said gender equity is a key term that the text opens up with, and you said that this was not a high-flying desire or demand. Instead, it was something to be taken for granted. Thank you for your contribution. And now, Professor Margit Eckholt. As a member of the Motions Committee, I would like to promote this text, and I would like to promote the adoption of our motions. Gender equity is a leitmotif, yes, and it is a theological and normative criterion touching upon the basic questions of God's revelation, the interpretation of what is God's will about today. Systematic theology deals with these matters in documents that are truly foundational. We look into the revelation of God. The sex or gender of a person cannot be an exclusion criterion. The ministry of proclaiming the gospel that is open for everyone, and I would like the contributors from Querida Amazonia to Professor Loop-Hudepol for their contributions. I would like to draw your attention to the wider picture, and I would like to point out a polarity that is underestimated as far as I perceive it. A rational self-determination in the sense of being free and being redeemed is a good point. But let us not forget about the following: the normative order of creation. In other words, two polarities. These should really be part and parcel of the foundational text. Redemption is unthinkable without the creation. The polarity between man and woman disappears. Yes, Paul in Galatians 3 words, there is no longer male or female, but he is based on creation theology. Think of the bride and the bridegroom image. I don't really want to harp upon this forever, but there is the equality and dignity, equal dignity of both. But Paul draws his vitality from this contradiction, redemption, and yes, please come to the end of your intervention. Okay, I'm in favor of deepening the theology of creation based on the polarity of man and woman. This is the wider picture of our overarching discussion, really finding a new approach to creation. Okay, we have a long list of speakers. That's why we really have to be mindful of time. Professor Knoop, I would like to warmly thank the Forum for this excellent text, which is truly a masterpiece of biblical, dogmatic, and ethical theology, well-founded and reasoned, state-of-the-art, and truly in-depth. I would like to point out two key points that I think are particularly convincing. First, the outdated gender anthropology of the Roman Catholic Church as opposed to gender equity and God's will manifest in other churches like the Anglican Church. It would be quite weird if God's will was different for those churches than it is for the Roman Catholic Church. Ms. Flaxbart, well, actually, it should not be the participation and involvement of women that requires extra reasons or reasoning. Instead, it should be the exclusion of women that should require extra reasoning. And this really responds to the question of the Catholic practice of preventing women from proclaiming the word in the Holy Mass, even if she is an outstanding researcher or academic. Why can even an abbotess not celebrate the Holy Mass in her own community? Why can the dying not be given the Holy Sacrament by a woman present? And Mary Magdalene, the Apostle of Apostles, how does this really fit together? With theological diligence and depth, this text has been looking into these questions. I thank you for that. I recommend adopting the text and think of both Marys. Mary's the humble servant of our God who said yes when God called upon her, and Mary Magdalene, the sinner, the tempting woman. On the other hand, Mary in search of her fulfillment that is found in the revelation of God as the resurrected Savior. Next, Professor Tiefensee. I am very grateful for this text. It is a groundbreaking text. Unfortunately, we should add, because it should be re-emphasized in this text, that we are ashamed and sad about the fact that here in Western Europe, at the beginning of the 21st century, we have to deal with this topic in such an extensive and intense fashion. The Church should confess to its failure in not having led this struggle, instead decelerating the advancement of women by repeating prejudices and stereotypes, putting them on a seemingly theological basis. Think of the metaphor of the bridegroom and the bride, which is really overstretched when it comes to gender specificity. When it comes to metaphors, you should really not overstrain them. After all, think of how you should interpret similes. Thank you so much, Professor Tiefensee. We have 24 speakers requesting the floor on our speakers list, so I will allow 3 more minutes to elapse before I would like to close the speakers list, even though the text is of fundamental importance, but we will have a 30 to 40 minutes debate ahead of us. Bishop Kohlgraf, please. Thank you. In interviews, I have said several times that the Church should never say never with a view to final and conclusive decisions. And in encountering young people, I feel quite often that the arguments of tradition do not take us a long way, because young people live in their own world and times. And this is why Bishop Bode's thought is really very close to my heart. How can we connect the signs of the times with a truly convincing theology? Let me point out three things. Orthodoxy and ecumenism really are restricted to the diaconate here, and we would really have to honestly look into further implications for orthodoxy and the Roman magisterial. And the bipolarity is something that we cannot do away with either. Thank you. Bishop Hanke, please. Women in leadership positions in the Church. To me personally, this is of major importance, and in my diocese, I believe I have brought about major changes here. And I think we are not at the end of our tether yet, theologically speaking. The present text is even more demanding, though. It takes place at a high level of reflection, there's no denying it, but since Bishop Bode has invited us to be open in our discussion, I do not want to withhold my own position, and I want to make clear that I cannot agree with the central demand of this text. This proposal of the synodal path is in contradiction to the valid official theology of our Church, and several questions spring to my mind. If you come up with such a proposal, what role is then given to the magisterium and the tradition? Will these sources be relativized in the discourse? Gender equity is relevant in our... Yes, we have a short speaking time. Yes, gender equity is important in society, but gender equity, how does it work with Paul's Church image of the body and the many, many limbs or members? Thank you. We are closing the list of speakers now. There are 27 people requesting the floor. Professor Schlosser, please. To begin with, I would like to say I cannot say that I have felt unjustly treated in the Catholic Church, and I am speaking on behalf of many women who feel the same way. I want to point out the revelation theological reason here. The Church is more than just a sociological structure. We haven't just made it up in our minds. The same thing holds true for the incarnation of the Son of God and for the sacraments. None of these have been invented by us. If a well-reflected, consistent magisterium and practice in the West and the East is now to be changed, we need very strong arguments. It is not just about referring ourselves to a change in role perception, and it's not just by taking a unilateral approach to the concept of representation. I have to point out the time limitations. The text tries to use the secrecy and ununderstandability of God's will as an argument, but in the history of theology, this has failed twice. And I would like to remind you of the fact that the specific shape that God uses to convey His word is Jesus Christ, bearer of the Holy Spirit in its fullness. Thank you, Sister Nicola Maria Schmidt. Dear Synod members, I'm speaking as a simple woman for simple people. We have been thinking systematically here time and again, but I would like to have people in our minds. Think of the dispute between the Hellenics and the Hebrews among the apostles because the widows of some were overlooked. And again, we are overlooking human beings. We have 7 sacraments in the Catholic Church, and it is not our job as the Catholic Church to make sure, it is our job to make sure that these sacraments do not get lost just because there are too few people who can give those sacramental gifts. Make sure that access to the sacraments is there for those in search of them. Ointment of the sick and confession are 2 sacraments in questions. Open the access for all those who have a vocation to priesthood, so our sacraments will not get lost. Thank you, Sister. Father Prior Bruno Robeck, please. I would like to take a practical approach because my experience has been in many discussions with women in orders, living in orders or living in the secular world. They do not often feel the need to stand up for their rights, and that's why I believe that this text is a milestone on the path for women in the Church to form their own perception, their own ideas, so women within the Church no longer belittle themselves. Help them start thinking and tread on new territory within the Catholic Church. Thank you. Next, Gregor Pochun. I agree, we need to open all the ministries to women. Let's stop women's discrimination. Thank you, Professor Tiefensee. I agree with a lot of what you've said. And just referring to the magisterium is insufficient because the magisterium was made by men and it reflects their power of definition. On 2 agreements, motions for amendment. First, promotion for women and men, well, there is no need to worry about the underrepresentation of men. And if we talk about hierarchy rather than patriarchy, this obscures our point rather than clarifying it. And the last point is we lack the reception of gender studies and social sciences. It is a purely theological text, but gender studies and sociology aspects should be included because they are at stake here. Thank you, Mr. Pochun. Bishop Meyer, please. The magisterium has been mentioned many times here. Let me make clear that, well, those of you who know my biography typically associate Bertram Meyer with the Roman magisterium. And this is not appropriate, even though I like to be associated with Rome. But why am I saying this? I'm in favor of ecclesial realism. In view of all willingness to open up, we should ask ourselves what is possible from an ecclesiastic point of view. And I would like to show this by the example of ecumenism. Ecumenism refers to the universal church, not just the Vatican, not just the magisterium. It's also about the non-simultaneity within the universal church. So we can sometimes push to the fore, but we can't do it all by ourselves. And ecumenism is not just to be thought with a view to Western churches and communities. Let's also consider the Eastern churches, the Eastern Orthodox churches. And if we open up too much, this could make our relationship with the Eastern Orthodox churches more difficult. Thank you, Dr. Peter Neher. I want to keep it brief. I'm in favor of adopting this text in order to advance the topic of gender equity and the discussion about it. The sacramental nature of the Church and the celebration of the sacraments require it. The ointment of the sick has been mentioned. It cannot be given at some points. We then celebrate ointment services in order to make up for that, and anointment services. And next, we are perceived as a male clergy association, and this is something that we should not just live with, and that's why we really need to make some headway here. I would, however, like to point out one thing when it comes to gender studies. I would like you to please double-check whether this is the right wording, because it is not unambiguous. Thank you very much. Nicole Podlitsky, please. You can always discuss individual aspects of the text, and we can, of course, like or dislike it, but everyone who wants to have a future for this church will have to understand that agreeing with this text is indispensable, and there is no alternative. Thank you. Ulrike Gütten-Hüßmann. KFD would like to expressly thank the Forum for this text, which truly convinces us. It is clearly structured. The content is just great. In particular, the biblical section deeply impresses us. It is a text that many women, including from our association, have been waiting for a long time, sometimes desperately, sadly, or angrily. Women who are now listening to us attentively, following our debate. This text opens up a future to women in our church, women who have been receiving a vocation to all ministries in the church, for women worldwide, the economical togetherness, where the ministry question is the elephant in the room. On behalf of the many women in the Catholic Women's Associations, we ask you, the Synodal Assembly, expressly for your consent. Thank you. Ms. Mock, please.
Die Vorlage dieses Textes
The presentation of this text is a historical moment for me, a moment that has been overdue for 2,000 years. I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this text today. It holds such great opportunities, and we have been able to feel it today in the dialogue-based preaching that took place in today's Eucharistic service, which was one of the highlights of this day. I wish for more of that, and the text gives us the hope for a church of brothers and sisters, and I hope to live to see it. Thank you, Ms. Mock. Professor Lob-Hüdepohl, thank you very much for this excellent text. Maybe it is a little hermetical, but that can be done away with or changed. And by the way, it's not only women. There are also men who rejoice about this text. I, being a man, rejoice about this text. It's not about the polarity between the sexes or genders that is the problem. The problem is the hierarchy between the polarities, the hierarchical arrangement. And this is why it is so commendable for the text to refer to the concept of gender equity and justice between the genders. This insinuates a type of equality which is more than just being of equal value. Instead, it also implies equal access to opportunities, to participation as members of the people of God. And this is a key insight of modern theories of justice. Thank you. Bishop Overbeck. Thank you very much for this well-differentiated text. It makes clear that we have come to a point here where, with a view to the magisterium, we have to assume that there is a leap that has been unprecedented with a view to the magisterial history of the Catholic Church. Yesterday, we put up the relationship between the loci theologicae and the classical magisterium, and I would like to point out here that we really need to look at the differentiated development of the universal church. For the postmodern Western tradition, we have to take this step, I believe so, but in this way we will see a new format arising, the need for a new format arising. We need to be able to continue to be the one universal church with units that have not yet been confronted with such questions. Mr. Dörnemann, following up to Bishop Overbeck, the sign of the times. Bishop Bode introduced this session at the beginning, pointing back to Pope John the 23rd. I think he referred to the encyclical Pacem in Terris, where the dignity of woman and a new view of woman, which was counted among the 3 signs of the times. I'm not saying this because I want to be repetitive, but because I feel it's missing in the text. As early as in 1963, the idea was around and it was put down in writing. And actually, there is a need to catch up on this, and I am still a semi-dogmatic theologian. This is a view of the order of creation, an in-depth view of anthropology, the signs of the times, the dignity of woman must be seen differently. And this is not in conflict with the order of creation. Instead, it is a deepening of the order of creation.
Dorothea Schmidt. Christianity is a religion of relations. Traditional, typical characteristics would exclude everything that is necessary in order to respond to our calling freely. So the freedom of relationships, but I actually do not feel unfree as a mother and woman, and I also feel our characteristics are outstanding, and particularly our motherliness is just a great gift. And as a woman, I am also a mother and not a female production role. I think this is degrading women to a function, and functions cannot establish relationships. And in Christian anthropology, there is no freedom of relationships. What does that mean? Freedom of God, freedom of people, freedom of its reliable nature. In scripture and tradition, in Buddhism, you can strive for that, but not in the succession of Jesus Christ. Bishop Ackermann. I am in favor of continuing to work on the text. It's been said several times by the chair of the forum in that this is a text that will be seen clearly on the level of the World Church. And that is why I'd like to say, how can we continue with this? This is not about degrading it on the level of perplexity. This relates rather to the World Church level, not just Rome, but also other contexts. And in our debates, it's become clear that we cannot just use the argument of the World Church. We have our role to play. We have to take up our role as well and contribute ourselves and do it in a way that it allows things to happen and is acceptable. And also Professor Sattler mentioned the 7 points and identified where we agree in the forum. And this also allowed me to focus on what the text is trying to establish. So that is why I'm in favor of continuing to work on the text, but maybe this perspective in view of the World Church, the Universal Church, is contained in amendment for number 1. Professor Kopp. I would also like to compliment the Forum for the Theological Profoundness, scientific profoundness also in the way of arguing. The problem is that for 1,000 years, neither in theology nor in the preaching, women had a word to say because the scientific theology was dominated by the male gender, and that is why when speaking of tradition, the question is whether this is always reflected the entire range. I like hierarchy better than patriarchy myself because it illustrates the diversity. Hierarchy also relates to the fact that there are men that have power and some that don't, and women that have power and some that don't, and that there needs to be, there's a hierarchy on both sides, basically. I believe that this is a great opportunity and that those that are in charge in the church and those that do research on a theological basis and those that are active in other areas can start a conversation. I believe these types of forums do not exist very often on the level of the universal church, so this is a great opportunity. Stefan Vesper. I withdraw my comment. You just 1 minute. Okay. The sister Philippa Rath. I am also convinced of the fact that this is truly a historic hour looking at the text. And I can also bear witness to the fact that many women have hoped for changes and for this text, some of them for decades. They point to a recognizing of their charismas, to their calling to an end of discrimination. And I also think that potentially this might be the time. We talked about confessing one's guilt, the confession of one's guilt, that we as a church also need to provide a profession of our guilt towards women. Our universal church commitment towards human rights and the equal dignity of women would be more authoritative if we ourselves managed to provide for equality between men and women and open up to women. I believe this would be to the benefit of the church, and many women and many men are waiting for that to happen. Thank you. Bernhard Emmons. I'd also like to say a great word of thanks for this wonderful text. I love the structure and I love the rationale of the text because they show what it means to start from a theological basis, as we also decided in the orientation text. I believe there is a peak towards the end of chapter 5 in the text where you're very clear in stating that the representation concept, either as an enforcement concept or as a substantial theological term, or also the understanding of how you understand your role, so the theological and the sacramental level. And when I read that, I thought, well, this makes it round. This is now a very convincing line of argumentation. So thank you for that. Thank you. Professor Dierschel. I would like to point to the fact that this text, also from my perspective, does not equalize the differences between genders, but makes clear that with all the differences between men and women and other types of gender, other types of genders, is that we are all humans. In spite of the fact that we are different, we are all men. We are all humans, and these gender differences become unimportant because Jesus Christ became a human being. He became the heart and flesh, and that is why, with all due respect of the magisterium, this is a question that needs to be left open. The human nature and the representation of humans, regardless of whether they are male or female. Ms. Stumpf, I would like to say a great word of thanks for this text. I have so many female friends in our religious communities, and we've always asked ourselves the question, why is that the case? I'm at the beginning of studying theological pedagogy, so thank you very much for this text. It was a true pleasure to read it. I'd also like to say that's something on the fact that some women do not feel discriminated or excluded or not treated well, but I believe that they would also not mind having more rights or feel more or less discriminated. So I think there are just so many of us that do feel excluded and that do feel discriminated. And that is why, for all those that might have some concerns, I believe this text shows what we're longing for, what we'd like to see for our church, and that is why I'm truly looking forward to our vote, and that it's going to send the right signal, the signal of hope, because that's what we need today. Thank you, Ms. Stumpf. 1 minute precisely. Dr. Köster is next. I would also like to argue in favor of adopting the text. I believe that we are at an existential point in the history. And I believe there should not be any reason for any doubt in that the church needs to provide for equality in the genders. In Forum 3, I heard a lot of arguments. I am a theological novice. Arguments that were weighed. So arguments from a theological tradition. I did not find a single argument that convinced me why it is the way it is. Nothing. It all seems so construed. And as I said, I'm a layperson. And that is why, in my view, it's only just a matter of picking yourself up and daring to make that step forward. And that means equal opportunities and equality of genders. I witnessed so many highly educated, talented women. It is time to do that.
Danke, dann ist jetzt als nächster.
So next we have Bishop Dieser. When reading the text, I learned a lot. This was truly a benefit, because it actually is very interesting, and it opened up new perspectives for me. But there are some questions that I'm left with. Professor Dirscher already mentioned some of that. What I like is that it differentiates between the actual nature of being human and the differences between the gender. There is no human being that is male or female. It's what they have in common is being humans. But then there is still that term of gender that differs. And this is being lost, and at least the confidence in that, and that the differences between men and women when talking about gender equality, the differences in the genders is something that God created with a purpose. Now, Ms. Zetterkap was saying in the preaching this morning, women pass on life the way that women do it. And that's the difference between a man and a woman. So there is motherhood, fatherhood, and both contribute to life and life being upheld. And also this goes back to Ms. Frankowitz. This goes back to how the church is built up from this notion of creation to the notion of revelation. So it's also this sense, the purpose that was not drafted sufficiently, but also in terms of the pastoral side, the pastoral aspect as part of the revelation needs to be equally accessible to men and women. This has to be introduced to a council. Viola Kohlberger, you have the floor. We have different sexes, different genders, but more than two. What we are now still having in the Catholic Church, and I'm saying this on behalf of probably 80% of humans, of young human beings, this is just past their everyday reality. A lot of people still try to uphold something, and I hope that this text that provides a lot of nice theological foundations can break up those old traditional views. We have strong arguments, and we just need to put an end to this. We need 100% gender equality for all sexes in the Catholic Church. And we cannot do this by ourselves. And that is why I'm not asking you. I expect everyone here at the Synodal Assembly to step forward in favor of that. We need gender equality for all people. So, Sister Katharina Klutman has the floor. I would also like to say a great word of thanks for the text. Yes, I do know that, and I work with a lot of young women. Not just young women suffer from this church and its structures and the fact that they live as women in this church. I was actually born in 1964, so after John the 23rd and his phrase. I would look back 2 decades of being heard, and I'm still here. Women in my generation will tell you similar stories if they're still here. Old women have experienced disastrous things in this church, not just for anything, but just for the mere fact that they're women. We are different, yes. And this is something that we also need to see. We may see that because this enriches our church, and we can contribute that also to offices, to women that had the celebration of the Eucharist. This would enrich the church, and I think we can no longer go without that if we just want to follow developments. No, we need to head them instead. Thank you, Sister Katharina. And now we have Bishop Voderholzer. It's said openly that the binary gender anthropology is overstretched and it's no longer understandable today. But I like to remind you that in relation to Jesus Christ and the Church, there is also a biblical reasoning for that, in that you have the sacramental notion of marriage. And if you do not have this metaphor recognized, then also that reasoning for marriage between men and women that allude to the differences and the complementarity of the two genders. And in this context, Walter Kasper once wrote, marriage is the grammar by way of which we can give life to Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ wanted that to be implemented, and he is the groom, and this is the final invitation to the heavenly wedding feast, and we would lose a lot if we would give up on that. Thank you, Bishop Voderholzer. Professor Eckholt. Well, gender equality is a starting point for us in this text. We have reversed the line of arguments, and from that perspective, it's a key contribution also for the Universal Church. Yes, the Roman magisterium, but also the diversity of the local churches. And to quote Pope, the current Pope, this also is linked to the orientation text, to the foundational text of the Power Forum for a synodal church, for a church of brothers and sisters. And it says goodbye to clericalism and patriarchy. I'm quoting the Pope, and in arguing that way, we do not put a magisterium in a different perspective. We open up the possibility in the discourse with a variety of biographies to be renowned, to reread traditions against the background of stories and voices of women that were excluded in order to give room to this life, because otherwise the church will be led astray in this life that is passed on by all people, but also in particular by women.
Thank you, Professor Eckholt. Lisa Holzer, the floor is yours. Just like you, I have been asked time and again what the benefit of the synodal path is. And depending on what mood I'm in, I do not feel very confident in answering this question. Sometimes I'm not very hopeful. But to me, personally, it is very valuable because in the Synodal Forum, I have gotten to know such a huge number of incredibly wise women who have so much to contribute. This is something that I haven't experienced in the church outside our association so far. I mean, being a young woman, I think this is tragical, and that's why it is so overdue to resolve on change here and to make it happen. And here, I would like to thank Mr. Tiefensee for his comments. It's not just about women, it's about all genders. Thank you, Ms. Holzer. Professor Knoop. The development of women's ordination in the Christian ecumenism shows very clearly that it's all about a cultural issue. It is not contradictory to the order of creation. Instead, it's an interpretation of the order of creation in the contemporary framework. It has been said that we need strong arguments to break up hardened traditions, but the arguments are there. The problem about the arguments not being translated into action is not the quality of the arguments, but it's about the role of those who are capable to give the necessary impetus. It's like when women demanded their suffrage. They could demand it, but it was only men who could actually make it happen. There are points in time that you should not miss. Thank you. Dr. Lücking-Michel, it's you who has the last word in this debate on your birthday, by the way. Thank you very much. Actually, it's not the admission of women to the ministries that needs to be reasoned. Instead, it's the inclusion of women that needs to be supported by special reasoning. And there is one thing that I would like to emphasize. The relevance of this question to the Church has been brought up and emphasized here time and again, but responsibility goes way beyond that. The Church is not an isolated structure. We do not live on an isolated island. Our idea of gender equality and roles is measured against what we see in the world, and this will be universally judged by what the Church is all about in various societies. So we have responsibility for discrimination, violence, and injustice against women throughout the world. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very committed discussion. And before we move on to the vote, I would like to hand over the floor to our president. Yes, I have actually asked to admit a point of order in my capacity as a delegate. Following Section 5, subsection 3L, I ask for a vote divided by gender of the present delegates for the following reason. This is not just about any arbitrary matter. It's not just about any question. And that's why I would like women's voting behavior to be mirrored in this room. Of course, women have a right to diversity of opinions. I am not going to call for unity here, but we should all be aware of how we deal with this question. Thank you very much for this point of order. If there is no contradiction to it, we can start the vote on this basis, and we will have a juxtaposition of male and female women, female votes, and other genders. So let's now vote on the motions for amendments, starting with the first proposed amendment.
Es sind 12 Anträge insgesamt.
There is a total of 12 motions, as we've just confirmed, and we hope that we will make it happen successfully. Just a second. We need to see the motion, but please pick up your devices. But don't you push the button yet, because the vote is not yet open.
So, wir haben den ersten
Right, here we go. The first motion for amendment. Following the title with numerous different motions for amendment, the proposal was brought forth. The Synodal Forum should consider the following: basic information and overall views on the topic at hand, formalities on language and structure, shifts within the text and other texts of the forum, and ideas on individual aspects. 150 in total, I believe, and we suggest the Motions Committee recommends to adopt this wide variety of contributions. If you want to agree to this, please press yes. And if you disagree, please press no. Feel free to abstain, and don't forget to press the OK button.
199.
Right. More than 200 votes have been cast. Wonderful. So please finalize your vote. We are going to close in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Last chance. Closed. We have 205 votes cast. 187 in favor, 8 against. And now we are waiting for the repartition by gender. I hope it will work. This is a test. 1 no vote and 65 yes votes among the non-male members of the Synodal Assembly. Thank you so much for this motion for amendment number 1. Let's move on to the second proposed amendment. It runs as follows: deletion of the focus on the violence perpetrated against women and girls in the second chapter of the text. The Motions Committee recommends rejecting this motion for an amendment. So if you are in favor of the amendment,
Nein würde bedeuten, es nicht abzulehnen.
If you are in favor of rejecting the amendment, please vote yes. If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, please press no. And of course, you are free to abstain. The vote is open.
Ich bitte Sie, zum Ende der Abstimmung zu kommen.
Please come to the end of the voting process. We are now closing the vote. Apologies, I've just heard our technical support tell us that we actually put the wrong motion to the vote. This makes the vote invalid, and we will have to propose the motion anew. Thank you for your understanding. Now we have the right motion present. Thank you very much for your to the colleagues from the technical team. They are always wide awake following our discussion. Thank you for that. Okay, now motion number 2. Is this the right motion now? Because the vote is open yet again.
Ja, heißt es bei mir in meiner WhatsApp-Kommunikation.
Yes, I've just received a yes communication by WhatsApp. So,
Der Antrag war Streichung des Fokus auf Gewalt.
the motion was delete the focus on violence, and the Motions Committee recommends rejecting this amendment. The focus on violence against women and girls should be maintained in the text. So yes means reject the proposed amendment. Let's wait for the threshold of 200 to be exceeded. I think at least as many will vote. And then I would like to call on you to end the vote. We are closing the vote now.
Auch hier ist ein sehr klares Ergebnis.
Here again, the result is clear. 170 yes votes, 22 no votes, 10 abstentions. And now let's look at the non-male voters' voting behavior. 60 yes votes, 2 no votes, 1 abstention. Again, a very clear yes. And now let's move on to the next proposed amendment. Amendment number 3. Okay, let's double check. Can you please click on A3?
Also, das ist der Änderungsantrag.
So this is motion for amendment 3 of the Motions Committee. Actually, I have to open it by myself. This is about the motion to delete the word above average. The Motions Committee recommends to adopt this motion, so the term above average should be deleted in the text. If you agree to deleting this term, please vote yes. If you disagree, if you want to maintain the term, keep it in the text, please press no. Abstentions are always possible.
Wir nähern uns den 190 Stimmen.
We are nearing the threshold of 190.
Wir lassen
going beyond the 200. 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's closed. 205 votes have been submitted. 172 yes votes, 15 no votes, 18 abstentions. Among the non-male voters, we have 57 yes votes, 5 no votes, and 3 abstentions. 65 in total. Thank you for this motion, and now let's move on to motion for amendment 4. Yes. Correcting the motivation of women to adopt a leadership position in the church. This does not happen because of discrimination, but because women live up to the leadership position based on their qualification. The Motions Committee recommends adopting this proposed amendment. So if you're in favor, please press green or yes. If you're against it, please press red or no. Alternatively, you can always abstain.
Bitte kommen Sie zum Ende der Abstimmung.
Let's now close the vote.
Und wir schließen jetzt die Abstimmung.
The vote is now closed.
Es haben 175
175 members voted yes, 13 voted no, 16 abstained from voting. And now let's look at the non-male votes. 61 yes votes, 3 no votes, and 2 abstentions. And again, this motion has been adopted.
Dann kommen wir zu Änderungsantrag 5 im Kontext.
So next we talk about the motion for amendment number 5. It is about the phrase gender is not a pre-social and immutable or even God-given fact. Now, the Synodal Forum is to make this term more precise. Gender is not a pre-social and immutable or even God-given fact. The Motions Committee recommends that this precision be adopted. So that's the amendment. So if you're in favor, yes; against, no; and of course, you can also abstain.
So.
All right. Please make sure that you have cast your votes. We are closing the voting process in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now the voting process has been closed. 204 votes have been cast. 77.42% or 144 votes in favor, 22.58 or 42 against, 18 abstentions, 204 votes in total. So let us now look at the non-male votes. 59, and that is 95.16% in favor, 3 against, and 2 abstentions, 64 votes in total.
Und wir kommen zum Änderungsantrag 6.
Let's now talk about motion for amendment number 6. Now, this one is again making a statement in line 179 regarding equality and equal opportunity more precise. So not to be understood that these values have no validity in the Roman Catholic Church in particular. May I be more precise? I was just told that it might not be easy to understand. The background is in several comments. It was told that this is not valid, that this be a bit stark and straightforward, and we couldn't put it like this. It would need to be differentiated, and the Motions Committee also believes that this needs to be made more precise and phrased in a more differentiated manner. Have you all understood what you're voting on now? Well, I believe you've all understood what you're voting on. Thank you very much for making this more precise. And let us come to the vote. If you would like to subscribe to the Motions Committee recommendation, yes. Otherwise, no or abstention. So please come to an end. Make sure you cast your votes now. We're going to close it in just a few moments.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung jetzt.
We're now closing the vote. Now, this shows 169 yay votes, 20 nay, and 14 abstentions, 203 votes cast in total. So this adopts the motion. We're looking to the non-male votes cast. 59 in favor, 5 against, 2 abstentions. Thank you. Let's talk about motion for amendment number 7. This is about women and whether taking measures to promote women could lead to stigmatization. So this is about deleting the statement that specific women advancement policies could create a dilemma. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be rejected, thus retaining the original phrase. May I just briefly explain a little bit on that? Yes, please. Now, we decided to reject the motion because promoting women is a tool that can lead to gender equality, and that also does so in part, but it's a limited measure. It's a measure that is often made or needs to be made by those that can open up those opportunities. So these are male individuals. And beyond that, there are some studies who prove that if the structures don't change, promoting women will be worth nothing. And this would be something that would need to be considered for our situation. So we obviously want the promotion measures to be taken in revised structures, because otherwise they cannot achieve what they could. And that is why promoting women is an important tool. But we'd also like to point out that it's not the solution if you don't reform the structures. Thank you for the explanation. We can now start the voting process, and I hereby open the vote. If you'd like to follow the Motions Committee pointing to the dilemma, and if you want to retain that, then vote yes. If no, then vote no. Okay, please make sure that you've taken the opportunity to cast your vote. We'll be closing the possibility to cast your votes in 3, 2, 1 seconds, and it's now been closed with 207 total votes. Divided up as follows: 146 yea votes, 37 nay, and 24 abstentions. And for the non-male participants, non-male, I accidentally said non-female, but I meant non-male, 51 yea, 10 nay, and 5 abstentions, 66 votes in total.
Ja, damit ist auch dieser Antrag angenommen.
So this also adopts this motion. Now let's talk about motion for amendment number 8. Now, the lines 408 to 428 are to be deleted, in which violence against women are discussed against the text of the Bible, the Holy Scripture, and the Motions Committee recommends to reject that. If you'd like to follow the Motions Committee, you need to reject it and vote yes. If you do not want to do it, you need to vote no or abstain from a vote.
Die Zahl der Stimmen scheint etwas zu schwanken.
So we seem to have some fluctuations in the number of votes cast. Let's see if we can reach the 200 votes threshold again. I'll give you just a moment. So you should now come to the end. We have now exceeded 200 total votes, and we're now closing the vote.
Auch hier ist eine
Again, a majority, i.e. 144 yea votes, 46 nay, and 12 abstentions. So we have adopted the rejection as suggested by the Motions Committee. And we are now looking to the non-mail votes. 53 yea, 10 nay, 2 abstentions. So again, a majority of votes in favor of rejecting. Now let's talk about a motion for amendment number 9. This is the second amendment that was explained previously. This relates to the issue of hierarchy and patriarchy. There were 2 motions for amendment that wanted the Synodal Assembly to change hierarchy to patriarchy. The Motions Committee, however, recommends that this amendment be rejected. That is to stay with the term of hierarchy. So if you follow that and believe hierarchy is the right term to use and want to retain that in the text, then you vote yes. And if you want that to be changed to patriarchy, then you vote no or you abstain. And we've hereby opened the vote.
Wir sind jetzt bei 196.
Now we are at 196 and 187. Let's see if we can get to 200. I know you're longing for some coffee, but please stay with us and make sure you participate in the remaining votes and the overall vote so that we can have this foundational text voted and adopted on. So we're going to close the voting process in a few seconds. 202 votes have been cast. We're closing the vote in, well, actually now, looking at the result, 122 voted in favor, 69%, 30% against, 54 nay votes, 26 abstentions. Now the non-mail votes, let's see. So 76, almost 77 yes, that is 46 votes, 14 nay, that's 23%, 5 abstentions, 65 votes in total. So this also adopts this motion. Let's talk about motion for amendment number 10. This is about revising lines 465 to 473 while deleting the non-pertinent reference to Matthew 22, 41 to 46. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. So, if you'd like to consent to that, you would have to vote yes. If not, no. And in any other case, abstain from the vote as a third option. And you can cast your votes now.
Bitte Sie zum Ende der Abstimmung.
So please come to an end.
Wir geben noch ein paar Sekunden.
I'll give you a few more seconds.
Und wir schließen die Abstimmung.
And we're now closing the voting process. 176 in favor, 12 against, 17 abstentions. So this also adopts this motion for amendment. And we're now looking at the non-mail votes. 60 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions. Again, a clear vote in favor of adopting the motion. The 11th motion for amendment The request is that the Synodal Forum acknowledges the following: deleting the tripartite office and the mono-episcopate in line 665. Following, the Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. So deleting the tripartite office. We are opening the vote now. If you follow that, if you retain it, no or abstention.
So, wir nähern uns den 200.
Okay, getting close to 200.
202, wir haben
202.
haben Sie.
You have 3 more seconds
Und jetzt schließen wir die Abstimmung.
to cast your vote, and we're now closing the vote.
143 Ja-Stimmen,
143 yea votes, 44 nay, and 16 abstentions, 203 in total. For the non-male votes, 57 in favor, 4 against, and 6 abstentions, so 67 votes in total. Now let us come to the last motion for amendment, motion number 12. Now, this is adding the notion of celibacy in the foundational text. The Motions Committee recommends that this motion for amendment be rejected.
Margit Wuckelt, wollen Sie noch was dazu sagen?
Margit Wuckelt, would you like to say something on that?
Ich muss das jetzt so machen über die.
I need to do it like this. Well, I can say something about that. Well, from the context of the chapter, you can derive that admitting women to the ministry is not something we should strive for if we've not changed the structures. But this is only about access. This is not about priesthood and who has access to priesthood. And that is why celibacy is something that should be dealt with in Forum 2 and not in this text. That's the reason. Yes, I think this was understandable. We can now cast our votes. The Motions Committee recommends that you reject the motion. So if you vote yes, then you follow the Commission who rejects it. If not, you need to vote nay or abstain from the vote. So we've had more than 200 votes cast already. Please come to the end of the voting process. 205 votes, and we're now closing the voting process. Again, agreement, 184 votes in favor, 14 against, 7 abstentions. This adopts the motion. And for the non-male votes, 63 in favor, 1 against, and 3 abstentions. So thank you very much for having been so disciplined in going through those 12 motions for amendment. This has been a great experience. I'm very happy about that, and I'm now passing the floor to Professor Renatele, and we're now going to vote on the overall text, the foundational text. So this is the vote of the overall text in the first reading. If you consent to the text with all the motions for amendment that we've just discussed, with everything in relation to the editorial changes and other suggestions, so that the Synodal Forum can work on the text onto the second reading. So please cast your vote now for this foundational text. 205 votes cast to 7 to 10. So it's very positive to see so many of you wanting to vote on the foundational text of Forum 3. We will leave you a few seconds to cast your votes, 3 seconds to cast your vote, and we're now going to close it in 3, 2, 1, and now the vote is closed. 210 votes cast in total, 174 in favor, 30 against, and 6 abstentions. Well, we can applaud in 1 second. We're going to go to the non-mail votes. 62 yes, 4 against, and 1 abstention, 67 votes in total.
Ein herzliches Dankeschön an das Forum.
A warm word of thank you to the forum, the chairpersons of the forum, and all of you for this debate and discussion. And I would like to contribute my personal opinion. I am happy about this result. I would like to make a comment on the coffee break before I hand over to Ms. Boxberg for the pause. When it comes to the coffee break, please move to the lower floors. Everything has been set and prepared. We will take out half an hour of a coffee break after this discussion, so don't you form a crowd just outside this room. And please give us a few more minutes for the spiritual pause. Let's be back at 5:20. So we'll have a reflection pause for 7 minutes, and then we'll invite you to be back up in here by 5:20. Have you heard her increasing my time slot from 5 to 7 minutes? That's good news. But first, I would like to hand over to Louis and the musicians.
Viele von uns haben
Many of us
und auch gestern schon innerlich betend auch
have been praying throughout this day and yesterday.
Geisteskraft unseres
They
lebendigen
have been
Gottes
praying for the power of our living God's
Immer wieder war immer hier
Spirit.
der Gebetsruf. Manche Päpste wurden schon
I
zitiert, noch
found
nicht Papst Paul
the
VI.
prayer inside myself time and again, a prayer voiced by Pope Paul VI. Come, divine power of the Spirit, we need you unconditionally. This holds true for the present day and for the path lying ahead. A few invocations of this power of the divine Spirit. I would like to offer them to you. Maybe your invocation is among them. Praise be to you, power of the divine Spirit, our light and
Du
life,
ewige Liebe Gottes,
eternal love of God,
du Quelle allen Lebens.
source of all life.
Komm herab, du Heilige Geistkraft.
Come down
Schenk
to
dich
us,
uns bedingungslos.
you holy power of the Spirit. Give yourself to us
Du
unconditionally.
Feuerwerk des Guten.
You donor of life, you fireworks of what's good,
Quelle im Lebenslauf.
you living source in the course of our lives, you fresh breeze in our world,
Befreierin aus
you
Borniertheit.
liberator from hypocrisy,
Du Wirbel
you swirl
in
in
trügerischer Ruhe.
deceptive calm,
Du Mutmacherin
encourager
gegen Ängstlichkeit.
against
Die
fearfulness,
Inspiration vom Himmel.
inspiration from heaven,
Du Liebhaberin der Vielfalt.
lover of diversity,
Band der
bond
Einheit.
of unity,
Du Licht auf
light
unserem Weg.
on our path.
Schenk dich uns
Give yourself to
bedingungslos.
us unconditionally,
Aus
out
Leidenschaft
of
für uns
passion
Menschen.
for us
Aus Freude an
humans,
Beziehung.
out of the love of relationships,
Aus Lust am
out of
Leben.
lust for life,
Aus Liebe.
out of love.
Schenk dich uns bedingungslos.
Give yourself to us unconditionally.
Der Geist des Herrn hat uns den Anfang neu geschenkt. In alles, was da wächst, den Atem eingesenkt. Der Gottesgeist beseelt, die kalt sind und versteint. Zerstörtes baut er auf, Zerstreutes wird vereint. Wir sind in ihn getauft und Glut ist seine Huld. Er spendet Hoffnung aus in Sehnsucht und Geduld. Wer weiß, woher er kommt, wer sieht schon seinen Schein. Er öffnet uns den Mund, lässt uns Geschwister sein.
So, vielen Dank für diesen Einhalt.
Thank you very much for this pause. Now let's break for coffee, and I'll be quite generous today. Michael Behrensen and Katharina Norput are going to continue at 5:25. Let's be generous today. 5:25. We'll meet back in here.
Peace is a state of confusion.
for today.
Also bitte alle Gespräche einstellen.
So please postpone your conversations to a later time. We'd like to continue, and just to be fair to everyone who has sat down already, and also to the benefit of those who've dialed in online, we'd like to ask you to please joining us in also starting together, starting jointly. Not only the walking together, but also the starting together.
Also ein langer Tag liegt schon hinter uns.
So I'm aware it's been a long day. And I'm aware that we have an exchange, a discussion, a listening to each other, to one another, to looking at the text ahead of us. However, Katerina and myself would like to take on this challenging exercise, given the time limits, and make sure that we look at 3 texts. The implementation text, Women in Sacramental Mystery, then the Diaconate of Women, and the text of the second reading that we have left from yesterday and that is relates to the co-participation in appointing bishops. Now, we can do it, but only if we stick to the 1-minute time frame. And I'd like to ask all those who present the texts to please concentrate on the core items. And if we do that, we'll be able to look at these texts and adopt the texts. And we have Professor Sattler, who's already standing here. She will provide the introduction on the text on the Women in Sacramental Ministry. Now, before Ms. Sattler and Bishop Bode introduce us to the text, those that are in the working group or want to be in the working group on a community of responsibility and that are not part of a forum, we have 4 seats elected from the Synodal from Synodal Assembly. Please register under Secretariat at synodalweg.de. Thank you very much, and I'm passing the floor to the 2 chairpersons of this forum.
Ja, zunächst möchte ich Dankeschön sagen.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for voting in favor of the foundational text with such a big majority. I'm truly grateful for that, and to all of us that have worked on the text. This is a sign of appreciation, and those that have worked in the editing groups, I'd also like to extend a great word of thanks to all of you, because it's a very concise, precise work, and if you do this type of work, then it's accepted by a great majority. So Ms. Sattler and I are truly grateful to have chaired the forum together. Now, we always talk on the phone at 9 p.m. at night. That's our time. It's my evening activity, and hers too. And if we do that, then you can achieve a lot. Well, I don't want to talk too much. I just want to remind you of the fact that today, for a brief first reading, we are providing those 2 implementation texts. Now, we have something very specific resulting from the direction we're going into, and that is relating to women in sacramental ministry and the Diaconate of Women. These are part of an overall project that, as illustrated previously, is something that we discuss in our forum. Then also in the Second Synodal Assembly, we contributed an implementation text for the first reading that deals with the opening and with the universal and world church context. Within the framework of the possibilities provided for in church law, we bishops are asked to introduce a number of different possibilities, and the bishops are asked to introduce the topic of promoting the participation of women in church life in the appropriate places. Now, in regards to the implementation text we now have before us, the question is what we can already do today in the German local churches. So the things that can happen locally, and I'm asking you not to release us from this responsibility by merely referring to the very open paths in the universal church. We too can do something to that effect. And what exactly? That is the question of the two implementation texts in question, and Ms. Sattler is now going to provide us with some more explanations on them.
Ja, ich bin auch sehr, sehr dankbar.
I also am very grateful. I just wanted to add that. Just briefly, I would like to take up three basic questions regarding the two implementation texts that are up for a vote today. Again, one text on the universal church argumentation. We already had that in the Second Synodal Assembly. Now, three quick remarks. First, why two texts and not just one? That's a question we were asked by many, and our answer is, and the Motions Committee will provide the answer to that. The ecclesiastical magisterium follows theological knowledge and treats the diaconate of women differently than the other forms of sacramental ministry due to the other testimonies of tradition, and also out of the ecumenical consideration. We would like to respond to this, especially with regard to conversations in the context of the universal church. In addition, there are many pastoral considerations that suggest strengthening the profile of a diaconal church. That's our answer to the question why we put forward two texts. The second remark, why an indult in relation to the diaconate, so an exception granted by the Pope with regard to Canon 1024 of the Church Code, which reserves ordination to baptized men. Why not demand that this canon be changed altogether? Our answer to that argument is the following. From our point of view, one does not exclude the other. The theological argumentation that can lead to an amendment of Canon 1024 is presented in the basic text and in the two the two implementation texts. On the one hand, and that in conversation with the universal church, and on the other hand, in the implementation text also on sacramental ministry as a whole, given the pastoral urgency of the diaconate also for women and the corresponding expectations, the granting of an indult could, if necessary, be a sign of encouragement. And then lastly and thirdly, why another commission in the German local churches to keep alive the question of opening the sacramental ministry to women in the long run? Our answer to that question is we need to have an institutional advocacy for this issue in the German local churches as well. Otherwise, it is in danger of being lost in view of the manifold changes in the context of the world church. So we advocate a German suggestion. We also want to have a swift decision, or at least we want to try to have a swift decision. And we advocate retaining the two implementation texts. Thank you also for your critical feedback. And we ask you to read the two implementation texts in the context with the text on the world church responsibility, and we ask for the possibility to work further on both of these texts. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sattler and Bishop Bode. And on behalf of the Motions Commission, We now hear from Dr. Eckholt.
Schwester Katharina Ganz.
Schwester Katharina Ganz spricht.
It's Sister Ganz. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
Ja, auch von meiner Seite möchte ich zunächst noch mal vorausschicken.
I would also like to say a word of gratitude. I am grateful due to the constructiveness in which we've discussed the foundational text of our forum in the first reading. So as a theologist and the spiritual leader of a women's congregation, I would also like to say that the issue at hand here also relates to women and congregations in Germany. In our community, there are some sisters who would like to leave the church, and I need to leave the congregation too. So this is not just something that the women's associations or those that work fully at the churches. It's also an issue for congregations. And we just need to retain those talents, otherwise we'd lose them. As part of the motions committee, I'd like to speak on behalf of that. We have Lisa Maria Singer and Dorothee Sattler. They supported us greatly. Apart from that, we had Professor Eckholt and Auxiliary Bishop Schepers. So we were able to cluster the texts based on those suggestions with a sacramental order. We clustered it into 5 recommendations for motions that we'll put forward. The first one is something formal, foundational, and then also clustering certain motions. So we put those together, we clustered them, and we recommend that you adopt them as a group. And as Ms. Sattler was mentioning, in both of these texts, the desire was to have one text by some individuals. We expect that you reject that motion for the reasons I mentioned. And there are a few motions that make the text more precise that we recommend that you adopt. And also in terms of the implementation text on the Diaconate, it also recommends some striking certain texts. Some was quite long, and we will recommend that you adopt it in a modified form so that you do not do away with the entire historical background, but that we then pick up on the Second Vatican Council and what it says on the Women's Diaconate and the Würzburg Synod. This passage we'd like to leave, and other than that, we are in accordance with the proposal to cut some of the text. And for the text on the Diaconate of Women, we had some requests to be more precise. Who requests what from whom, where. So make sure that you identify who's supposed to do what, where, and why. And we also recommend that you adopt these motions. And again, we will cluster several motions by Schwester Philippa, Julia Knut, Mr. Jung, and Professor Tiefensee. And we'll put this forward for your approval. And a small change, and Bishop Ackermann pointed this out, that anointing of the sick that is mentioned in the text of the Diaconate is something that shouldn't be included in the text. Again, we recommend that you adopt the motion, therefore approving of the modification. Well, as supposed to be brief, that was it, and we'll go into more detail when we vote on the texts and the respective motions. Thank you very much for this very brief and concise introduction into the 5 motions for amendment. And we are now putting the text up for a discussion and are hereby open the discussion.
Die Redeliste füllt sich.
The speakers list is getting fuller. Thomas Söding is first.
Ich möchte mich sehr herzlich für die gesamte
I
Arbeit
would like to thank the forum for its work in its entirety And I would just like to point out one thing. Indeed, for a variety of reasons, I believe it is very important for us to have two implementation texts at this point. It is not only about defining the diaconate as a career step leading towards priesthood. That would be a fundamental misunderstanding of this office and this ministry. Instead, this text expresses very clearly the relevance and importance and the special nature of the diaconate. So thank you very much for your explanations, and I am going to agree to the other text full-heartedly as well. Stefan Hesse. In various texts, we have pointed out that the Church is undergoing a crisis, and if it wants to gain credibility, the first thing that will play a role here is diaconia. This is a field which, as a result of COVID-19, has become brutally exposed in our parish and communities. And it seems to me that at times we are very weak in the field of diaconia. We are less diaconical than we could be, and it should not be just delegated to the Caritas Association. Instead, it is a responsibility of each and every parish. So this motion would be a step towards renewing the credibility of the Church with the help of women exercising this ministry and advancing it. Thank you very much. The speakers list will be closed after the next speaker, Werner Otto. I would like to say something which is a matter of principle. I'm just imagining that all of a sudden all the women in this room disappeared with all their charisma, their knowledge and their talents. What a poor event would it be? And this is the kind of poverty we create by excluding women from the sacramental office. What would my pastoral team be without women? I have a lot of respect toward all the theological arguments that have been brought forth here, and I like arguing at a theological level as well, but to my mind, excluding women from participation, it's about power, not about theology. It has always been about power, and this holds true for our Church as well. If priesthood means representing Christ, we exclude Christ from showing himself to us in a very important way. Thank you. The speakers list is now closed. Gebhard Fürst. Dear Synod members, I would like to clearly advocate the introduction of the diaconate of women in our Church. It's a matter of ecclesiological pragmatism of what is possible. I believe the diaconate of women is possible. There are clear connections to the New Testament. A lot of research has been undertaken into that. There are less marked connections with a view to the priesthood of women. Nevertheless, the diaconate, as I have been told by the Commission of Faith, is open. John Paul II has not clearly taken a stance against women in diaconate. He has, however, taken a clear stance against women as priests. I believe we should change the ordo, and we should establish the diaconate as an equally important and high-ranking office compared to the priesthood, and women could be diacons as a result. Thank you very much. As you have noticed, we will really have to keep an eye on the speaking time much more strictly than we used to do in the afternoon. Please keep it brief. Peter Neha. Yes, very briefly. I am not convinced by the repartition in two documents because this is about the participation of women in sacramental ministry in different functions. Omnium in mentem is not helpful here because the office of the deacon is thereby removed from the relationship with the episcopate and the priesthood. That's not something that women need. A diaconal church does not depend on the question of whether we have a sacramental office. Instead, it is a fundamental responsibility of the entire church. And, Bishop Hese, I don't believe that we are weak in terms of Caritas or diaconial work. The Caritas Association is part of our common church, so I'm very much in favor of a common document, a unified document. Ms. Dorothea Schmier, you have the word. I would like to cast our view away from the actual priesthood into our society. Massive exploitation in the society at large is much more of a problem than the lack of access to priesthood. Women are traded, women's body parts are rented because of an economic plight. So women are called upon to give birth to the children of others between the age of 20 and 40. To my mind, this is slavery. Let's talk about the right to life. Let's talk about the children's right to be at home with their parents rather than exploiting women and women's wombs for surrogacy motherhood. Okay, please make contributions specifically with a view to the motion. Professor Schlosser, you have pointed out a key problem indeed. Yes, the relationship between diaconate and priesthood and the profile of the permanent deacon is not yet clarified. But what we do have, as a matter of fact, and you cannot overlook it, is the definition of the Second Vatican Council that there is an ordo sacrament of 3 degrees. You can be in favor of that, you can deplore it, but we cannot just open up one stage, not even in the light of later encyclicals, without touching upon the other. So the question is, if a diaconate of women is possible, you should really draw up a clearly defined profile going beyond the parallel to the permanent deacon. And in the Eastern Church, the deacon does not give any sacraments. Thank you. Professor Stern, the floor is yours. I am very much of the opinion that this text is important and that it is good as it is, but I would warn against restricting the diaconate to social activity. Diaconate is more than just actions of charity. Deacons in antiquity and late antiquity were teachers, were people who were theologically competent, and women's diaconate should be considered in its full breadth, theologically, in terms of teaching and in terms of theology. Otherwise, we will end up in a dead-end street if we focus on the social activity alone. Thank you. Christian Gärtner. I would plead in favor of looking at the texts separately, even though there is an internal connection between the diaconate as a standalone office and the tripartite ordo. But there is a point in saying that the diaconate of women is a realistic near-term goal. When reading the text on the sacramental office in total, I was not quite clear about what the text actually advocated. I felt it was rather reticent and cautious. As a synodal assembly, we should actually be courageous enough to say whether or not we are in favor of the accession or the access of women to priesthood as well, even at the risk that 2/3 of bishops would not, we would not get a 2/3 majority of the bishops at the end. I would like to plead for two separate texts for realistic reasons. Of course, there is the interconnection, but there is realism in tackling these two matters separately, because different conclusions will be drawn. I think it will make sense to take this bipartite approach. And the question of women's priesthood is not just a sociological question, instead it is also a theological question, so it must be discussed and debated in this forum, and it will have to be debated within the universal church. So discussion and debate is what should take place, and this openness should be brought towards the universal church, which is much better than just raising demands. Thank you. Erwin Dieschel. I can only agree with what Bishop Wiesemann said. The fundamental decision has been voted on in the context of the fundamental text, the foundational text, and this text takes the diaconate of women out of the foundational context in its entirety, and this will enable even those who voted against the foundational text to vote in favor of this particular aspect. Thank you. Ulrike Göken-Küßmann. Thank you very much for the great approval and endorsement for the foundational text. It greatly moved me. I am fully convinced that women need to have access to the sacramental office. Women are called to enter the diaconate, and those who undergo training in the diaconate network can tell us about it. I was quite impressed about these women and their reports and stories as to how they were called. In the implementation text on sacramental offices, I feel that the paragraph on establishing a commission is too weak and too vague. I would hope for a specific approach here. Thank you. Sister Philippa Rath. I would like to quote from a letter that was written 68 years ago by Auxiliary Bishop Forts in representation of another bishop to a sister of mine who has now since long been dead. The letter runs, "You will have understood how hard it was to get the majority of the council to admit the deacons. But I am convinced that now that the diaconal service has come to the fore more strongly again, that's the diaconal service of men, now the diaconal service of women is approaching a new stage. We hope instante orantes." So this was 68 years ago. Women were waiting for things to happen. It's about time today. Thank you.
Bevor wir in der Redeliste weitergehen,
Thank you. Before we move on in the speakers list, let me point out something that might make you feel stressed. In our building, wedding ring was found. Please turn to Dr. Kager to pick it up. Irmtraut Kobisch is next. That's fun. If today the Diaconate of Women is promoted in an implementation text, we do so for good reasons, and not only for strategic reasons, but also because the content matters. The arguments are quite obvious. Let me make a personal remark. All those who, since the Würzburg Synod, have been advocating the Diaconate of Women, this is a moving day today. We have done it through all difficulties, against all odds and resistance. Today, the day has come. This is a wonderful moment for those women who have been qualifying as deacons, working and committing themselves to the Church. Thank you, Bernhard Emunds. I would like to point out that from my point of view, the text Women in the Sacramental Office needs a clear wording that making clear that the priest's office should not be tied to the male sex. Let me tell you a personal story. A friend of mine became an old Catholic, and she became a priest, and when she was ordained, I went there. I was very moved. I felt that it was something quite natural, and I had the feeling that I had finally understood something. The exclusively male priesthood is just an emperor that is perfectly naked. Margit Eckholt.
Wir legen die beiden Texte vor, und ich glaube, die Diskussion hat es gerade auch schon
We are submitting two texts, and the discussion has shown why. Of course, it's about sending a realistic signal, the Diaconate of Women, a signal to the Universal Church in the universal context. But we are submitting this text precisely because we want a women's diaconate marked by the key theme of gender equality, as we have stated in the foundational text that we have submitted: access to the ordo, access to sacramental offices of all degrees, to people of all genders. We need theological debates, highly qualified debates, as we've had them in the forum in recent months. This should be communicated to the Universal Church, and it has to do with our implementation text, which will undergo the second reading in the next but one Synodal Assembly. Well, it's embarrassing. As a woman, I keep talking against texts that should be in my own interest as a woman. But you should not build a house on an uneven ground. We don't see the annulment of the difference between man and woman. I do not want to ask for your sympathy or understanding, but the teaching of salvation is always incarnatory in nature. Incarnation is key. The body is key. The physical nature is key. We can talk about woman priesthood assuming that there are no women. So these are internal contradictions. Let's make sure that we build our house on an even ground that will facilitate understanding. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Konstantin Bischof.
Ich möchte an dieser Stelle in der Frage,
At this point, when it comes to the question of do we need a commission that thinks a lot, or do we really need to have a clear vote, I would say we need both. It takes a commission that thinks further, that actually assumes communication responsibility with the universal church, and at the same time we need a clear vote by this assembly, because it is capable of giving such a vote, and the vote as such must make sure that the women present in this assembly is sufficient. We need your majority as well.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for keeping up with that fast pace. It's quite impressive how much you can say in a matter of just 1 minute. And now let's move on to the motions for amendment. They have already been introduced, and now it's about the implementation text on women in the sacramental ministry and office. So this is something that is hardly separable from the other text, but we have kept it separate. So this is the first motion for an amendment. You know it already. This is about the basic information on formal issues, shifts within the text, and hints on individual aspects of the topic as recommended by the Motions Committee.
And I think we have a lot of exercise. There's no confusion in this. So please vote with 1, 2, or 3 for abstention, 1 yes, 2 no, and 3 abstention.
Wenn Sie noch nicht abgestimmt haben.
If you have not cast your vote yet, then please do so now. We will close the voting process in 3, 2, 1, 0 at 201 votes.
Wir haben 201.
So 201 votes cast in total, 180 in favor, 9 against, and 12 abstentions. Therefore, this motion for amendment has been passed. Let's now talk to motion for amendment 2.
Mit mehreren Änderungsanträgen wurde beantragt.
Several amendments requested that the Synodal Assembly acknowledge the following: correction of the fact that there are two separate implementation texts from Synodal Forum 3 on Diaconate and Women in Sacramental Ministry. Desire for a common text is the context. The Motion Committee recommends that this amendment be rejected. We just had a detailed discussion on that, which is why I would assume that there are no questions on that. And also, if you cast your vote when you vote yes, then you follow the suggestion of the Motions Committee to reject the motion. So please cast your votes now.
Wir haben
206 votes have been cast. We're going to close the vote. 3, 2, 1. And now you can no longer cast your vote. And here are the results. 208 total votes, 175 in favor, 23 against, and 10 abstentions. Therefore, we have passed this motion for amendment as well.
Und dann kommen wir zum dritten
On we go to the third out of 5 motions for amendment on this text. 2 motions for amendment requested the following: to make the text more precise in various instances, and that the Church makes itself guilty in front of God. So the Motions Committee recommends that this motion be passed, be adopted. So can you just briefly elaborate on that? Well, I'm trying to find my way through my notes. Could I take over? Sure. Now, we had justified comments to that effect. We don't want it to be overly moral, so we want to be more precise in terms of the loss of charisma without sticking to picking up on the issue of God. Bishop Hiesinger wanted that to be made more precise. And also thank you very much for Bishop Wiesemann and others for requesting this precisioning. Thank you very much, Professor Sattler, for the clarification. So if you vote yes, then you follow the Motions Committee, and that the statement, the Church makes itself guilty in front of God, that needs to be made more precise. And you now can cast your vote on that. The Motions Committee recommends adopting the motion.
Wir haben die 200er-Marke geknackt.
So we have exceeded 200 votes, and we're closing in 3, 2, 1, and now. Okay, now the vote has been closed. You have voted as follows: 208 total votes, distributed as follows: 186 in favor, 13 against, and 9 abstained from voting. So this also means that we've adopted this motion. The second to last motion relates to an addition in lines 51 to 53 on a specific integration of the periodic presentation of the results to a commission. Again, the Motions Committee recommends that you adopt the motion. Well, this is about the fact that we recommended to discuss it in the international context and the ecumenical context, to have this represented in local churches as well, so that right from the start, and that is something that Bishop Wiesemann suggested, the following. So we wanted to make sure that from an ecumenical perspective, this can be followed. So we want to add that this is making the issue more precise as to how such a commission can be set up in the German local churches. So if you consent to that, you vote yes. If you do not want to see the addition, you vote no, or you abstain from the vote.
Die Abstimmungszahlen steigen.
Okay, more and more people casting their votes.
Denken Sie an das OK-Zeichen.
Please remember to press OK at the end. And in 3, 2, 1, we're closing the vote.
Mit 163 Ja-Stimmen.
163 individuals voted in favor, 26 against, 14 abstained, coming out to 203 votes in total. So we have therefore adopted the motion. This takes us to the last motion on this text, and it relates to an addition by adding a passage to the text. And an example is written here. The Synodal Assembly requests that the German Bishops' Conference address admitting individuals of any gender to do the sacramental office individuals of any gender, and to include that in the universal church debates. So the motion speaks for itself, but still, why don't you add a few more comments? Well, this is a clearer recommendation as to who is to do what. And this was a request brought forward by Ms. Göken-Huisman, Professor Immens, and we put it together and focused it on this, and this is to make sure that everyone understands more clearly what we're trying to achieve with the text. Now let's cast the votes. If you're in favor of the addition that was mentioned here with an example, please vote in favor. If you're against, vote no.
(195),
195, 197, 98.
Und wir schließen in 3.
And we're closing the voting process in 3, 2, 1. And the voting process has been closed.
Den letzten Änderungsantrag.
So the last motion for amendment, you voted for as follows: 204 total votes, distributed as follows: 154 in favor, 47 against, 3 abstentions. And we will now proceed to the final vote on the implementation text, Women in Sacramental Ministry. Again, have the choice between yes, no, and abstention. And I see two points of order. This one I saw first. This is by Juliane Eckstein. And it might be that we're trying to ask the same separate vote for women and diverse individuals. Yes. Okay. No votes against. So we will also have these votes disclosed separately afterwards. Now, please now cast your vote, yes, no, or abstention, and please confirm with yes. Please confirm with okay, the okay button.
Wir haben unsere 206 abgegebenen Stimmen.
So, 206 votes have been cast and the voting is now closed.
206 Stimmen sind abgegeben worden.
So 206 votes in total. 158 said, yes, we are in favor of working on this some more. 36 are against and 12 abstained from the vote. So we have therefore adopted the motion, and we'll see what the split is among the non-male individuals. 63 voted on this motion, 53 in favor, 5 against, 5 abstentions. So, again, this motion was also adapted by the non-male individuals in the room.
Wir kommen dann direkt zum nächsten Handlungstext.
So, let us talk about the next
zum Diakonat der Frau. Top 5.
Implementation text on the Diaconate of Women. We already heard some introductory remarks by the two chairs, and we now have Margaret Eckholt say a few words on that.
Noch nicht?
Can you hear me okay? Yes, now you can. Wonderful. So I gladly take over the presentation of the recommendations of the motion committee for the implementation text on the Diaconate of Women. So it is to be seen in line with the other implementation text, the World Church Discourse, the text we just adopted, and this needs to be seen in context with that. It's a very important moment. It's a universal church debate that needs to be linked up on and also the Amazon Synod and the worldwide synodal path, plus the theological debate on women in sacramental office to begin with. So we have Auxiliary Bishop Shapers, Miss Singer, and myself, and we had 82 comments and motions for amendment, and we also like to thank everyone for the appreciative and critical comments as well. Our first motion, and I'm just going to highlight some of the central elements in text. As with all the other texts, it's about accepting the different suggestions for improvement. I would just like to mention a few of them. For instance, Marie-Simone Scholz said that this is about a fundamentally changed, so a not clericalistic, hierarchical understanding of the ministry in general. So this is the question as to how we define the women's diaconate, not as something that is subordinate to something, but something that is a central office in the plurality of the different ministries. And then also the diaconal profile of the Church can be deepened. Ms. Kuchen-Husmann, Mr. Lübke, etc. commented on that, and that's important for us as well. The theology of the Ordo is to be developed further in general. Ms. Labourin pointed to that fact, and then also the very appreciative indication by Bishop Eckermann, who said that because of the female diaconate, you also have that importance, as sacramental grace means precisely a strengthening of the diaconal ministry. We just had that discussion, so I don't need to go into too much detail on the second motion as to why we do want those two texts. Yes, for sure, it is an interim step, but it is a necessary one as a sign of encouragement, simply because women, the sacramental diaconate of women will prepare and pave the way for women in other sacramental offices. We had all kinds of remarks in relation to deletions. We provided a rather comprehensive introduction, looking at the historical perspectives as well. Motions 3 to 7 that will be put up for a vote in a moment relate to those deletions that I recommend that you think about. So they relate to historical facts. It's about mentioning certain names, but also clarifying moments during which we discussed female diaconate. So we want to focus on the content and not mention certain names or associations, even though they are clearly behind that. And then let me come to the key point, and they relate to motions 8 and 9. And they relate to what the Bishop and Ms. Sattler introduced, indult. So it's a sign of grace to the German local church. I think we should see it as an interim step. What we'd like to see is a complete opening, but this is a central interim step. And this is coming from inside, and it's been discussed in other texts as well, the issue of participation, so systemic interrelations. So coming from this group, from this system, trying to find ways of how to manage that, ways that are possible and that could be possible. So this is the proposal to the Synodal Assembly, in that the Synodal Assembly gives a mandate to the German Bishops' Conference to apply for an indult in Rome. And this aspect will be placed at the beginning of the proposal. And then we'll also have Julia Knoop or Sister Philippa Rath making specific demands, saying that indult can only be an interim step, an intermediate step towards access to all sacramental ordination offices for all individuals. And an amendment to Canon 2024 is the goal, and Bishop Young also named that specifically in his remark. And this goal, however, is something that we in the Forum also try to achieve via the Universal Church. This is the implementation text that we had presented into the first reading at the last Synodal Assembly in September. And Bishop Wiesemann also spoke out in favor of a synodal path, of a vote of the synodal path to the Pope. Now, anointing of the sick, well, it is not possible. We know that there are challenges, and the ones that have already been mentioned. So pastoral women have mentioned the difficulties relating to that, and we're picking this out. And what we recommend here is to adopt the motion that was brought forward by Bishop Ackerman, and to delete the paragraph on the anointing of the sick. But we also would like to point out that there is an implementation text in the works that is about women that can give the anointment to the sick, and that is why we recommend that the Synodal Assembly adopt the implementation text and this motion. So please review the motions, and then also on behalf of the entire commission, on behalf of the entire motions committee, please vote in favor of the text on the women's diaconate and apply for an indult in Rome as an intermediate step, as a step on the way to opening the sacramental offices to women, and a strong sign of encouragement. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you for this impressive as well as precise introduction to the motions for amendments. So we are well equipped to undergo the upcoming vote. We have 10 proposed amendments in total. Oh, thank you, Karina. Yes, of course, before we move on to the vote, we have a general debate. So the speakers list is opened.
Die Redeliste füllt sich langsam.
The speakers list is filling up. Susanne Schumacher-Godemann. I hope you can hear me all right. I am one of those who advocated one single unified text demanding access to sacramental office, and I'm going to explain why. As a pastoral officer, I'm always at the interface between the church and society, and when it comes to the diaconate, my focus is on society at large and the women that I meet in my work. And an indult granted by the church authority is something I cannot accept or sell as a success. To my mind, it is not a contemporary approach. It must be all about equality and participation, just like it can be found in today's society. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to point out that after the two following requests for the floor, we are going to close the list of speakers. Esther Goebel. It has been said many times that the question of women will decide on the future of the church. Well, it seems that a two-thirds majority of women is not an issue here, following the motto like, hey, they will be happy about whatever they can get. But I do not want to kindly ask for an indult. I do not want to be restricted to the diaconate. In full appreciation of prior generations of women, I I can only agree with these texts if the intermediate step is mentioned and described as truly intermediate and an opener for a complete opening of all sacramental offices to women. Eberhard Tiefensee. I would like to get back to previous discussions. I have the impression that there is some confusion coming up here. It's not about the equality of genders. Instead, it's about gender equality or gender equity. An equality of the genders would be a contradiction in itself. There is no such thing as equality between people, not even twins. And it's not about the physical dimension. It's about an equal footing that two different genders or sexes are to be based on. So that will give you some leeway for actually advocating this text rather than always harping on this obvious point. Thank you. The speakers list has now been closed. Wolfgang Klose. For decades, we have been talking about the diaconate of women in the church. My predecessor in Berlin, Hannelore Lorin, fought for women's diaconate. For me, it's an intermediate step. And second, if the indult is truly the only possible way, I will have to accept this, but it will just be an intermediate solution on the way to a more comprehensive solution. Thank you very much. Christoph Buddenreiter is next. For 15 years, I was in charge of training permanent deacons, and I found that it is a highly problematic thing because it draws men who are very clerical and they do not bring a diaconal profile to the profession. And the men who would actually bring a diaconal profile will abstain from being trained for being a deacon because they say as long as women are not admitted, we will not be deacons either. So I would actually view this as an opportunity for the diaconate as a whole. Thank you very much for adhering to the time frame so in such a disciplined way. Professor Loop-Hüdepohl, please. 2 comments. I can only approve of this implementation text if it is expressly defined as an intermediate step. Otherwise, I will not be able to be in favor of it for the reasons aforementioned. Second, the argument is women work so hard and they perform so much diaconia, and that's why we need to admit them. Come on! It should be totally independent on what they perform, how hard they work. It should be their inherent dignity, independently of all their high performer status or their frailty. Women, as well as men, should be entitled and are entitled to have access to the diaconate, not just because of their hard work. Thank you. Next, Bishop Bode. I would like to agree with what Professor Loop-Hüdepohl just said, and I would like to add 2 more things. First, I would like to remain the 2 texts to remain separate, because these are 2 separate concepts which are closely intertwined, but they are separate ministries and offices nevertheless. And the second thing I would like to point out is that the solution of the indult, and I would like to point this out, it is a permission, a privilege granted by mercy, basically, for a single country or for 10 countries. No, it should be done for inherent theological reasons. There has been a commission. independently of where their theological arguments lead, but it should be given and access should be granted for theological reasons and for reasons of justice, and not as a matter of grace or mercy. Thank you. Cardinal Marx. I can just connect to what Bishop Bode said. It is and remains difficult. From the discussions, it has become clear that the diaconate cannot be simply reduced to the diaconal side. I think it was Thomas Sternberg who said that. The discussion on what diaconate means is in full swing, so I do have a certain bias for having this as a separate text, and with a view to the indult, I don't think it would be likely to be granted. The Commission has been appointed twice. The members of the Commission, well, take a look at them. It's not going to happen, and it doesn't take much imagination. So I really have to appeal to your sense of realism. I am very much in favor of women's diaconate and further development of the diaconate, but I do have some problems with the indult because in the general public as well as in the church public it will point into a weird direction. Thank you. Professor Gerd Falkowitz. The diaconate of women has something for it in historical terms, but let us actually complete the quote that was mentioned here by Edith Stein, and it should be read in its entirety. However, Edith Stein, what speaks against it is the entire tradition from the earliest times and the secret and mysterious fact that Jesus came onto the earth as the Son of Man, and that he wanted to appoint only men as his representatives on earth. However, he made a woman his companion more than any other, and he has always called women in his succession and discipleship. A higher vocation cannot be striven for, and you should really capture the quote in its entirety. Thank you very much, Dr. Birmichel. Thank you very much. I don't think that anyone can doubt that I'm fully in favor of admission of women to all the sacramental offices. But I get the feeling that the intention of the text is such, and I've always worked for the diaconate of women as a standalone step. And I think that the sacramental dignity that is to be attributed to this role should be taken seriously. The diaconate of women is important here. We have well-trained women. Ever since the Hohenheim Congress, we've had the idea of the indult. Let's not just take this as an act of mercy. Let's take it as an opportunity of creating possibilities in local churches, beginning with the German one. Thank you. Juliane Eckstein. I can only agree with that. I think it's better to have a small success than to dream of a big one. There are women with a highly specific vocation to the diaconate, and for me it would be a step ahead if they could live their vocation. I don't know what these women would gain with a maximum demand, and if we pass by the vocation of those women, that would be in contradiction to my own conscience. Of course, the question of whether this will be accepted is something that is still open, but we should try at least, shouldn't we? I mean, if there are no bishops who even try to get and obtain the indult, that would be a real failure. Sarah Henschke. I find it a bit difficult to cope with all this. The discussion is so manifold and diverse. We see arguments in favor and against, but I would appeal to you to not fall back behind our theology. We've just voted on a great foundational text, which is to serve as the basis for the Diaconate of Women. We don't know, and I don't want to rely on whether we will get an indult. I hope for a Diaconate of Women based on the right arguments, on the theological arguments, and I find it very hard to completely agree with this text unless it is made very clear that it is just a minimal demand and an intermediate step. Irmentraut Kobusch, please. If the demand for the Diaconate of Women is described as an intermediate step, if we describe it as a kind of reward for diaconal performance, this will belittle women's vocation to the office of the diaconate. And by the way, there are women who do not feel called to be a priest, but they feel called to be a deacon. And for men, it can happen that they feel called to be a deacon and not a priest. If bishops, German bishops in Rome asked for an indult for the German local church, this first step would attract worldwide recognition and perception, and it would be a strong signal to the universal church. Maria Flaxpart, thank you very much to Irina for clarifying women's vocation to the diaconate. Thank you, Professor Tiefensee, for making clear that it's not about the equality of two genders. Instead, it is about gender equity. And it's true that women should be entitled to have access to the office even without being such hard workers. But in view of the Würzburg Synod dated 1975 and in view of all the hard work that has been done, it's high time now. I'm in favor of the indult. I'm in favor of the commission that enables us to keep raising awareness to the issue time and again and pointing the request to Rome time and again. Thank you. Thank you. Franziska Kleiner. Equity of all genders. It's about time for real gender equity applying to all genders and for equal rights for all genders. There is still a long way to go. It's about enabling women. It's about showing them that we see their vocation, that we want to facilitate it, make it possible. Enable women to live their vocation as a church. Please push for this indult because it is so important for gender equity in Germany. Dear bishops, please be the women's allies, be advocates of gender equity, not because we are asking for it, but because it is your own conviction that you want to advocate equity of all genders.
And we have Ulrich Hoffmann. Let us be determined in walking this path towards treating all genders equally, to recognize all callings in this church. The Diaconate of Women is a key step towards that objective. We are currently consulting and passing grand text. Even Rome will have to look into them. Let us not stop now. Well, thank you, first of all, for your valuable and constructive contributions. We will now start voting on the amendments. The motions for amendment. So I was going a little bit too fast, but now we're going to vote on the 10 motions for amendment. The first one is already known to you as it corresponds the other motions for amendment. And we can go to the vote right away. So please cast your votes with yes, no, or abstention.
sind bei etwa 183
So 186 votes. That's less than before, so please go ahead and cast your votes.
Wir nähern uns der 200er-Marke.
Getting close to 200. And we're closing in 3, 2, 1. And we've just closed the voting process.
203 Stimmen sind abgegeben.
203 votes have been cast in total. 184 are in favor, 9 against, 10 abstained from a vote. And we are now going to motion for amendment number 2.
Ein Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung, bitte.
There is a point of order. Now, as per section 5, 3K, I have the motion not to look into this because we passed motion 2, we also decided that we will keep 2 separate texts. We do not have to vote on this again. Any points against?
Das ist nicht der Fall.
That not being the case, so thank you for that.
Und damit gehen wir zu den
Very correct remark. Let us go to motion 3. This was already presented, and this relates to deleting some historic details. For instance, mentioning Cardinal Faulhaber, Edith Stein, and Cardinal Kasper, and individual associations should not be all listed individually. The Motions Committee recommends that the amendment be accepted. If you vote yes, you vote in favor of the deletion. If you vote no, then the names of these individuals will remain in the text. Please cast your votes now.
Wir sind fast bei den 200 Stimmen.
So we have almost reached the 200 votes.
Die Abstimmung.
And we're going to close the vote now in 3, 2, 1. And now, thank you for casting your votes.
Bei 203 abgegebenen Stimmen.
So we have 203 votes cast, 150 of which voted in favor of the Motions Committee motion, 38 against, 15 abstained. So we've hereby passed the motion. Going on to motion 4. So this relates to the world, the word worldwide. So the access of women to the Diaconate worldwide, and the Motions Committee then puts forward the motion that the Synodal Assembly appreciates the following: make the text more precise. So it recommends that you adopt the motion. So it's precisely about the word worldwide to substitute the German local church. So the Motions Committee recommends that you adopt the motion. So if you vote in favor, you will vote in favor of deleting the text.
Und wir sind wieder bei den 200 Stimmen.
And we have reached the 200 vote threshold. We're closing in 3, 2, 1.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you for casting your votes.
Und auch dieser Änderungsantrag ist angenommen.
So this motion has now also been passed. 164 in favor, 27 against, and 11 abstained from the vote. Going on to motion 5. This is again about a deletion. It's quite a long paragraph that you can see on the screen.
Und es gibt einen Antrag, Dankeschön, zur Geschäftsordnung.
And there is a point of order a bit further in the back. We didn't see that. Well, I think we just voted on that, and that this will be deleted. Isn't that something that we already voted on? Yes, I'm going to direct the question to the Motions Committee. Well, yes, we had precise suggestions for deletion by Sister Philippa that related to the entire paragraph, and we didn't want to take over everything. This is the differentiated adoption of the modification. So we wanted to keep the last lines as a bridge to the Second Vatican Council.
Also der Geschäftsantrag der Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung lautete ja wahrscheinlich dann Streichung dieser Abstimmung.
The point of order is probably to delete the vote, and because of the addition by the Motions Committee, I would see this as a vote against. Then I will withdraw my point of order. Okay, so let's go back to the vote on this motion. So if you are in favor, therefore subscribing to the Motions Committee, you vote yes. If you're against deleting it, you say no, or you abstain from a vote.
Die 200 sind fast erreicht.
So we've almost reached that threshold of 200 votes. So there we go. And we're going to close the vote on this motion now. So 201 votes have been cast, 158 in favor, 28 against, and 15 abstained from voting. So we've therefore adopted this motion. Let's now talk about motion for amendment number 6.
Ich lese kurz vor.
And I'm going to read out the text. It is hoped that the commission, which Pope Francis has established to further deepen the work on the biblical and historical foundations of the Diaconate for women, will strengthen this basic diaconal dimension of the ministry and help to open the Diaconate as a sacramental ministry for both men and women, regardless of gender. Reflection on the Diaconate of women necessitates further consideration of the three-tier order. Several amendments requested that the Synodal Assembly honor the following: deletion of lines 129 to 141 in favor of streamlining the text. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted, also with reference to other forum implementation texts. And so we're going to vote on this deletion to streamline the text. So please vote in favor, against, or abstain from voting on this motion.
Die 200er-Marke ist erreicht.
So we have reached 200, 3, 2, 1, and the voting process has just been closed.
Den Änderungsantrag haben
Now,
201 abgegebenen Stimmen.
201 votes have been cast on this motion for amendment, 18 against, 13 abstained. So we therefore have also passed this motion for amendment. Let us continue with motion 7.
Ich fange schon mal an zu lesen.
And I'm going to start reading. Several amendments requested that the Synodal Assembly recognize the following: addition of a clear postulate to the end of the paragraph, which reads, to open the diaconate as a sacramental ministry to all genders. The Motion Committee recommends that the amendment be approved. So this is about opening the sacramental office to all genders. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. And confirm your vote by hitting OK.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung.
Now we're closing the vote in 3, 2, 1, now.
Es sind noch ein paar Stimmen dazugekommen.
So a few more votes. 208 in total. 154 yes, 50 voted against, and 4 abstained from voting. Let us continue to motion for amendment number 8. The Synodal Assembly appreciates the following, clarifying the requirements and lines for 160 to 165. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted. The basis, or as there is no reasoning here provided here, I'd ask the Motions Committee to please provide some input on that. So we are now coming to motions 8 and 9 on the indult. And Ms. Göken-Huisman of the KFD pointed out that the target perspective is important. This needs to be put at the beginning and made more precise throughout the text. And motion 9 also relates to making this more precise. This is the first step to put our guiding principle at the beginning of the text. Thank you. Let us now cast our votes on motion for Amendment 8. The Motions Committee recommends that we adopt the motion, and I'm asking for your votes.
Denken Sie auch dran, OK zu drücken.
And please remember to press the OK button too. That seems to work. We see we're getting more votes. Okay, we're closing in 3, 2, 1, and now. So this motion was adopted with 166 votes in favor, 27 no, and 13 abstentions. So we have adopted the motion. Now let us go on to the next one. That is motion 9. So, and it reads as follows. With many amendments, it was requested that the Synodal Assembly appreciate the following clarification of the demands, among others, that the Synodal Assembly mandate and instruct the German Bishops' Conference to request an indult in Rome, and that the indult is a necessary intermediate step towards access to all sacramental ordained ministries for all people, and that an amendment to Canon 1024 is, of course, the goal of the Synodal Forum 3, but that is thought primarily through the path of a universal church reference in the implementation text. And the Motion Committee recommends that we adopt the motion.
Wir schließen die Abstimmung in
We're closing the vote in 3, 2, 1. And now.
Das Ergebnis sieht wie folgt aus.
And the result reads as follows. 205 individuals voted on this motion, 135 in favor, 50 against, and 20 abstained from voting. So again, we followed the recommendation of the Motions Committee to adopt the motion. Let us now talk about the last motion in this implementation text, and it relates to a deletion of the paragraph on the anointment of the sick. The Motions Committee recommends that this amendment be adopted, also in reference to other implementation texts by the Synodal Assembly. yes, no, or abstain from voting. Maybe you need to wait for a second until we have officially opened the voting process. Please check if your vote has been received, and it will say vote received or something to that effect on the device. Please check if you see that. And we are closing the vote in 3, 2, 1, now. And the result is as follows. 205 total votes cast, of which 176 votes are in favor, 17 voted against, and 12 abstained from voting. This also passes this motion for amendment. Let us now vote on the continuation of the editorial work on this implementation text on the Diaconate of Women. No, hold on. Claudine Telle, a point of order. No, I would like to request a separate disclosure of votes by non-male members of the Synod. So, no objections to that. So we have hereby adopted the point of order. We will disclose the votes separately. So let us have our final vote on this implementation text on the Diaconate of Women. Please cast your votes now.
Sie sind trotz der späteren Stunde.
In spite of the late hour, you seem to be pretty fast in casting your votes. We're now closing the vote in 3, 2, 1. And we're now closing the voting process.
Wow,
211 votes cast, 163 votes in favor of continuing to work on the text, 42 against, and 6 abstained from voting. That is how we have voted on continuing to work on this implementation text and separate disclosure of non-male members of the Synod. That is, reads as follows: 67 in total, of which 58 in favor, 8 against, and 1 abstention.
Genau. Da wir ja sehr sportlich unterwegs sind, herzlichen Dank.
Well, we are on a good track. Thank you very much for working in such a focused and concentrated way. Now, let's have a quick break, but please stay on your seats.
Bitte bleiben Sie am Platz.
Please remain seated. The team of facilitators wants you to remain healthy and wide awake. So 2 to 3 minutes break. Take a deep breath. Do get up from your seats. Move about a bit in this room, but don't leave the room so we can move on in 2 or 3 minutes. So please do get up. Stretch your limbs. Get moving. You can actually stand up on your feet and you can bend a little forward and backward. Some are looking for a place to do some gymnastics, some exercises, and please do move your arms, your legs. Lift your arms, stretch your bodies. Circulate your arms, revolve them. Those of you who are 40 or older know that from their physiotherapy, I suppose. So stretch up your arms and then bend down low.
Einmal kurz ohne zu atmen die Maske lüften.
And maybe you want to take off your mask for a moment. Don't breathe, but take off your mask. And then put it back on again before we move on. Thank you, Maria Boxberg, for helping us get ready to focus on the last text tonight. There is a lot of commotion here. People tend to say the church is all rigid and immobile, but it is not true. So now let's see whether we can really convey this to our implementation text. It is an implementation text that has remained for the second reading yesterday, involvement of the faithful in the appointment of the diocesan bishop. So it is the second reading resulting in a resolution by our synodal forum, and it would be the first and very specific resolution by the synodal assembly, by the Synodal Assembly. And now I would like to ask Professor Ms. Potke, to give us an introduction to this particular text.
Ja, liebe Synodale, ich danke,
dear Synod members, thank you after such a long and moving meeting day. Thank you for looking into this text, the involvement of the faithful in the appointment of the bishops in a second reading. Yesterday evening, with a large majority, you approved of and adopted the foundational text of this Synodal Forum. I am happy and grateful for having been a witness to this important turning point in our Church's history. Tonight, I would like to ask you to take another step ahead through the door that you've opened up by adopting the foundational text, a step towards more synodality in our Church. When it comes to the involvement of the faithful in the appointment of the bishop, it's about one of the most important decisions to be taken by our Church. Who is going to be the next bishop in a diocese? We propose to you that this important key personnel decision in the future will no longer be taken without involving the faithful. In the future, representatives of the people of God of a diocese are to be involved in the appointment of the local bishop. The cathedral chapter is to no longer resolve the appointment of a bishop internally. The key responsibility of the Pope in appointing and ordaining the bishop will, however, remain unchanged. Specifically, we suggest that the chapters commit themselves voluntarily to involve the people of God in the process and procedure of appointing the bishop. To this end, the Synodal Council of the Diocese will elect a small body of faithful, and together with the chapter, this body of the faithful will define a list of suitable candidates for the bishop's office that will then be forwarded to the Apostolic See. To the extent that a chapter has the right, in line with the Concordat, to elect one candidate out of the list of 3, the chapter commits itself to first listen to the body of representatives of the faithful and to make a recommendation on the basis of that hearing. So the faithful have a co-decision-making right upon drawing up the list of candidates, and they have a list of consultation, a right to consultation and recommendation recommendation when electing a bishop from the list. The faithful in the body are bound by the same secrecy as the cathedral chapter is, so the co-determination and participation process of the local church will remain secret and confidential. The existing and valid canon law and the law of the concordats continues to be valid and is respected, so it can be implemented immediately, and we need this cultural change to strengthen our church. We need this approach in such an important question as that of the appointment of a bishop. The involvement of the faithful in appointing the bishop will strengthen the trust in the bishop's office, and the relationship of the bishop and the faithful is key to the trust-based relationship between the bishop and the faithful of his diocese. The latter is indispensable. Let me conclude. By adopting this text, you will lay the foundation for the chapter and the faithful in the context of the co-determination rights of the local church, searching together for a good bishop for their diocese. I'm asking for your adoption of this text. Nevertheless, let me make it quite clear to you. Adopting this text will not be enough. You have to, and we have to, walk the talk. So in addition to adopting the text, I ask you to implement the recommendation for action. If tomorrow we will travel back to our own dioceses, please talk to your cathedral capitulars and ask them to involve the faithful in the appointment of the bishops and do lobby for the commitment by the chapter to involving the faithful be adopted. You do not have to wait for the last Synodal Assembly to have met. You don't have to wait for anything or anybody. It's about time to make the change. It's about time to achieve more synodality in our church. Thank you very much.
Ich danke Ihnen, Frau Professorin Kräuter.
Thank you very much, Professor Kräuter-Kirchhoff, for your impressive appeal. And now I ask Professor Emons to speak on behalf of the Motions Committee. There have been almost 50 motions and comments on the present text, the text that results if the Synodal Assembly follows all the recommendations of the Motions Committee can be found in Antragsgrün. There is an overview PDF text on the implementation text, but there are 3 motions that we accepted in the last round as a Motions Committee that have not been considered in this PDF document, and I am going to briefly introduce and present them later on. When it comes to the Commission's votes in general, I would like to restrict myself to 3 basic items. First, the basic structure of the text. When we last looked into the text in Forum 1, the minutes of the Second Synodal Assembly were not yet available yet. Our tripartition, introduction, resolution, reasoning had to be retrospectively added. It was easy to do. The former lines up to 51 were put toward the end of the text, now forming the historical rationale and reasoning. Second, 2 types of motions for amendments were not accepted by the Commission. First, amendments which in the list of minimum criteria from line 49 new onwards are 64 in the former documents that would go beyond the concordate or CIC possibilities, such as the suggestion of having the bishop elected directly by the Synodal Council of the diocese. Plus, we did not accept motions that questioned the underlying idea or basic tenet of the text. The idea of having a synodal council-elected body having work confidentially with the chapter in appointing the bishop. Several times the papal secret has been pointed out and emphasized by critics, and the Commission has therefore referred to several canon law specialists with a clear and unambiguous result. The papal secrecy is in no way contradictory to the confidential cooperation in a small circle. The secrecy would have to be waived for a public debate, but a public debate is not what we are asking for. This is not about electoral campaigns. Third item, the Commission will present one motion for a separate decision. It's motion for amendment number 20 by Dr. Konstantin Bischof, and he suggests adding a paragraph referring to the aspects going beyond the possibilities of the existing canon law. Participation of all the faithful in finding the new bishop shall remain a midterm goal. Now, we put the motion to the vote as follows. In the midterm, the goal is a wide and broad co-determination or participation of the people of God in the appointment of the bishop. This requires a change of the legal framework that emphasizes the responsibility of the laity more than it has been done before. We are putting this forward to the vote because it is a decision of principle. Do we want to go beyond the borders of what is currently possible, or don't we want this? This paragraph would be at the very end of the implementation text if it was adopted. Nevertheless, the Motions Committee recommends to reject the motion as the forum had worded the text as it is following an intense debate, restricting the text to what is possible even today, consciously without actually mentioning what may go beyond the framework of what is possible today in order not to reduce the prospects of success. Further and additional ideas going beyond what is currently possible can be found in the foundational text. So this is about the necessary further development of the power of the order of powers in the Church. Thank you very much, Professor Emmons, for giving us this introduction. And just to remind you, the second reading means that we will vote in a binding way. Before we do so, however, we open the speakers list for discussion.
Wir würden am Verfahren wie vorhin auch schon.
We would like to follow the procedure that we have followed so far. Following the third contribution, we are going to close the speakers list. First person on the list is Gregor Maria Hoff. Auxiliary Bishop Steinhäuser said something very impressive on Thursday. From my Cologne-based experience, I can say we no longer need any enlightened or unenlightened absolutism. And this proposal on the appointment of bishops takes this approach seriously. Without being anchored in the people of God, the episcopal office loses its authority. If we take the perspective seriously that we have laid with our foundational text on between powers and separation of powers in the Church, we will have to think about and talk about the appointment of the bishops, especially since the episcopal office is of such key importance. So co-decision-making of the entire people of God is needed when it comes to appointing a bishop. Thank you, Gregor Potschun. Well, the text is not just about a commitment by the clergy. Instead, it is about a restriction of the laity. We do not push the envelope enough to actually bring about a change in the structures. We should actually enter category 4. We have a synodal council which can meet without the public being present. Why would you want a separate body within this council? Why do we want to exclude certain people who are a member of the council but will not be a member of the inner circle? There is more reform that we need. Even though I'm being called a radical reformer by the press, I will call upon you to adopt the text because it would be a small step, but a step after all. Okay, Christian Gerber, and following Christian Gerber's contribution, the speakers list will be closed. The valid concorded rules and regulations about appointment of bishops are about 100 years old. Back then, a broader participation than by involving the chapters was beyond imagination, but we have made great headway. In the debate about the reappraisal of the abuse scandal, we hear more and more outcries for the state, and we should make sure or should ask ourselves, couldn't we use the concordats in order to ensure the further participation of the people of God? That's what I would advocate, and I would actually opt for adopting the motion for an amendment of going beyond the currently given framework. Franz Xaver Bischof, please. The content matter and the urgency of the implementational texts are quite obvious. I am not going to comment on them, but I'm going to comment on the consequences. By adopting this small reform step, we will not do away with the catastrophic crisis of credibility, but the credibility of the Church and the authority of the bishops will actually be revalued and valued upwardly if this text is adopted. And in our current day and times, it would send a strong signal into the Church and into civil society. Thank you. Thank you very much. Johannes zu Elz. As a capitular, I was involved in 2 bishops' elections in my diocese, and I feel that the procedure is not dignified, especially due to the obligations to secrecy, which do not serve quality assurance. Instead, they serve the purpose of sparing those who have not been appointed. I am in favor of the motion, and actually a second self-commitment should be added, a self-commitment by the Pope. He should commit himself to choose at least one of the names suggested in the list of 3. Up until the pontificate of John Paul II, this used to be taken for granted as a Roman practice because Rome used to have some trust in the local churches and their election processes. Okay, the speakers list is closed. Ansgar Puff. I think the motion is good and I am in favor of it, but there is a problem. It mentions a precondition that is not given. The Synodal Council of the Diocese is said to elect the members or choose the members, but we haven't talked about it. We just assume that this council is there, but it is not. So we should actually discuss about it before we resolve on it. It would be the third council next to the pastoral council, the diocesan council, and now there will be another council, a synodal council. How are they going to interact and collaborate formally and content-wise? We are actually assuming something to be there that is not there in reality. Okay, Rolf Steinhäuser. Having been a long-standing member of the Cologne Cathedral chapter, so I do like the idea of modifying and expanding the circle of those involved in appointing a bishop. But my question is, can the chapter be made to commit themselves to something, and how binding can that be legally? I think the weapon is a blunt one. People may die, new people may come in, so the relevant body will always change, be subject to change. Will we have to keep renegotiating who will be part of this or that board or body? Who can take away a vested right from this chapter? Just like Ansgar, I am very much in favor, or I quite like your approach. Okay, let's go through the list, and at the end, Professor Emons or Ms. Kreucher will be asked to comment briefly on it. Ms. Mersch, please. I would actually like to support the motion brought forward by Auxiliary Bishop Puff. I think this should be clarified in general. In Forum 4, we have also found text paragraphs that refer to a synodal council that has not yet been established, and other assumptions are also made. We need to find a solution to that in order to avoid delays in implementation. I really like the text apart from that, and I want to give a clear pro vote. I am in favor of staying within the existing legal framework because we need some things that we can implement quickly. I live in a diocese where the Archbishop has already announced when he is going to resign, and I may be the lucky one to be involved as one among the first in the appointment of the new Archbishop. Thank you. Archbishop Schick. I'm in favor of a co-determination right, and I'm in favor of an evaluation right in the offices of the Church by the faithful. This is useful and relevant for the future. But I am concerned about the compromise nature of this text, such as how do you want the cathedral chapters to commit themselves? They are legal entities in their own right, in canon law and in secular law. I don't know how you want to make them commit themselves. How are the lists composed, the lists of 3? This is a problem. Mr. von Elst has actually pointed that out. So we'd really have to specify more clearly in this text in order to make clear that to the chapters what we really want and need. I'm talking to you as a legal expert here, but I'm very much in favor of broader co-determination. Thank you. Auxiliary Bishop Peters.
Herr Weihbischof Peters, Sie haben das Wort. Ist er im Raum?
Ich hatte mich nicht gemeldet.
Okay, dann
I had not requested the floor. Okay, that must have been a mistake. Next. Who is next?
Christian Hermes.
Well, I actually come from the Baden Concordate with the most far-reaching co-determination, co-participation rights. I fully subscribe to the motion. I also would like to talk about the self-obligation. No one can take a right away from the cathedral capitulars or impose a right on them. But I'd like to pick up on the education of we can appeal to them, call upon them to see that there is a need for co-determination and co-participation. It's about them seeing a self-duty to do so, and it's a moral thing to ask on the part of this assembly. No one wants to break open the concordat law, but the intransparent procedures that also go wrong, these procedures are not timely anymore, and that is why I can only call upon all of us to come to a passing of this text. Dr. Wieland, well, I participated in the commenting of the text. You can read what my comments are. I was not happy with all the rejections, but this needs to be accepted. But the aspect of being involved in the regular submission of lists that are mandatory is something that was not picked up on anywhere in the text, because this is possible without changing any law. The bishops that provide lists of suitable candidates can ask their synodal bodies to support them in that, and then you would have a good solution if you have to make the choice. I also think it's deplorable that the bishops cannot make use of the opportunity, even though they already have it.
Ich hoffe, dass ich noch 10 Jahre Zeit habe als Bischof von Erfurt.
Well, I hope I have another 10 years as the Bishop of Erfurt. But I am against if someone wants to decide on who is the successor. I've never done that, and I will never do it. And that is why I do not want to make any proposals to the cathedral chapters. I will abstain from a vote. There are other individuals that will provide those candidates. Ms. Eckstein. I have two questions. One relates to motion 22 by Mr. Ottenreuter. And in the reasoning, we were provided formal criteria. Are there any factual criteria against this motion as well? And the second question relates to motion 20 by Dr. Bischoff. Will there be an implementation text by the Power Forum that will name this separately, that allows us to vote on this separately? Because I believe this is an important element, the appointment of the diocesan bishop, and I do see some room for improvement in this regard. And if we make this part of the worldwide synodal process, then we will also be able to link up to other local churches, because many countries have problems in the appointment of bishops, up to uproars and uprisings. So I think we'll be met with open arms. So Christian Wirtz is next. I'd like to come back to what Auxiliary Bishop Steinhäuser and Mr. Schütz have always said, and also the Pope's secrecy. I seem to have contacted other church law experts, and they told me that we cannot just extend that Pope's secrecy. So I'm afraid that we're going to decide upon something that does not live up in reality. I have my issues with that, and then I would like to warn to do anything about the concordats, because in the end we might not have any co-participation rights that we're left with. Okay, we're collecting the questions and the comments, and then the person knowledgeable will be able to respond after the round of comments. So, Bishop Wiesemann. Well, I believe that this is a moderate at best proposal that tries to stay within the limits of the given church law. It is something that needs to be matured and discussed fully. I can imagine that this is something that could be included in the statutes of the cathedral chapters, and therefore a more continuous form than just some that is based on the current composition. But this is the second reading of the text. Maybe if we're not satisfied, we need to say we need a third reading. And then lastly, In the first reading, we said we're going to stay within the framework of existing law. And that's not anything that was brought forward by the Motions Committee, but by this Assembly.
Sehr, sehr gut. Heiner Wilmer.
Heiner Wilmer.
Ja, ich bin sehr für die Annahme des Antrags.
I'm very much in favor of adopting the motion,
wo Leute beteiligt waren, die
because we've always had people involved outside of the chapters. We also have baptized men and women that are asked about candidates. I would be in favor of voluntary self-contribution, but stay within the limits of the church law to make it realistic. And then we have Christoph Uttenreuter. Well, in Bavaria, none of this is any good because the Pope is not bound by any tri-unit proposal, and that is while it is also a matter of whether the nuncius can ask a body for candidates. And then also the question is, who is made part of the bishops' conference? So my question really is, are there any other possibilities of influencing the appointment of bishops? Thank you. Mr. Kurzbach. Thank you. Well, I believe it is truly right to address this because this is going a step against this absolutistic concept like the office of the bishop. And you can also not just be a little bit democratic. You cannot just say, well, we're going to introduce that, but then we withdraw it, and then we just handle it amongst ourselves. Then we need to have a binding character of procedures for those that live in the year 2022 handling democracy, that it needs to be a real co-participation and not just a fake one. And then on a personal note, don't be afraid of elections and democracy. I am a Lord Mayor, and I have 122,000 people that I stand up to as a candidate, and I'm still alive, so you can do it. So, Svenja Stumpf is next. Well, I just wanted to say that in the current discussion, given the current discussion, I would vote in favor because I'm truly in favor of something changing, but I also wanted to underline a thought, and that is to have a third reading, because from what I keep hearing, some items are not fully clarified yet. And so I think this would be recommendable. But I also would like to subscribe to what the previous speaker said. Discretion is important, but discretion also means a level of intransparency, a lack of transparency. And that is why we should not always try to be discreet in order to protect those to be elected. Why I'm in favor of transparency in the church and not for a discretion that makes that impossible. Next, we have Markus Schuck. Well, I think the implementation text is a good draft, a good initial symbol, initial sign. I'm from a diocese where the Bavarian Concordat exists, and Gustav Odenreuter already alluded to the fact how big of an influence the chapters really have. This is more like a symbolic type of policy, and that is why the medium-term perspective definitely should be included in the motion, simply because it's not just the self-duty, it's also a legal and well-founded basis that is needed here. So I'm truly in favor, and I am in favor of supporting Constantine Bischof's motion. And before I pass the floor to the Motions Committee, I'm passing the floor to Professor Selman. I am also very much in favor of adopting the text. I also believe that on the evening of a long day like this, it feels really good to be very consistent and to have continued to have an orientation text and the power scheme, then the foundational text that opens the horizon, and now to demonstrate the ability to act, saying, yes, we can actually make use of that in the operational scheme, and that We talked to 5 experts in church law. It's not about an electoral campaign. It's not about any forcing. This is a symbolic step that is very easily understood in the outside world. Every man or woman will understand that, and that the ones that are on the lower levels of hierarchy have been asked. This is something that also provides for a sound basis, and then we can also call it a night and be happy about what we've achieved today. Well, Professor Kräuter-Kirchhoff or someone else, would you like to comment on this? Well, thank you so much. Thank you for the very intense and very good debate. I'd like to comment on 3 issues. First of all, the question, do we have a synodal council in our dioceses? And Bishop, no, it doesn't exist yet in this shape. So let me add the following. It was presupposed that there are synodal bodies in the dioceses, and I also subscribe to what Mr. Herbst said. This is not about a change in church law or the concordats. It is about calling upon the cathedral chapters to say, yes, we're going to do so. How far that reaches is something that's up to the chapters. So this is not about a change in the church law. That's important. And thirdly and lastly, before I pass the floor to my colleague, I have heard you say very clearly that generally the Synodal Assembly agrees with the fact that the faithful should be involved in appointing bishops, but that there are open questions among the Assembly, in particular among those that have raised their voices, whether it can work this way or whether you should do it differently. We have, and I may phrase it like that, have had a very good experience with a hearing for the foundational text. Maybe in this case, we could have something similar, to have a third reading, to provide for a hearing, to make sure that we can intensify the discussion one more time, and then at the next Synodal Assembly to pass the text. And I am handing this over to those in charge of the Synodal Assembly. I cannot apply for that, but I am very happy that you agree to the contents of the text in general. And of course, you are always welcome to talk to your cathedral capitulars. That is something that you can do anyways.
I would like to add a couple more comments beyond the existing legal framework. It is not the case that the Motions Committee had rejected this. Instead, we encourage a separate voting together with the motion by Konstantin Bischof. Second, there are other ways of influencing a bishop's election. You may have noticed the intensity with which we have discussed the possibilities of what is doable, and the text is trying to drive this approach forward in a lean way. If we pack the text with canonical and theological debates and whether the nuntius has something to say at all and what have you, these are additional problems that we should keep our distance from. They can always be discussed at the diocesan level and negotiated there. But when it comes to the voluntary commitment, I purposely asked the canon law specialists. We are faced with the same challenge as always. We, the Synodal Assembly, call upon bishops and chapters and other legal entities to commit themselves. We can only appeal to them. We have no way of enforcing that. Third, the papal secrecy. We actually asked several canon law specialists, such as Rüdiger Althaus. Rüdiger Althaus is not famous for advocating problematic movements or steps ahead, but I'm in favor of voting on this today because the faithful in Germany are waiting for a clear signal, not just a couple of resolutions. Yes, there is a point of order. We noticed it. Herr Gregor Patschun, please. Okay, I'll be specific about it, and then the Assembly can behave accordingly, and they can vote on whether or not they want a third reading. And following paragraph 5, subsection 3, letter H, I put forward a motion for a third reading. I would like to contradict this motion. The arguments have been exchanged, and there is a pragmatic reason. If, even with a view to such a small implementational text, we start wielding the instrument of a third reading, the many other issues we will have to discuss at the upcoming 2 synodal assemblies will never be coped with. Okay, there is a point of order, there is a point against, there will be another vote, the arguments have been put forward. If you agree to Gregor Patschun's point of order, this means that the text will go to the third reading. So if you vote yes, there will be a third reading and the text will be discussed next time we meet. If you vote no, we will then vote on the motions for amendment and ultimately on the text. I think the procedure is clear, so please go ahead and vote.
Wir nähern uns unseren 200 Stimmen.
We are getting close to our 200 vote limit and still growing. And now I'm going to close the vote.
Der Antrag ist damit abgelehnt.
So the motion has been rejected.
Ich kann noch einmal die Zahlen nennen.
Let me read out the figures. 87 are in favor of the motion. The point of order, that is, they are in favor of a third reading for this text. 111 are against a third reading, 11 have abstained. We need a simple majority, and the point of order has been rejected with a simple majority, so the Synodal Assembly has decided to take a decision on this text following today's discussion. Herewith, we move on to the first category. Remember the 4 categories, and just in order to visualize them or to remember them properly, I would like to ask the Motions Committee to let us in on what motions you recommend for approval. Well, we recommend everything that lead to a more precise or leaner language. You will find it in Antragsgrün. There were 2 amendments that are not yet listed in that PDF. First, motion 27 by Dr. Wieland. There is a lengthy paragraph in lines 27 to 31, and it will be replaced by a simple sentence: the concordats have unlimited precedence over canon law. The second edition came from Bishop Dieser, complemented by Pater Kollich. 68 to 70 new says the priests outside the chapter, the faithful, ordained and non-ordained. So this will be replacing the lengthier wording that we had before.
Ob Sie der Kommission folgen, dann
Okay, now let's vote on whether you agree with the Commission. If yes, please vote yes. If you're against, please vote no. And as always, you have the opportunity to abstain.
wir nähern uns den
We are getting close to the 200 votes threshold. And we were higher than that a few minutes ago. We are going to close the vote in 3, 2, 1. Well, in this very moment.
ein sehr deutliches Votum.
It is a very clear vote. 204 votes cast. 180 are in favor of the motion committee's recommendation. 6 are against and 18 have abstained. And now let's move on to the rejection. There are 2 types of motions that we rejected by all means. Whenever the list of minimum criteria went beyond the given legal framework, and whenever the basic idea of confidential collaboration was questioned or undermined. Thank you very much for this clarification. And again, there is a point of order. Not quite, but I don't know how to do it otherwise. If we now vote no, what is going to happen? Does that mean that all the motions for amendment will be included, or does it mean that we have to go through them one by one? Yesterday, there was no opportunity to go for a separate voting, like not reject one, but yes, I want to reject others. Well, we resolved on that yesterday. If you now vote no, we will no longer look into the motions for amendments separately and individually. This means that now, before I'm going to say anything, I would like to ask Gregor Potschun to come forward with his point of order. I think this must be clarified because it is a relevant question, relevant to how we proceed. I put forward a motion with a view to paragraph 5, subparagraph 3, and this is about a categorization and en bloc voting of these motions, and it cannot be found in the statutes. Now, if there is no counter motion to this, the motion is deemed adopted, a formal counter motion by Mr. Emons. So let us debate as to whether this will have to be put to the vote. It was just a formal one. So now let's vote on Gregor Potschun's point of order, a motion regarding the interpretation of the statutes, of the procedural rules. If you feel that the procedural rules should be interpreted like that, please press yes. If you don't think it should be interpreted like this, please press no. And if you want to abstain, please abstain.
Wir nähern uns.
We are getting close to the 200 vote threshold. And please remember pressing OK after choosing your vote.
Bitte Sie auch bitte Ruhe zu bewahren.
And please remain calm.
Und ich schließe die Abstimmung über den Antrag
I'm closing the vote on this point of order in 3, 2, 1 seconds. Now.
Also, Das ist mal
Now,
eine knappe Geschichte.
this
Es haben
is a
201
close
Personen
win.
abgestimmt. Die 16 Personen haben sich davon
201
enthalten.
people voted,
92
16
stimmen
abstained,
diesem GO-Antrag
92
auf
are
Auslegung
in
der
favor of this
Geschäftsordnung
point of
zu,
order
93
motion,
stimmen dagegen.
93 are
Damit ist
against.
dieser Antrag
So
abgelehnt.
the
Das
point of
heißt,
order has
wir
been
werden jetzt keine
rejected, and
Auslegung der
this means we
Geschäftsordnung
are
im
not
formalen
going
Sinne
to
durchführen.
interpret
Ich möchte Sie aber
the
gerne auch noch mal
rules of
kurz
procedure
darauf
in
hinweisen,
a
dass wir uns
formal
auf das
way. Let
Abstimmungsverfahren
me point
gestern
out
schon
to you
verständigt
that
haben. Ich
we
erkläre auch
had
noch mal, über was wir
agreed to
jetzt
follow this
abstimmen in
voting
dieser zweiten
procedure
Kategorie.
yesterday. Let
In
me
dieser zweiten
explain to you
Kategorie
again
befinden
what
sich
we
die
vote on in this second
Änderungsanträge,
category.
wo
The
die
second category
Antragskommission
holds
empfiehlt,
those
diese
motions for
abzulehnen.
amendment
Das
of
heißt, wenn
which
Sie dem Votum
the
der
Motions
Antragskommission
Committee
auf Ablehnung
recommends to
dieser
reject them.
Anträge
So if you
zustimmen,
want to
dann werden
follow
diese
the recommendation
Änderungsanträge
put forward
nicht
by the
in den
Motions
Ursprungstext
Commission,
aufgenommen.
these motions for
Und
amendment
wir
will
haben einen
not
weiteren
be adopted and
Geschäftsordnungsantrag
accepted in
von
the
Christian Hermes.
text. And Christian Hermes has a new point of order. Please clarify whether all these motions for amendment can be included and integrated in the text without any internal contradictions. We don't know whether they are consistent among each other. There are so many far-reaching ideas in there that may go in different directions, and they might blow up your implementation text because
Also ich
of
stelle
those
fest,
internal
Sie
contradictions.
haben
You
nochmal
really
den
have to look into
den
this.
Geschäftsordnungsantrag nach
Okay, I
5
state that following Section 5,
zur Auslegung
letter
der
J,
Geschäftsordnung gestellt,
the point
mit
of
einer
order
etwas
was
anderen
put
Begründung, als
forward with a
Fortuna
view
getan
to
hat. Und
interpreting the order, the rules of
wenn
procedure
es
with a
dazu
somewhat
keine
different shade
Gegenrede
of
gibt,
reasoning compared to what Gregor Potschun put forward. If there is no argument to the contrary, Ms. Stetter-Karp, do you want to contradict this? Yes, I can say something on that. If these motions are rejected as recommended by the Motions Committee, their consistency is no longer relevant. They will no longer be part of the text.
Ganz genau. Es gibt aber auf jeden Fall
That's correct.
Antrag zur Geschäftsordnung.
But there has been a point of order that has been raised, and an objection was uttered to that point of order. There are queries, obviously. A person answered that if this motion in Category 2 was adopted, the motions for amendment or the proposed amendments would no longer be part of the text. If you understood that, please nod your heads. We have no mood cards here. So let's again vote on the point of order put forward by Christian Hermes. Do you want to add something? Ms. Stetter-Karp, that's just one side of the coin. But before, we said if the motion for non-inclusion was rejected, there would be, but there is no objection to the objection, right? Well, this was just in order to make clear what we are just voting on. I would like to clarify whether if all these proposed amendments are automatically included, if the recommendation by the Motions Committee is rejected, there might be major contradictions because these different proposed amendments might not be consistent among each other. Let's now vote on the point of order. If you agree with the point of order interpreting the procedural rules in line with paragraph 5, letter J, if you agree with this, please press yes. If you disagree, please press no. And if you want to abstain, please abstain.
Ich schließe die Abstimmung.
I'm closing the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds now.
Es sieht so aus, dass 203
Now, it looks as follows. 203 persons have voted. 88 persons are in favor of the point of order, 99 are against the point of order, 16 persons have abstained. So this point of order is not admitted. We, as the facilitators, clearly sense that there is a need for clarification. This is why we would like to break for 2 minutes. Please stay seated. We are going to clarify the further procedure. Please stay calm. Stay on your seats, and we'll be back to you in a matter of 2 minutes.
Liebe Versammlung,
Dear Assembly,
wir sitzen wieder hier oben.
you can see us sitting up here again. Please take your seats
Bis Sie
again.
an Ihrem Platz sind, wäre es zumindest schön,
And
wenn
up
Sie
until
die Nebengespräche
you
einstellen würden, den Mund
have
schließen
reached your
und
seats,
die Ohren
we would
sehr weit
like you
aufsperren würden.
to stop talking, close your mouths, and open your ears so you can really digest the important information that results from the consultation that we had off stage. We've tried our best to prepare the information in an understandable way, and now I ask Bishop Betzing for clarification. Thank you. There was a sense of unrest here. So what's the status of affairs now? The Synodal Assembly has voted. We are in the midst of the second reading. Now it's about taking a resolution. That's one thing. Second, yesterday we agreed on a procedure and the Synodal Assembly has agreed to it. A procedure that assumes that the Motions Committee puts a corpus of motions and recommends them to be adopted, and there are others that are recommended for rejection, and then there are individual votes. We are now at a point where the Motions Committee has collected some motions for amendment that they recommend to reject. That's the point that this is all about. Do we follow the Motions Committee's recommendation or don't we follow it? That's the vote that we are now going to take. We should actually cast the vote, and if the recommendation of the Motions Committee is rejected, that means that all the individual motions will have to be unbundled and individually looked into, because it is not clear whether they would be compatible and mutually consistent, but we do have the hope that we have trust in the Motions Committee, and that would mean we would agree to their proposal. So if we vote yes, we will continue as usual, and if the majority votes no, we would have to interrupt this session in order to look into each and every motion for amendment individually. That's the state of affairs. Thank you for that. That was it in a nutshell. The Motions Committee has actually double-checked that this is consistent. The Motions Committee proposes to reject the following motions for amendment, and I would like to ask the technical team to show us the relevant charts. I would now like you to cast your vote. If you agree with the recommendation given by the Motions Committee, please vote yes. If you don't follow the recommendation issued by the Motions Committee, please vote no. Additionally, you have the possibility to abstain.
Die abgegebenen Stimmen mehren sich.
We see more and more votes. We will close the vote in 3, 2, 1 seconds now.
Sie haben wie folgt abgestimmt.
You have voted as follows. I'm going to read out the result. I assume this was not a point of order. 208 persons have cast their vote. 153 votes are in favor of the recommendation of the Motions Committee, 42 are against, and 13 persons have abstained. Thank you very much for the vote. And now let's move on to category 3.
Jetzt geht es Modifizierung und auch da bitte ich.
Now we're talking about modifications. And again, just get us up to speed on what we're voting on. Will be modified some if it was a linguistic or content-related change that made the text more precise. So in addition to the motion for Amendment 29 by Dr. Wieland, we also have line 36.9, a rather limited co-participation is something that the people of God are entitled to or could make use of. Okay, thank you very much for this information. Again, this is voting on the adoption in modified form, and please cast your votes now.
Und wir kommen langsam zum Abschluss.
And we are coming to the close of the vote in 3, 2, 1, now.
Eine deutliche Mehrheit.
So, a clear majority in favor of the motion by the Motions Committee. 178 in favor, 10 against, 18 abstained, 206 individuals cast their votes.
Dann kommen wir jetzt zu Kategorie 4.
Next, we have Category 4. So please provide the motion. This relates to lines 55 and 56. In here, we should, we want to include the following: may be realized by a voluntary self-commitment of the respective cathedral chapter. In the meantime, a true co-participation of the people of God in the appointment of the bishop is the target. We need a change in the church law, but this is the wrong text. But I also have to check now. Because this had the dualism, we had actually agreed on a different text. Well, I had agreed on a different phrase with the Motions Committee. It now says, in the medium term, it is the objective to have a broad and effective co-participation by the people of God. We need an effective framework that also brings more bear to the responsibility of clerics and laypersons. So this was Konstantin Bishop, who just elaborated on his motion for amendment. Now, in order to cast our votes on this, we just want to verify if the text is correct now.
Konstantin
Bishop, and Mr. Emmons, is this the correct text? Well, now it's been deleted. Now it only says in the medium term is. But all those that have Antragsgrün will have the correct text. Well, I don't want to interrupt. Please see a technician.
Oder genau, die Technik blendet das jetzt gerade hier ein.
And talk to the technician about this. Well, I'll stay calm for a second.
Wunderbar. Wir bemühen uns jetzt eine schnelle Visualisierung.
And we'll try to visualize this for you as soon as possible.
Genau, das ist jetzt der entsprechende Änderungswunsch.
Well, this is the respective motion.
Geändert werden.
This is how it's supposed to be changed. You can see it written here in blue, but I'm also going to read it out. In the medium term, the goal is broad broad and comprehensive participation of the people of God in the appointment of bishops. This will require changes in the legal framework that will make the shared responsibility of laity and clergy in this matter clearer than before as well. So, Ms. Emmons, could you propose the vote of the Motions Committee, please? The Motions Committee would like us to reject this because this is already written in the foundational text, and therefore this text is to be freed of a limited perspective, but rather have a broader perspective. Okay, so let us vote on this motion. So the Motions Committee recommends that you reject this motion. So what that means is, if you would like to subscribe to the Motions Committee rejecting the text, then the text will not be made part of the instrumental text if you do not follow the Motions Committee.
Der Text
The implementation text. The text will be taken up in the implementation text, and you also have the chance of abstaining from a vote. Please cast your votes now.
Meine LehrerInnen haben früher mal gesagt, wir haben auch alle 7
My teachers used to say, sometimes you just have to work overtime and add another hour to what you were scheduled to do. Okay, this is our extended class, and we now have more than 200 votes cast. I'm going to close the voting in 3, 2, 1 now.
Stimmen.
204 votes have been cast, 133 votes in favor of the motion that is rejecting the insertion of the text, 63 against, 8 abstentions. So this then is in line with the Motions Committee, and this also brings us to the end of the motions for amendment, and we're now going to vote on the whole document. But before that, the president of the forum would like to say something. Bishop Overbeck.
Liebe Synodale, uns war es ein Anliegen mit diesem.
Dear Synodal members, with this motion and this in implementation text was supposed to show you where the path leads if we have this notion of the Church being a synodal and a sacramental institution translated into reality. And I'd also like to thank my co-bishops who have supported the idea and who said this is a right idea that we need to advocate and promote. So having said that, I also believe and hope that we will now take the next step with this implementation text. And I'd also like to point out that it would also be good if we set that sign, if we show that the people of God get a share in one of the key tasks that we can tackle together. In the many consultations, we've always had this as the objective in our minds, and we're hopeful that we can now make that step towards the future. So that's why it is worthwhile to vote yes on this one. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Bischof Overbeck. Das war sicherlich nochmal wichtig, uns inhaltlich zu packen nach vielen Abstimmungen, wo es jetzt
Thank you, Bishop Overbeck. So after many votes on the procedural side of things, thank you for illustrating the responsibility that we now have. There are good reasons in favor or against, so see for yourselves where you're at.
Ich mache jetzt noch einmal vorher, bevor wir die Abstimmung aufrufen.
Now, before we cast our votes, as this is a second reading, we need 2/3 of the assembly and we need 2/3 of the bishops in the room to cast their votes in favor in order for the text to be passed. Another point of order. Yes, disclosure of non-male votes.
Vielen Dank, dann machen wir auch das noch einmal.
No objection to that. Okay, so we're going to differentiate and visualize that.
Ja, wenn Sie davon überzeugt sind, nein,
So vote yes if you're convinced, then vote no if you're not.
Denken Sie noch mal dran, dass wenn Ihr Display
And please remember that if your display says received, then your vote has been cast properly. And if not, it has not been cast. We just had a few more votes, so let's just wait another second or two.
Doch noch was und schließen die Abstimmung.
And we're going to close the vote now. The last one of the day. In 3, 2, 1.
In diesem Moment.
Now.
Die gesamte Versammlung
So, the entire assembly cast 207 votes. 177 individuals voted in favor of the co-participation of the faithful in the appointment of the diocesan bishop. And we're now going to see what the bishops have said on this. And as we can see, we have the 2/3 majority.
Wir warten natürlich noch auf die nächste Folie und
we're waiting for the next slide. 57 votes by the bishops, 42 in favor, 11 against, and 4 abstained. And now the third slide for the non-male members of the assembly. 65 cast their votes, 58 in favor, 6 against, and 1 abstention. So we can have another round of applause because we have hereby passed the text. Thank you to all of you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank zu dieser späten Stunde.
Thank you very much at this advanced hour of the day. Thank you for your discipline, your focus, and your openness to discussion. Apologies for really overdrawing our time frame, but there were so many urgent questions to be clarified. And now there is another point of order. Well, there was a motion to have an applause for the excellent moderation and facilitation of this discussion.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you to the hosts. We would also like to say thank you. This was a true marathon. You all deserve a medal. Well, take your dinner for a medal. Enjoy it. Don't forget about the COVID-19 rules, though. Enjoy the evening. And just in case you want to play the lottery, don't forget about that. And now, let's hear the spiritual input.
Abend eines Tages. Heute Morgen haben
the evening of a day. In the morning, we heard this tune during the morning prayer, and we visualized the image of the empty hands hands open to receiving something. Let's visualize it yet again.
Einen Augenblick das nachzuspüren, das wahrzunehmen, was ist bei mir vom
Feel
heutigen Tag
with
da.
your empty receiving hands
Vielleicht an Fülle, an
what
Dankbarkeit
has
für das, was
remained
versprochen
of
wurde,
this
für das, was wir
day,
empfangen und gegeben
a
haben.
feeling of emptiness,
Die beiden Hände
of
sind nicht von
gratitude
einer
for
Person,
what
sondern
we
von
have
zwei
given and
Personen, die
received.
gemeinsam die Hand
These two
aufhalten.
hands are the hands not of one person, but of two persons who open their palms to the secret of life, to the secret of God. So let's observe a moment of silence and let's meditate on what we are grateful for, what questions we are taking away from this day, what assurances, what doubts we have received. Let's observe a moment of silence before we conclude with a prayer. Open your hands for this day.
So segne du diesen Abend und diese Nacht.
Bless this evening and this night.
Was wir getan haben,
Bless
was
us with what we have achieved, with what has remained a fragment. Bless us with responsibility for our world, with the people we live with. Bless us in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. I wish all of you a good and recreational evening and good night.